me just turn it to camera because it's not real wood, is it?
No, it's vinyl over the top of.
But you would think, if you saw that, you would think that was a real. It even feels.
It has got a slight texture to
it, hasn't it? I mean, it's
really
just
tactile.
incredible what they can do nowadays, isn't it? But like, well, take the label off, obviously. But so. What we were saying earlier is if you've got you keep your storage in the dining room, or you keep doing that, you could have it this way round or this way. Well, I'd have it that way round actually, with that against the wall. Put a vase on the top, or put a lovely one of Alice and Marion's table runners on it, or something like that. It could be a lovely piece of furniture in the room. Then, when all the visitors have gone, you spin it back round and you start doing your crafting.
Exactly. Yeah. So no one knows what you've got in your boxes. You can hide little bits and pieces.
Yeah, because you don't want, and no offence to you, but I don't want my dining room with that facing out. Fine if there's just me or whoever at home, but if you've got guests coming
You're entertaining, you don't want them to be able to see
my guests would be like, oh, I'll have some
of
that.
What have you got there?
Yeah, well, look, it's got here, I'll have some of that. Right, please be careful though, it's £269, 4-way split pay, takes 6 weeks to get, so the way it works, if you just tuned in, if you buy this today, you will get, your regular, yes, you bought this from Second Street. Then in about a week's time...
You'll get an email from us thanking you, and then there'll be options on that email to upgrade delivery if you want it. You might not need it on the towers.
No.
So you can either have the assembly, or we'll just put it in the room where you're going to assemble it. So we'll carry it upstairs for you and bring it to the rubbish away.
So that one, I was wondering why that middle one was there, because you think, well, if you're going to deliver it, you can deliver it to the hall anyway.
Yeah.
But if you have it in your attic or your shed down the end of the garden, that's where you'll take it to.
That's where we'll take it, yeah.
Will you unpack it?
We'll unpack it
and
then
take away
all the
rubbish?
cardboard comes back. Yeah, because we'll use it a couple of times.
Well, it was really weird. When I moved house from London to here, the removal boys drove all the way up. And then about a week later, they rang me and said, you've finished unpacking. And they came back to collect all the boxes. And I was thinking, surely the petrol to drive a great big lorry like that is more than the boxes are worth, but they wanted to recycle them all. How many in baskets? Oh, way too many. Right, there's only one Devon Oak left. There's only... I would multiply these. I would definitely multiply these. Yeah, because split pay, right? If you bought these both on split pay, you'd pay £140 today, wouldn't you? You know what I mean? They're working it that way. Devon Oak sold out. Oh. Right, vanilla is going to be the next to go. Vanilla will be the... Oh, there's the vanilla one there, look. Right, so height 130, depth 42 that we know, and width 12 inches. 12 inches, right. How brilliant is that? I don't really know what to say. I want to go on to the next one because there's a secret on the next one. But we will come back. We've got 4... Oh, do you know what's going to happen? This might never have happened before. We might sell out before the end of the hour.
Oh, that would be...
So, have you got the song and dance routine ready?
Not quite. We'll work something out.
We'll work something out. Anyway, right, I need to go to this one, right?
Good morning, my lovely friends. Welcome to Friday's Sewing Street. I'm Stuart Hillard. We like to call it Friday round here. It's also National Fruitcake Toss Day. I have no idea what that means. It's also the Festival of Sleep Day. So if you're still in your gym jams and in bed watching, that's absolutely fine. But don't fall asleep. I don't want you to miss a thing, especially not our early bird. Because our early bird is such a fantastic way to start the day. A lovely little tool this that you might just need for your sewing kit. It is a loop turner. Now this is particularly useful in dressmaking, of course, for creating narrow rouleau loops or very fine shoulder straps or frogging. You can also use this very nicely in home decor, to create button loops, also really nice in bag making as well. Essentially, create a folded strip of fabric, sew a hem, and then pass the loop turner into that tube of fabric, grab onto the end with this little hook at the end, and pull it through. Okay, easy peasy. Now, our regular price, £3.49 for your loop turner, but it's our early bird today. It's our early bird. The price is crashing. We're taking that price down to £2. Now, that is a big saving on a £3.49 price. Fabulous. These are very, very easy to use. It's literally, it's a latch hook, basically. You can see this little part, moving part here. You are just going to push that up inside the loop. It will hook on. As you pull it back, it'll hook onto the fabric, allowing you to draw the fabric tube through. So you can make little turned tubes of fabric that, gosh, are as a 1/4 inch wide, probably less. By the way, rude person here. Happy New Year, everybody. Sorry, I was so excited about Fruitcake Toss Day that I completely forgot to say Happy New Year, everybody. I mean, how long do you keep going with saying Happy New Year? I've certainly been in February where I haven't seen people since before Christmas, and I've ended up saying, oh, Happy New Year, by the way. Not seen you since December. Anyway, I think it's still acceptable on the 3rd of January, isn't it? Happy New Year. Morning to Pat, morning to Ange. Says, good morning, lovely Stuart. Happy New Year to you. Happy New Year to you, my darling. Loads of you with this in your basket. It is such a good price. Less than £2.50. It is such a good time to buy this. It's one of those tools, a bit like doll needles. You have this in your stash, in your toolbox, and although you might use it from time to time, and it's not something you use every day, it's invaluable. It's invaluable. It's the kind of job you can't make really, really narrow tubes successfully any other way. There are. This is the most easy way to do it. And for £2.49, you never ever want to get halfway through a project and then think, oh, I wish I'd spent £2.49 and got myself a rouleau loop turner. It's a great day to buy. It's a great day to buy. And also, you know, made of metal, long lasting, easy to store. I've got one at home. I just keep it in a jar with things like pens and pencils. Tracy from Suffolk says, Happy New Year's. Lovely to see you this morning. Thank you, my darling. Happy New Year to you too. Hope you had a good NYE. I decided that I was going to bail at 10:30. I thought, 10:30, that's enough. I'm ready for my bed. Next time I looked at the clock, it was 3:30. Still up early in the morning feeding animals, though, so there we go, you see. Right, I'll leave that with you. Fiona says, morning from Gloucestershire. Bit fresh. Certainly is. I had to nip out to my car in this earlier on. Nearly froze. Pat says, Happy New Year from Canada. Happy New Year to you too there. We are global. We are global. Now, let's do the menu and let's talk about what we've got coming up today. This first hour is all about extra wide fabrics. You know I don't join fabric. I've got some gorgeous extra wides for you and a couple of new quilts to share. Now, at 9 o'clock, I'm joined by the fabulous Lynn Goldsworthy with the first of two. Now, have a look at this quilt. This is called the Harvest Star, 63 inches square. How fabulous is that? Like sort of stars or spider webs. It is the most glorious. And can I just let you know that this whole quilt, including the pattern, including all your fabrics for your top and your binding, less than £80. You heard me right. Absolutely gorgeous, gorgeous quilt. And it's jelly roll friendly too, so a great pattern to have in your stash. Lynn is so talented. Now, at 10 o'clock, I've got quilting tools aplenty, loads of good stuff in that hour, loads of good stuff. And then at 11 o'clock, Lynn Goldsworthy is back with this beauty, her Mariner's Compass quilt. Now, I know you might be thinking, oh, it's a bit advanced for me. It looks complicated. It's, as Lynn put it to me this morning, it's like Lego. It is sewing A to B and then A, B to C. And I mean, we know this deep down, but she's going to show us how straightforward that quilt is. And I've done a few Mariner's Compass quilts. That is an absolute beauty. And again, for the whole kit, less than £90, including your pattern. Isn't that a beautiful range of fabric? That little hint of tan and gold in the circle, I just think is beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Jan says, Happy New Year, Stuart. Happy New Year, Jan. Laurie says, Happy New Year, Stuart and team. Happy New Year to you too, my darling. And then at 12 o'clock, I have James Harvey joining me with the Gyro cutter tools. So popular when James came last time. I can tell you actually, today we are going to be doing some price reductions. Ben's just mentioned that in my ear. Very nice to know. Very nice to know. Now, easy to shop with us, easy to get in touch. Let's talk about how. We have a dedicated UK-based customer care line, 0800 001 4433. They're all in the building with us here. You couldn't get finer. And it's a free phone number. If you go online, www.sewingstreet.com, that's our email address. That's our website address. Once you get there, click Watch Live, and then you can send us a message there, an instant message. That's easy to do. You've got everything that's coming up on today's shows and everything that we've already played. Here you can see our extra wide backings. That's our first hour. And as you scroll through, it's easy to shop. Pick your item, pick your quantity, add to basket. Now, it doesn't matter at Sewing Street how many times you check out your basket. You can check out once, you can check out 50 times. You only pay 1 P&P. It's £4.95 cap postage all day long. Just combine your order as you go. And that means that you never have to worry about missing out on your favourite products because you're hanging on to check out just the ones, okay? Much better to check out every time you see something you want, put it in your basket, check it out, and then you know that you've got it. Otherwise, you know, I'm sure you've done this, I've done this. By the time you get there, it's sold out. So just keep checking out. All right, lovely. You can also email us, studio@sewingstreet.com. And if you want to send us a picture, then that's the best way to do it. Send it via email. Kate says, Morning, Stuart. Happy New Year to you. My new gloves bought from you before Christmas are well in use. Very good. Loving the quilts today. I know. Lynn Goldsworthy is one of my absolute favourite quilt designers. I think she's incredible. They are amazing quilts. Pat says, my second home is in Surrey, so I watch for my UK supplies. Oh, Pat. Canada and Surrey. How wonderful. I always dreamed of having relatives who lived in wonderful parts of the world so I could go and visit them. It's just never happened for me. Never mind, never mind. Glad to have your company today. Now, let's jump straight in. Now, I'm going to start, actually, with this. It's been so popular on pre-order. Oh, I've got half a metre left. Oh, honestly. But I'm just going to show you this really quickly because this is coming up on my birthday weekend, the 1st and 2nd. Look, that's lovely on the back. And look here on the front. I've still got to do the binding, but how lovely is that? And just a gorgeous combination. Gorgeous. Those fabrics will be coming up on my birthday weekend. Now, the second quilt I want to show you, I'm actually doing this quilt kit on Sunday. It's called Cheddar at Twilight. I'll show you the front of the quilt first of all. It's lovely. How stunning is that? Absolutely gorgeous. Loved doing this. And then on the back, I've used just a lovely cream. Now, to be honest, I haven't actually got this one in the hour. But I just want to illustrate that I love the extra wide quilt backs. I use them all the time. Even if the quilt I'm working on, you know, I could join 2 widths of fabric. I just don't like joining fabric together for quilt backs. I won't do it. I won't do it. Let's grab some lovely backings. Now, I'm going to start with some Liberty. I've got 3 Liberty backings. Here they are. We'll start with this one, which is FTYV40. I think it's really, whether you're using Liberty fabric on the front or not, I don't think that matters. I think to have beautiful fabric on the back of a quilt is just so special. Now, this is 108 inches wide, 272 centimetres. For a queen size quilt, you're going to need 5 units, 2.5 metres. For king size, 6 units, 3 metres. But you could also make a duvet cover and pillowcases out of this fabric. Now, if you go into Liberty and buy a duvet cover and pillowcases, you're looking at around about £400, £450 for that. Yeah, you can make it for less than half. Now, I know that's still a considerable amount of money, but that's the difference, isn't it, between making something and buying something. Absolutely gorgeous. £17.99 by the half metre. Morning, Stuart and team. Just had to get the 2 quilt patterns. Happy New Year, Michelle. Well done, you. And well done for checking out early as well. It makes all the difference. Happy New Year, Stuart, from a freezing cold Hunstanton in Norfolk. PJ Day, watching you. Bev. Oh, Bev, Happy New Year. And give my regards to Norfolk, gorgeous part of the world. Good morning, Stuart. Happy New Year to you and the team. My new brother sewing machine is being delivered today, and I'm so excited. That's Lynn Devon. I'm excited for you, Lynn. How fabulous. That's what you call happy post. Loads in baskets. It is. Can I just say as well, fabulous for dressmaking. It's quilt weight cotton, perfect for dressmaking, and also absolutely beautiful for home decor, bag making, you name it. Right, next one. This is ending 9/7. Love the colour of that. Delicious. Really nice, actually, if you're going for colourful backing fabric, really nice going for one like this where you've got some pinks, some purples, some greens, some golds, because then you've got all those different colours to pick out for the front of your quilt, you know? It doesn't matter with something like this what the front of your quilt is, as long as perhaps it's got a few of those colours or one of those colours in it, it's going to work really well. Bit fast and furious this hour. We've got so many lovely backing fabrics. And then something which is really nicely neutral, but not just cream. 02, this one. This is pretty. You've got that gorgeous soft dove grey, really, really soft ashy silver, rose pink, that gentle gold. Again, this would make the most beautiful bed runner. So just buy half a metre. Okay, just like this, half a metre, layer it, quilt it, full length maybe, or maybe cut off enough just to make one cushion for the bed, quilt this, bind it, and then have that over the end of your bed. And then you've brought that lovely Liberty, a cushion and a runner for the end of your bed for £17.99. You wouldn't buy it in Liberty for that. More, you wouldn't get a placemat for £17.99. About £35 for one placemat in Liberty. Morning, beautiful. Beautiful, Stuart. Why, thank you. Dawn in Rutland, Happy New Year. I'm excited. I'm waiting for my brother machine to arrive. It's your fault I bought it. I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry, Dawn, because you will absolutely love it. Again, someone else getting happy post today. It's the best. It's the best. I'll absolutely love it. So that is gorgeous. And again, yeah, maybe 3 cushions out of that. A set of 6 placemats. I mean, imagine something like that. That sort of size. Quilted, bound. There you go. Nice plain napkin. I would maybe something like our rose pink, solid. Make yourself a set of napkins, just hemmed squares, placemats. totally refresh your table for about £25 with Liberty. I've only got 10 metres of that available though. Pretty limited. We're pretty limited. Right, let's go for something much more extravagantly floral. I've got these two beautiful versions. Let's start with this one. Okay, yeah. I absolutely love this one. The price is amazing too. £12.99 for a half metre. It's wild, isn't it? I know. I'm going to open this out so you can see what you're getting for half a metre for £12.99. It's over 2.5 times the width of regular quilt weight cotton. You've still got that beautiful... How gorgeous. Yeah, £5.19 a half metre if it was regular width fabric. It's such good value, such good value. And again, this could be the borders for a quilt. Now, if you wanted, let me just show you. If you wanted the borders, even that full length, so 108 inches wide, you're looking at what, about 4.5 inch wide border for a whole quilt. So that would be a king-size quilt border fabric for £12.99. I mean, that's amazing. That's amazing, isn't it? Such good value. And you could then pick out all of these colours. What about a gorgeous scrap quilt? Now, Bev, I'm sort of with you. She says, morning, Stuart. Happy New Year. Happy New Year, my love. Brr, it's freezing. You're in short sleeves. I know. I thought it would be good. I don't regret my choices because in here, it's lovely. It's a lovely ambient temperature. I am not at all cold. But I had to nip out to my car just before we went on air. And I thought I was going to freeze solid. Gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous. Sharon says, morning, Stuart, Happy New Year. Today's early bird is so useful. It really is. Even I can use it. Beautiful quilts. Might have to just stay in with you today. I think that's a good idea. Now, I'm just being reminded by, or just mentioned by my producer Ben, who just said to me, gosh, so many of Lynn's quilt kits and patterns in baskets all checked out. It's a bit of a warning sign, folks. You might want to jump on to the website and get yourself either the kit for the Mariner's Compass or for the fabulous Harvest Star. The kits are amazing. They're amazing value too. Absolutely amazing value and such good designs. Right, have a look at this one. So this is so fresh, so spring, summer. This one's a little more perhaps autumny. This, very spring, summer. Just gorgeous. Can you imagine if you cut this down into, say, maybe like a 10.5 inch square? That's the sort of proportions you're going to get. Now imagine that as your squares and then pieced blocks, picking out the different colours. Be beautiful, be gorgeous, wouldn't it? Spring's on its way, I'm telling you. I've got big pots of hyacinths in my kitchen at the moment, full of lovely scent, beautiful colours. It's making me feel very spring-like. Even though it's very cold outside. 2 months to get through, we will be there. Sandra says, morning, gorgeous Stuart. I was going to go out, but my street is like an ice rink. I'm staying in and cuddling the kitten. Sandra, how could you even think about going out when there is a kitten to cuddle? Come on. Go out in the cold, stay in with Stuart and cuddle a kitten. Come on. That's an easy choice. That's an easy choice. Right, let's go. I tell you what, this is a lovely one. This N73 FK. I love the drama of this. I love the pop of those colours. I particularly love that kind of antique-y heritage look, but then against that pop of black, it's so rich. It almost looks velvety. Do you know what I mean? It almost looks velvety. Such a beautiful combination of colours in this one. And again, what about making your own duvet cover? Pillowcases, cushions for the bed, or garden room maybe. But equally, can you imagine using this to create a dress or a dressing gown? Oh, I mean, a dress in that would be wild. But also a dressing gown in that would be so beautiful. Or pyjama bottoms. Just gorgeous. I would wear that, and then I would pick one of the colours out for a turban. What do you think? Bex has messaged in on Facebook. She says, morning, lovely Stuart and team. Morning, my darling. She says, Happy New Year to you all and to you. I'm going to attempt my first ever quilt this year. I have your lovely New Mexico quilt kit, and I'm going to give it a go. That sounds like a smashing plan, Bex. We've had a cryptic message. I love a cryptic message. Zebra. Happy New Year. Love it. Thank you for brightening the cold winter morning on Just Stay in January with lovely summery fabric. Oh, Debbie, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. I think if ever there was a day for a duvet day or a pyjama day, it's today. It's today. I've actually got my pyjamas in the car. Will I go and get them? It's not actually true. I don't wear pyjamas. Now, something... Oh, this is nice. This is nice. Ending 6-4. Do you know, I feel so fired up this year to be creative. I mean, I always do, don't get me wrong, I love, but this year in particular, literally from day one, I've been like, oh, so many lovely things to make. I'm really in the mood. This is wild. That is absolutely joyful, gorgeous. This isn't a K-facet fabric, but wouldn't it work perfectly with K-facet? I'm just going to grab for a second one of Lynn's kits. Now, look, these beautiful, look, instantly, yes, 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 yes. Perfect. And actually, even this design echoes the circles. So this would be such a cool backing. Now the quilt, Lynn's quilt, is 63 inches square. So you would need 2 meters, 4 units of this to back the quilt. But you would have some left over that you could make a couple of nice cushions to go with your quilt, and they would fit perfectly. £12.99 a half metre. Fab, isn't it? It's great. It's a really good price. Really good price. Think about them for borders. Imagine fussy cutting a border. Fussy cutting a border like, like that. Obviously cut straight. You'd cut it straight. Look, there we go. Or even a narrower border. Imagine cutting it so that you just had like half. Imagine that going around a quilt. That would be so cool. Pam says, Happy New Year, Stuart, and all. Definitely a duvet day for me. Oh, sorry, everything's moving up. Happy New Year, Stuart, and all. Definitely a duvet day for me. The lurgy has finally caught up with me, feeling rubbish. Oh, Pam, I'm kind of coldy, but not coldy. But it's like in my ears. So I feel like I've been swimming underwater and my ears are full of water. So everything's a bit blocked up. Yeah. Fiona says, not really an image I wanted first thing in the morning. Was that me in a dressing gown and turban, Fiona? But I can see you in a nightshirt with wee Willy Winky. But. Oh, a wee Willy Winky hat. I'm sorry, I missed that bit out. Pat says, I love that. Right up my alley. That is gorgeous. Right. Oh, gorgeous. Right, come on you. This is pretty. This is pretty. Lynn Goldsworthy was all over this. Now, this would be lovely to back this with. Look at this one. This ends 5/4, JK 5/4. Really pretty. If you love Lynette Anderson, if you love Annie Downs, Hatched and Patched, that kind of thing. Fiona says, sounds like you've got a touch of sinus. I have. I've got a bit of sinusitis. That's what it is. It's kind of here and in my ears. I feel like I need to have a wiggle, do you know, but I haven't. This is very, very pretty. This would be lovely, actually, for a shirt, wouldn't it? That would make a gorgeous shirt. Or dress or blouse, something like that. Be lovely for children's wear. It's super soft. The quality is gorgeous. Little blossom, 108-inch wide. It's Wyndham. It's Wyndham fabrics. A lot of value in these fabrics. Happy New Year, Stuart, says Margaret in Suffolk. Happy New Year, my love. And crew, just back from our morning walk. The dog's now wrapped up under a blanket with a hot cuppa. The dog's wrapped up under a blanket with a hot cuppa. What does the dog like, tea or coffee? Or is it cocoa? I hope it's you wrapped up under a blanket with the dog. Oh, snuggly. Snuggly. Do you know, it's this time of year that I am so glad I'm a quilter because I've always got something to snuggle in. If you're not currently a quilter, stick around. We'll get you. We'll get you. We'll inspire you. SM45. This is so fresh. I'm sure I'm like a lot of people. This time of year, I start looking at my house thinking, yeah, I'm going to do that room next. Freshen it out, a little paint job. And some new bed linen, maybe. Again, this would be so fresh. You know, winter duvet, yes. You know, plaids, flannel, dark, rich, snuggly, all that. But as soon as I've got Christmas and New Year out the way, I start thinking, right, I want spring now. I want fresh, fresh, fresh. This is so fresh. And also as well, I think kind of greenness as well at this time of year is so life-affirming, isn't it? You know, this is why I saw daffodils in the supermarket, bunches of daffodils. And of course I had to buy some in a jug on the windowsill. And within 24 hours, they'd started opening. And it just makes you feel better. And it's the same with your sewing. Something brighter, fresher, more spring-like. It doesn't matter what's going on outside. If you're using this to create something with, you will feel that bit fresher. Love it. Love it. Really nice. Nice texture in the background as well, do you see? So it's slightly kind of mottled, slightly textured look. Pretty. Really pretty. Isn't that nice? Yeah. Now, subtle, soft, gentle, this one. LE85. Isn't that lovely? It's been very... Hang on. Hello? $10.99 for Lewis and Irene. Extra 108-inch wide. That's amazing. That's amazing. That's really good value. That would work so well for so many different quilts, wouldn't it? It would work really beautifully for the quilt that's behind me. Perfect for that. If you've got any of my fabric range, my current fabric range, it would work really well for that too. Lorraine says, good morning, Stuart. I'm just waiting for my brother's sewing machine to be delivered. Today seems to be the day, doesn't it? It's Brother Day. A Christmas gift from my husband. Oh, Lorraine, can I say, he's a keeper. He's a keeper. How wonderful. Very happy post for you. Now, Steph, Stuart in a turban, I get you. With a rah-rah skirt, where did that come from? Platform sandals. Doing his best Carmen Miranda impersonation. Yes, please. That sounds like a fever dream to me, Steph. Joanne says, what a lovely way to warm up with Sewing Street and your fabulous Stuart. Oh, thank you. Oh, gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous. I've got another Lewis and Irene, ending 6-3. This is so subtle and gentle, and I love the motifs. You've got thistles in there. You've got Celtic knots. $11.99. I mean, great value, still a great price. $11.99. It's a great price. These are useful as well when you need lots of fabric for something, because you've got that extra width. It's 2.5 times the usual width of your quilt weight fabric. As I say, if you're doing up to a queen size quilt, 2.5 meters, 5 units. If you're doing king size, then 6 units or 3 meters, and that will do it. That will do it. No joining. And also, you know, it just washes beautifully, wears beautifully, all of these things. Right. Loads of you coming in for that. I've got another one, which is, again, just really simple, ditzy, pretty. Oh, now the quality of this one is exceptional. That is beautiful. You got it, great. It almost feels like silk. It is so silky, beautiful. So straight away I'm thinking, I mean, gorgeous for a quilt backing or a duvet cover, but also fab for dressmaking. Again, something like a shirt or a blouse in that would be fab. I could imagine our director, Joe, wearing a shirt in this, actually. We should say hi to the gallery while we're here. Let's say hi to the gallery. So there is Joe. And then our Ben. Oh, there he. Oh. Just threw you completely, didn't it? Hiya. All right, that's enough. Honestly, talk about milking it. No, enough. Back to me. This is lovely. This is lovely. And again, so useful to have that range of different colours: teal, forest, rose pink, gold, all in there. So that's going to go with so many different fabrics in the front of your quilt. Very nice. $12.99 for that. Another message. So lovely. Keep getting in touch, won't you? I love it. Good morning, Stuart and the Sewing Street team. I absolutely love these extra wide fabrics. They would make beautiful dresses for little ones or adults. Joanne, totally with you there. And it's 100% cotton. They're all 100% cotton. Lovely quality. They wash and wear really well. And of course, because it's 108 inches wide, I mean, your dressmaking patterns are only going to go up probably to a 58 or 60 inch wide fabric. So it's hard for me to say how much less fabric you'll need. But certainly I would say for most patterns you're going to need half or even less than half of the amount on your pattern. So So if your pattern says 2 metres, 1 metre or even less is going to be enough. Worth it. Right, another really pretty one. This is QK. This is a Moda. This is a Moda. So you know it's going to be amazing quality. $13.99. Again, that would freshen up your garden room, your conservatory, your bedroom. Actually, a duvet in that would be fabulous. Absolutely beautiful, wouldn't it? Ah, lovely emoji from Sophie saying hi. Hi, Sophie. Lovely to have your company. One of my very best friends at university was called Sophie. Yeah. Do you know, I tried to find her, you know, in that way you do on Facebook and things like that. Can't find her. Can't find her. Jillian's got in touch this morning, Stuart. I've just finished work. Just finished. And I'm watching you. It brightens up my day. I got your Quilts from the Country book. I love it. Thank you, Jill. Thank you, Jill. What are you going to start with? So many lovely messages, actually, on Christmas Day and around Christmas when people say, I just got Quilts from the Country or Simple Shades or Bags for Life for Christmas. That really, it made my Christmas. It was so lovely. It was so lovely. We were with friends Christmas Day, and I just kept stopping proceedings and saying, you see, this is, you know, this is what I do. Bringing joy. Yes. Oh, wow. That's incredible. That's incredible. I'm just going to open this out just because that is glorious. I mean, it almost looks like it's on fire, doesn't it? Beautiful. This would be lovely if you were, say you were wearing something like a black dress or something, to make a scarf or a wrap or a shawl or something like that. You know what I mean? Gorgeous little kimono jacket, something like that. If you got Quilts from the Country for Christmas or any other time, there is a quilted Haori jacket pattern in there. And that would be amazing done just in one fabric. It's patchwork in the book, but you could make it just in that. Beautiful. You'd probably want, I'm going to say 1.5 meters would probably be enough. 1.5 meters of extra wide fabric would be enough to do the outside of the jacket. Beautiful. Really different, that one. Now, I'm going to grab a few neutrals now because the colourful designs are amazing, great, but I use the creams, the tans, the whites more than any other. There are everyday heroes, aren't they? Let's be honest. I'll just show you an array. Okay. And I'm going to dive straight in with the bumbleberries. Ending 90. Latte. So useful. 108 wide, $10.99. But can we just put this into context? This is 2.5 times the amount you get in a normal 1/2 metre of quilt weight cotton. 1/2 metre of latte bumbleberries would be £7.49. So for an extra £3.50, you're getting another 1.5 times the fabric. So if this is your neutral that you like piecing with or patchworking with, multi-buy for your piecing. Such good value. Such good value. But also as well for things like, you know, if you're making cushions, runners, those, you know, backing fabric, extra wide backing fabric isn't just for king-size quilts. It's also really useful for things like lining a bag or the back of a cushion, because it's such an economical way of using your fabric. That's the first one. I'm also going to grab this one here. This ends 19, JQY 19. Just because I really love the design on this. This is another Wyndham fabric. I love that kind of silhouetted sprays of flowers. I think it's subtle, it's soft, it's fresh. Yeah, it's subtle, but it's there, isn't it? It's lovely. And I love that kind of mottled background. Happy New Year to you all at Sewing Street. Think of me as I've got to go to work soon. Brr, Tracy in Goole. Oh, Tracy! I was in Goole yesterday quilting a quilt, and it was cold. It was cold. I am thinking of you being at work. Although in fairness, Tracy, we're all at work as well today. But we're having fun. Doesn't feel like work. Now, next up, I think this is another Lewis and Irene, TU60. Gorgeous. No. Dandelions. Isn't that gorgeous? Now, that I want to use for a nursery something. You know, a lot of nurseries are done in neutral creams, tans, beige, aren't they? Really cute. And that, I just feel, would go so well. A cot quilt, bumpers, lining a baby bag. Or not, you know, something adult, beautiful. I just think it's gorgeous. Great value as well, $11.99. Little dandelion clocks. So cute. It's gorgeous, isn't it? 100% cotton again. I know it says cream linen, but that's the colour linen rather than the fabric. Washes well, wears really well. 108 inches wide. It's amazing, isn't it? 2.5 times your regular width. Really good. Again, you can use it for piecing, just the same. Right, something really light now, a white on white. This is AO20. So this is a gel paste print. Difficult to see the pattern with the lights. Can you see? Now, one thing I would say, I love the subtlety of a white on white. Much nicer than just plain fabric. That's it. Oh, that's perfect. Well done. Well done. Nice. That's it. Super. Now, one thing I love doing with these is over-dyeing them, because the gel paste resists dyeing. So if you space dyed or tie dyed this fabric, you would get that pattern popping on the dyed background. Okay, that's not, oh, it is the pattern I've got here. I'm just going to say it's not, but it is. Oh, yeah. A touch of white. Now, oh, this one's lovely. HM51. Oh, morning, Hilary. She says, morning, lovely. I slept in this morning. I was going to say, Hilary, it's not like you. I think it's still pretty early, to be fair, Hilary. It's only 8:46. This one is a very large-scale floral. Take my word for it. Do we have the image? Ah, you see, that makes it very clear. Oh, now, good question from Steph. She says, I love extra wide fabric, but my only problem is cutting it straight. Any tips, please? Yeah, because that's a really good question, Steph, because with our regular 44-inch wide fabric, you can fold it in half and that will fit on your cutting mat and you can cut it. If you're going to, let me just grab a cutting mat. If you're going to use, right. So I know this is a big mat, but I'm not going to use all of it. I'm going to pretend it's sort of just regular. So when you're cutting the straight edge, so this is it folded in half, okay? This is my fold here. So what you would do is you want to put that fold on a line, okay? And of course you want to press it first. We're not just going to cut it like this. But you want to put your fold on a line on the cutting board. Then you want to bring the other edge up and you want a second fold here down the bottom, again on the mat, all lined up, okay. And then we're probably going to have to do one more fold. So you would do that along the top edge, and it doesn't have to be level with the bottom one, it could be up here, but you want that also on a line. So you've got lined up, lined up, lined up, and then you can put your ruler on and you can straighten the edge, and that will straighten the edge perfectly. Okay, so that's how you would do it using your rotary cutter and your ruler. A less sort of formal way of doing it, and the way I do it pretty much always when I'm long arm quilting, and this is good enough for that, is I will snip the fabric and I will tear, because then it will tear straight along the edge. Now that's absolutely fine when you just want your side edges to be clean edges. Obviously I wouldn't use that as an accurate straight edge to cut from. If I was cutting patches, I would use this method then. Hope that helps. Right, Fiona says, hope you have a 4x4 for your journey on Sunday if your area is going to be hit by snow this weekend. Ooh, well, I hope there is no snow at all. I don't like that, I don't like it. Wendy says, what does the V stand for? V. Where, Wendy? Just... Oh, was it a touch of white V roses? Touch of white V. Oh, I suspect it might be 5. It might be the 5. Roman 5. That's my only explanation. Don't know. Interesting question. Right, next up, let's go hydrangeas. YQ39. Just because it's big and blousy and rather fun. I love all the colours in there. Gorgeous. Gorgeous. You know, the colour they grow or flower is all about the acidity of the soil, isn't it? Or the alkalinity. I like them actually when they dry. Once they've flowered, if you can leave them in the garden and let them dry naturally, you can cut them and dry them completely. You can use them as dried flowers. Quite sculptural. I do. Right, a bit of Tula, I think. Little bit of Tula. This is from the Besties range, and this is just a lovely one. It's like those necklaces you can buy, where the heart's in 2 parts, best friend. I wear one, you wear one. Lynn Goldsworthy, what do you think? It's cute, isn't it?
Love it.
Really nice. Give us a wave, Lynn. You're on camera now. Hi. There's our Lynn Goldsworthy getting ready for Harvest Stars. Been busy, Lynn.
I know, 2 quilts.
Busy, busy.
Yeah.
Gorgeous. Absolutely beautiful. We're both too busy to be piecing back in fabrics, aren't we, Lynn? Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Love an extra wide. Love an extra wide. It just, you know, it's not just because it's quicker. You get that beautiful look on the back that you're not having to match patterns up, which it's boring, exactly. And also it's not always that successful. So you don't have to join fabric. You haven't got a seam running against against you either. There's no point of weakness. The fabric's not going to shrink differently along the seam, which can happen as well if you join your fabrics. They're just really, really useful. $14.99 for a half. This is a sateen as well, so this has got a real kind of like slight sheen to it, and the feel is beautiful, so silky. I could definitely imagine a pair of wide-legged culottes made in those. Or a silky short dressing gown. Try not to imagine that, Lynn. Oh, yes. Now this next one. Ev said, it looks like cork. I instantly think I want to make bag lining or a bag out of that. Because I just think that's such cool fabric. Wyndham again. It's called Uncorked. See what they did there? Uncorked. Julie's message, she says, Julianne, sorry, she says, good morning, lovely. Happy New Year to you. Happy New Year, love. It's very cold here today. Where in the world are you, Julie? It's very cold in Redditch. Very cold and icy. I knew it was going to be a cold night. I arrived last night about 8:15, and the cars that were in the car park were already covered in ice. And I thought that is not a good sign. It's not a good sign. But it was worse in Yorkshire yesterday morning. The ice on the cars was thick, thick ice. It's definitely duvet day. It's a duvet day. Stay in, stay with us. Right, now I've got a few greys here. Let's do the dreams, the Lewis and Irene dreams. Now again, if this is your neutral of choice, half a metre of this is going to cost you $10.99. I think, $11.99. $11.99. That's for 274 centimetres. So it's almost 2 3/4 times regular fabric for $11.99, as opposed to $7.49 for a half metre of the regular width fabric. Gorgeous. Let's go dark grey this time. This is ending 2.5. Well, I really like that design, actually. Is that one sold out? Okay, no worries. Stripey? Ending 5.2. And let's finish something with bright and beautiful. This is a Dan Morris, ending 2.4. Looks a bit batik-y. It's a digital print, really stunning. Top tip, when you're working with digitally printed fabrics, use a number 75 Microtex needle and make sure you change your needle regularly. You need slim, super sharp needles for digital prints. Gorgeous. Right. We're going to go to a little break. I'm going to pop the kettle on. And after the break, Lynn Goldsworthy is here with the first of two. It's the Harvest Star quilt. There are 2 quilt options. We've got pattern and we've got digital download. Make sure you check out in the break. It's going to be a busy one.
Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show.
Start 2025 with a burst of creativity. Throughout the month of January, Sewing Street is here to inspire you with new skills, new techniques and new demonstrations. Whether you're a complete beginner or looking to expand your expertise, we'll bring you new exciting projects, new guest designers and new top tips to kickstart 2025. It's a new year, new hobby, here on Sewing Street.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Before you start to sew, you need to mark up any dots, pleats, tucks or lines on your pattern that's going to help you put it all together. There's a couple of ways of doing it, and here they are. You can use a pen to mark up your dots, pop a pin through the marking on your pattern and then use your pen to mark it on either side. Like so. Alternatively, you can use a needle and thread and make tailor's tacks. Take a double length of thread and go through both layers of fabric, leaving a tail. Go through again, leave a loop and snip off, leaving a little tail. When you pull your fabric apart, you'll find you can pull your pattern over gently, and then when you pull your fabric apart, you'll find there is a little bit of thread left on both sides, ready to match up with another pattern piece.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Oh, it's good to have your company today. Happy New Year, if I haven't said it already. Happy New Year to you, Lynn
Happy New Year to you, Stuart.
Oh, did you have a good one?
I did. I had a lovely Christmas, really nice.
Good.
But I am now all socialed out. I don't know if you get that way. It's lovely, but then you just need a few days to go.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
for sure.
That's
Gorgeous.
where I am right now.
I agree with you. But feeling creative?
Very. I always feel like this at the start of the new year. I always want to start lots of new quilts.
Me too, me too. You've been busy as well shopping ahead for Lynn's kits. We have got 2 fabulous hours with Lynn Goldsworthy today. We're starting with this Lynn. It's spectacular.
Oh, I do love K Facet, I have to say. I know it's K Facet fabrics are Marmite. You love them or you don't, but I love them. They are more is more is more. Loads of colour, loads of pattern. You just have to go wild with them.
Yeah.
So we've got some, they're lone stars basically. You can't really see that they're lone stars because I've turned them just so that they point towards the top and bottom, and then adding these triangles in here so they make what's called a harvest star.
Yep.
So basically it's a Lone Star, but with these added triangles.
Love that, though. It almost looks like a Lone Star that's been superimposed onto a circle or an octagon, maybe.
It does, it does. And I've used that plain solid there just to sort of bring it all together, because already you can see with K Facets fabrics, you have a lot of colour and a lot of pattern. And so you do need something to just sort of give you a little bit of a rest.
Yeah,
Otherwise,
a bit of space to breathe.
A bit
and
of
also
space
that
to
lovely
breathe,
background
yes.
as well. It just allows the fabric to be the star, doesn't it?
Exactly.
It's a gorgeous, gorgeous quilt. Now, this is the thing. We have a lot of K Facet quilt kits at Sewing Street. We do some gorgeous K Facet quilt kits.
Of course, I love K Facet.
But we all know usual price on a K Facet quilt kit, $149.99, $179.99, $200 plus.
Of course,
easily,
of course.
most of them.
Yeah.
On a really good day, we might do a real special, $129.99. Let me give you the details for this one that's hanging behind me. This is the Harvest Star from Lynn Goldsworthy, $79.99 for a K Facet fabric quilt. You have got a 63-inch square quilt, completely achievable on your domestic sewing machine from start to finish. You've got all the fabric for your piecing. You've got a full jelly roll. You've got all your background fabric. You've got your accent fabric. You've got your binding fabric for $79.99. Absolutely amazing. And a brilliant brand new pattern from Lynn Goldsworthy. Lynn, we don't often talk about the negative space on a quilt,
No.
but seeing the pictures particularly, I'm also really struck by this gorgeous, almost like a Lucky Clover negative space.
I agree. And the thing is, you'll probably find this as well, when you design a quilt, you don't know that those things are going to appear.
Right.
So you're sort of playing with shapes and twisting and turning them, and then you think, oh, well, I really like that. And to start with, in fact, I chatted to Stuart about this. I was getting his advice on this. Do I fill that gap with something there? Do I add in something there? But actually, I can't. I just think with K Facet, don't overdo it. You want to let it rest a little bit.
Yeah. No, I love it.
Because you can keep throwing more at it. Although, not letting it rest, but the binding, just to let you know, I don't know if you noticed this, is made with leftover jelly roll strips.
Beautiful.
So you get a completely crazy wild binding on that. It's absolutely, again, K Facet, more is more. So
it really is. But for me, Lynn, what you've done here is to give room to breathe.
Absolutely.
By having this gorgeous, solid background, it really makes everything pop. And it gives a bit of calm space as well.
It does, it does.
And I would love to quilt something beautiful in that negative space.
Yes, that would be a great idea. Stuart is a much more talented quilter than me, so he could put something great in here.
My long-arm
I do
quilting
not have
machine
those.
is a more talented quilter.
I do not have those skills, but for those of you great quilters, you could do some echo quilting in here, or sort of flowers in the middle, or feathers. You could do some amazing things in those spaces.
Beautiful. It's just gorgeous. Now, I do need to let you know that we don't have huge numbers of any of the kits. So if you want to grab hold of this, especially in this colourway, be quick, won't you? 63 inches square. You get all of the fabric for the top, your binding, your background, everything you can see, plus you get the pattern as well for $79.99. It's an absolute bargain. It's an absolute bargain. Loving that. Lynn, I'm going to head to the other desk for a second.
Yes.
Loads and loads in baskets. Let's have a look at the kit itself. So, first off, we've got your pattern. And as always, Lynn, your patterns are fantastic.
Thank you.
You've got everything set out, super clear, super easy to follow. Amazing diagrams, full-size template for your sort of setting.
Yes, it is, for these corner sections with the triangles on them, so there are templates for each of those.
Great. Easy to follow, though, easy to follow. You're going to give us a demo, aren't you?
I am.
How to make this quilt. Now, you're also getting here 2.5 metres of your main background fabric. That's called latte. Oh, what a good idea.
Oh, that would be lovely.
Yes. You don't do caffeine though, do you, Lynn?
I don't like to have too much caffeine. It makes me a bit sort of jittery, and I don't know. It doesn't.
It's what I live for.
How many cups of coffee would you have a
I
day?
don't drink coffee.
Oh, well, you're not
I
even
almost
drinking
never drink.
real.
No,
I mean,
I never drink
tea.
coffee
That's
at
not
home.
real
Tea.
caffeine, is it?
Tea.
Not really. Caffeine is really in coffee, not
True
in tea.
enough.
Not really.
And then you get your full design roll as well. I'm going to.
You're going to open it.
I'm going to open it.
Stuart.
I know. Oh.
It's wild, isn't it?
It is wild.
It is wild. I love K Facet fabrics.
Oh.
Look at those. Are they sea anemones? What are those? What are those
They are.
called? Urchins.
Urchins.
Sea urchins.
A sea urchin. It is absolutely glorious. Oh, super limited, by the way. Roughly how much of the jelly roll am I going to end up using?
So you use not all of it, but close to all of it.
Oh, good.
Because you also use it in the binding.
Yeah.
So you have I think you have 4 full strips left at the end.
Yeah.
And then you have a lot of half strips left, and all of those can go into the binding.
Brilliant.
So the binding just looks like this kind of wild, crazy pattern because it's just got a mix of all of them just thrown in together. So you actually don't have very much left at the end.
I mean, I can see it now you say it, Lynn, but to be fair, I was looking at the binding thinking it was all one fabric.
It does
because
look
Cave's
like it,
fabrics
doesn't
are
it?
like that
And
anyway, aren't
you
they?
can't see the joins because
No.
the pattern is so full on.
Yeah.
You wouldn't know that there are joins in there.
No, you wouldn't. Oh, if you need some heat,
Yes.
you know, if you are somebody that needs that vibrant colour, that energy, for me, orange, such an energetic
I love
colour.
orange. That's really my favourite colour. That's why I tend to go, if I have a choice, I'll go for a warm palette.
Yep.
'Cause it's those summer colours, isn't it?
Yep.
It's like a crazy English garden. Full of
Life affirming.
every colour flower. Yes, I love the warm colours.
Yep, totally agree. And this is just gloriously over the top.
You almost need
But-
sunglasses. It's
You
amazing. I
do.
mean, look at those. They're such classic K
Yep.
Facet prints.
I mean,
He's
absolutely
so
gorgeous.
talented.
Yeah.
His designs are amazing.
Yep, absolutely gorgeous. Just terribly, terribly vibrant and unapologetically. Terrible's a bad word to use.
No,
isn't
yeah,
it? Do
fantastically
you know what I mean?
vibrant.
Fantastically,
Yes.
yeah. Just fab. And actually, as well, the good thing about this is loads of the cutting's already done for you.
Yes.
So if you're somebody that hates starting a quilt by having to do loads of cutting, you don't have to do loads of cutting to start.
No, you don't. And in fact, all you do is on half of the jelly roll strips you need is you cut them in half, literally down the fold in the middle. That's
Yep.
all you do. So it's
Brilliant.
very little cutting.
Oh, I like the sound of that
You can
very
just
much.
jump right in. And some people trim their jelly roll strips. Don't bother with that at all. Just get started.
What, the zigzaggy?
Some people like to take the zigzaggy bit off. No. But don't wear a black jumper
Don't wear a
because
black
you will be
jumper.
covered in small pieces of fluff.
It's true.
Yes.
It's true. Yeah. Yeah. I spent half my life covered in bits of fabric. There are so many in baskets. If you want this one, please check out your basket. Let me show you the other colourway so you know what you're choosing between. Keep in mind, though, as well, that if you want to, you can get the pattern on its own, a physical pattern, or a digital download, instant download. So there's lots of options here. Right, so second kit option, you've got your pattern. I'm going to show you the background, first of all. This is the blue. Is this the colourway you're demoing, Lynn?
No,
we're
I'm
gonna-
just using bits
with the
left
original.
over
No worries, no worries.
from the warm one.
So you've got your blue background, then you've got your accent colour, absolutely loving that. And then let's dive into this incredible strip
Believe you're
roll.
opening those.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
But you know...
magical moment when you open a jelly roll.
yeah. Well, the thing is, the reason why I'm so bold with opening the jelly rolls is I don't have to put them back together.
No, exactly. Someone else can do that.
Yeah. Although John always says that if you want to put a jelly roll back together, you just need 2 forks and a friend. Don't overthink it, Lynn. I've no idea what he's talking about.
I've no idea what that means.
These are glorious. I mean, I think this colourway would be sensational. And although we were talking about the other colourway as the warm one, for me this is not a cool colourway particularly.
Look at
These
those
are still very
oranges and
warm.
pinks. I
Yeah.
agree. Well, all of his prints have all of the colours in anyway, so
They do.
you always get that sort of full-on. That really looks like sort of under the sea, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. Yes, because you've got the water, you've got the fish, you've got the coral.
Yeah, yeah.
It's tropical. It's rather fab, isn't it? And I love these little touches of hot pink as well.
And orange as well in the
Yeah.
first one, and those limes and yellows.
So, you know, something I might do if I was making this quilt is maybe just inside the binding,
Yep.
put a solid flange or even covered piping cord.
Oh, yes. Maybe from that same
Hot
blue that
orange.
you're using. Oh, I see what you're saying.
So that hot orange or the
go
hot
for
pink.
something a bit wild. Yeah,
Go
Or
on.
you could, well, I was going to say, or you could do a solid binding
Yes.
and then do the flange in the sort of leftover bits of jelly roll strips. So you have a real kind of ride
Better.
going on at the edge of the quilt.
I like that idea more. Oh, that's like malachite, isn't it?
Yeah,
Wow.
those are classic. I love that with every collective line, you still get some of those classic prints in there, some of the
Yeah, you
classic
do.
K facet prints, which
Yes.
I love.
Oh, things like guinea flower.
Yes,
Or the
yeah,
millefiore.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
gorgeous. Gorgeous colourway, this one. So this is much more your kind of rich blues and greens, your kind of watery leaves, forest, jungle colours, but with a healthy pop of bright orange and fluoro pink and
Yeah,
you know,
they're
little
not
bits
dull
of
at
red.
all. They're not.
No.
They're still full on.
Absolutely gorgeous. You get a lot of fabric in these kits. You get your full strip roll and you get 3 meters of background and accent colour as well. Also your pattern, of course, for under £80. $79.99 on this. What a deal. What a deal. Brilliant stuff. Right, so that's my second kit. Okay, now if you would like the pattern on its own, it's been flying out. Let me hop up.
Oh, I quite like a chair.
Oh no, you're not allowed to chair.
I'm not, am I? I'm just
No.
I'm a humble guest.
Yeah, only presenters.
Only
allowed to
presenters.
chair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You've earned that chair.
This chair. This is the Harvest Star quilt pattern from Lynn Goldsworthy, brand new. Now, absolutely gorgeous, 63 inches square. Easy to, if you want to make it bigger.
You could do. I mean, not within that jelly roll.
No.
If you had other jelly roll strips, you could make it a 4x4. You
Yep.
could make it a 3x4. So
Yep.
just make more blocks. Or you can always add sashing between the blocks.
Ooh,
To
nice.
make it more, to space it out a bit
Yes.
more. Or make it like this. You could add a border around the side, maybe with some little diamonds in
Piano
it. Or
key.
piano key border. Or even just a solid, just
Yeah.
more of the same again.
Yeah,
or just
yeah.
strips of the little jelly roll bits going all the way
Then if
around.
you wanted to add a 6-inch wide border to that quilt.
Don't make me do maths on the go. Yes. Don't.
How much fabric would
Really?
A metre and a half?
Metre and a half.
Metre and a half.
Yeah, ballpark, yes.
Lynn and I are cut from the same cloth.
We really are.
Oh, metre and a half.
Our brains think the same
If in
way,
doubt, a
quilt-wise.
metre and a half.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just thinking though, if you wanted to add a border, that would be the easy way to do it.
Yeah.
$9.99 for the pattern. Was that a message I just missed then? Sorry.
I like it when the messages come in.
Thank you. Good morning, Stuart and Lynn. Such a wonderful quilt. I think I might make it
thank
with
you.
a navy or black
Yes,
background.
you know, I think that's a great idea, Linda. I actually did wonder about going dark because I classically go for a light background on quilts. But particularly with these kind of fabrics, it would be so striking to go for a dark background. I think that's a great idea.
Oh, actually, no, I was thinking with this one, the greens and blues, to go for a navy that was so dark it was almost black.
Yeah, totally.
They would
totally. Yeah, I agree.
Oh,
no, a dark,
love your
a dark
idea.
background would be really good.
Yeah, really
Like
nice.
it. Yeah.
Oh, lots of good ideas.
Yes, I always like other people's ideas.
Me too. Me too. Just a gorgeous pattern. well worth getting into your stash. Remember, this is 2.5-inch strip friendly. Now, those patterns are worth their weight in gold. Not just because we've got jelly rolls and strip rolls that we've got that we don't know what to do with, but also, for me, that is very much yardage friendly as well.
Yeah.
I like cutting 2.5-inch strips. They are easy strips.
And a lot of people sort their stash by 2.5-inch squares or 2.5-inch strips or 5-inch squares or 10-inch squares. It's a natural way to sort your stash if you're sorting out offcuts.
Now, what sort of level quilter should I ideally be?
I would say not beginner. I would say not very beginner. But other than that, as long as you take it step by step, it is very doable. And one of the things that people find tricky about Lone Stars is actually meeting where you get, I'll show you afterwards doing this step, but where you have two diamond sections meeting each other is getting that seam to meet. But the thing is, if you're using K-facet, it doesn't matter if they don't meet at all. You can't see from there, can you, the ones that I've missed?
It is a very, very good point.
When you've got that much pattern going on, it's really forgiving to work with this kind of pattern. If you did that in sort of contrasting solids, then all my missed points would show. But as it is, no.
Yeah.
So you don't need to be too pernickety. So I would say, you know, a confident, medium, I don't know, I never know how to gauge those things because sometimes you get beginners who just run away with any, it depends on your how many years you've been sewing as well. But
well, it's like if you go to Festival of Quilts and I always love looking at the My First Quilt category.
Oh.
And I always say,
sometimes they're ridiculous.
Don't believe you.
Yes, there was one a couple of years ago and I thought if that was somebody's first quilt, that's incredible.
No,
It's nothing like my first quilt, which was really ugly.
Same here.
Yeah, terrible.
Same here. I mean, if I'd been going for like art installation, I mean, yeah, no problem. But I mean, I was going for a flat quilt. But I still loved it and used it.
I used mine. I wouldn't say I loved mine, but I did use mine. I was proud of having made it, but oh, it was ugly.
Yeah, mine definitely wouldn't have won any prizes. Now, if you prefer digital, if you're right modern and you want a digital download.
Yeah, or if you want it right away.
Yeah. And you're buying nothing else today and there's no need to pay postage. There's no postage on this, okay? This is a digital download version. Well, this isn't, but there is a digital download version.
Also easier to print templates with a digital version.
That is true. That is true.
Of course, you can photocopy them in the same way most printers these days copy as well, but if you just want to print straight off.
Yeah. Well, this is how you do it. We'll show you how. So you would go to the website, all the W's, sewingstreet.com, then find the digital download, and you'll see there, it doesn't say add to basket, it just says purchase. So if you click on that, oh, I see, you can't. But if you click on it, and then but when you say it's an instant purchase, Ben, it doesn't have my card details, does it? Oh, I see, if you're logged in. Oh, I see. I see. So you click on it once. If you click on it twice or 5 times, you'll buy it 5 times. So only click on it once. Oh, I couldn't trust myself, Lynn.
No. It's flashing away.
Very easy. And then it's an instant download.
Brilliant.
Yeah. Fab. Okay, that's the digital. Brilliant. Well, tell you what, let's jump in.
Yeah.
Let's do a bit of sewing. I
Get
believe
started.
I'm required for pressing duties.
If you could just wait quietly here.
I can do one thing, Lynn. Do you want me to wait or do you want me to be quiet?
No, come and join me and we'll start working on this. I just try to see how far I can push the cheekiness with Stuart, but I'm sure I'm going to be sacked sooner or later.
Oh, I love that combo.
Yes, so I've gone for like nice and bright, but also...
Sorry.
Oh, yes, you're right. I'm not looking at where I'm doing them. I was too far down. So we're going to start by... You'll pair up all your fabrics, so you can see that in each star you've got 2 different fabrics. So you pair those up, just depending on whether you want contrast or whether you want them to go together. And I've just randomly picked 2 here for a little demo on how we're going to make these points. And you'll start off by staggering the ends by roughly 2 inches. Now, don't worry too much about measuring that perfectly. It's just a rough gauge. And then you'll sew the 2 strips together just with a 1/4 inch seam. And I will do that on this machine because I've had a little practice with this machine in the green room. So hopefully I'm not going to make a fool of myself like I normally do. And, can I help you? I'm just going to get the 1/4 inch foot on. Then the 1/4 inch seam is 06. I think that I'm good to go. In theory,
So,
I'm good to go.
yeah, great.
So this, if this
You
is
could also just use the regular foot with 06.
I'm not very good at that. I like to have an edge to work against. So I've got the 1/4 inch foot on there. So yes, just a regular seam down the side here.
Now, I get asked this question all the time.
Yeah.
I always answer it the best way I can. If you're using fabric that has that pinked edge,
Yeah.
what do you line up with the edge of your foot? The innie or the outie?
I sort of go for the middly.
You should be a politician.
I just kind of roughly go for the middle. And
Fair enough.
honestly, as long as you're consistent across this pattern anyway,
Yeah.
it doesn't matter hugely. Consistency
pressed
is
open?
that would be great. No, pressed over.
Okay.
So towards whichever, I press them towards whichever is in your mind the darker one. I mean, obviously with fabrics like this, there isn't necessarily an obvious darker one, but if you follow that principle throughout making this, then you'll find that there'll be points where your seams need to nest, and that'll help them do that.
Yeah, no problem.
If you've got an ironing assistant at home, obviously that'll make the whole job quicker. If you want to hire out,
I do like the
Stuart,
way you're just standing casually watching.
it's
me.
really nice. I think in future what I'll do is I'll just tell Stuart how to make the thing.
Oh,
I'll
yeah.
sit in the chair in the corner having a cup of coffee,
Yeah.
if that's
Yeah.
okay.
Oh, I mean, that sounds like a great idea, Len.
Right, so now we've got this, and we want to cut this into 45-degree strips.
Okay.
So this ruler has, I don't actually have one of these at home, but I've been having a little look at it outside, and it looks amazing. So what you're going to do is, now you may need to help me a little bit with this, Stuart, but you're going to line the vertical lines with the vertical lines on your mat.
Yep.
You'll have this running horizontally, and then let me grab a rotary cutter. You're going to cut your first 45-degree line, so the ruler does that for you.
Yeah.
If you don't have a ruler to do that for you, then you can use the 45-degree lines on your cutting mat. You can see some of these here
Can I
and
just
line up
grab
against
a regular
those.
ruler, Len, and we'll
Yeah.
just show
Yeah.
you with that as well. So this is
course.
just
Yeah.
6.5 by 12.5 inch regular kind of ruler.
Yes.
So you can use
Okay.
that too, can't
So
you?
I would actually do it a different way if I was doing it with the regular ruler. And what I would do is line up, and I have to try and remember how I do this. I'm getting confused now. So I would line up my, here we go, that's it. Can you see that? Yes, so I line the strips along the 45-degree line, like that.
Yeah.
And then I'll cut 2.5-inch strips going up this way.
interesting.
I find it easier to follow the 2.5-inch lines on the mat rather than on the ruler. There's no great logic to it.
Okay.
So I would cut, so as I say, you've got 2.5-inch jelly roll strips. So when you're making a Lone Star, you cut your strips the same width. So you'll cut all of your strips, and in the pattern it'll tell you what strips you're making and how many you cut them into. So I've got 2 there. Carry on lining up those against the 45-degree line. Just take the end off that bit there because it's slightly long. Then
Delia's
go-
message, she says, morning, Stuart and team, hope you're all keeping warm. We are, thank you.
It's actually warmer
Deborah
in
says,
here.
morning, Stuart and team. It's much warmer in here than outside,
It's
isn't it?
freezing outside this morning. Oh my gosh.
No. If you are going out today, do take care, won't you?
I know they've got weather warnings and health warnings because of the cold. So I've now got 4 of these. For each one of these, you'll actually need 16, but the pattern will tell you when and how to cut these. And the part that a lot of people find tricky about Lone Stars is this part here, which is where you sew these 2 pieces together because you want the seam to go through the seams here.
Right.
So the way I do this, and I start off by doing this, but what you'll find is just grabbing a ruler. The more you go on, the more you can eyeball it. So do this the first, let's say, 2 or 3 times, and after that, just try to eyeball it a bit because, as I said before, it doesn't even matter. You can't see if you're You can't see if your seams don't line up perfectly. So I'm going to put my ruler, the 1/4 inch line on the ruler along the edge of this fabric and just mark that point where the seam cuts through the 1/4 inch line. So, I wonder which side have I done it? That side. So I'll do the same on the opposite piece. So I'm just marking the point where these are going to intersect.
Okay.
And let me just get this right. So with each one of these you make, do take care that you'll want to repeat. So say for example, this is the square one and this is the floral one. You'll want the square one in the points, because if you're not concentrating, you can get the other one in the points. So you can get a bit of this and a bit of that. So just concentrate a little bit on that particular point. Then you're going to get a pin and you're going to go through that point there that you've marked. And then the same through this one here. So coming out, so that what you've done is those seams will meet at the 1/4 inch line.
Ah, okay.
Now for the very first one I do, I actually start by sewing at that point because it gives me a little bit of confidence that I'm in the right place.
Oh, that's a good tip.
Yeah, once I get going, I don't. But it's just for that first one. I just want that sort of confidence that I've got the whole thing going in the right direction.
And I noticed as well, Lynn, there's a little dog ear hanging off at either end.
Yes.
And that's something to keep in mind, because you can line up, if I just show you for a second, if you line these up like this, the ends do actually line up. So it is perfectly possible to line this up so that there is no overhang. The problem is, if you sew it like that, your centre point is mismatched.
Exactly.
So don't do that. Do what Lynn's doing. That's...
And another thing, while Stuart's saying that, is if once you get to the point where you're eyeballing it, what you want is, let's draw an imaginary 1/4 inch line here. You want your seam to go through the point where the overhangs sort of cross over each other. So that'll help you line those up, because if I show you as an example, that there is way too big. That's not a 1/4 inch seam.
Right.
And that there is way too small. But that there is at about a 1/4 inch. And that's why you'll be able to eyeball these things once you get going. But so I'm just going to sew half this seam and then I'll flip it over and sew it.
While you're sewing that,
Yep.
I've got like one of those age-old questions, which
fantastic.
I definitely have my own opinion on.
Oh, this is going to be a good
But
one.
I'll be interested to hear what you've got to say about it. Sophie says, what does a scant 1/4 inch seam allowance mean?
Oh, don't get us started on that.
I know, that's what I'm hoping you were going to say that.
Okay.
So let's just
Do you want to
define
start?
what scant is
Yeah.
first. So do you want me to, or are you going to?
You get started,
Okay.
I'll sew.
So a scant 1/4 inch, a bit like a scant teaspoon of coffee or something like that, is kind of a skimpy, kind of slightly under whatever the measurement is. So very slightly under a 1/4 inch seam allowance.
The way I see it is, if you were to draw a 1/4 inch line on a piece of fabric and sew along that seam, if you think when you open those two pieces of fabric out, so you open them out like this, you're just losing a couple of little threads in there. So actually what you're not looking to do is to sew a seam along the 1/4 inch line. You're looking to finish up with a 1/4 inch seam. And the way to find out if your seam's the right size is get two 4.5 inch squares, sew them together, and if the finished piece comes to 8.5 inches, then your seam is bang on.
Yeah.
If it's bigger than that,
And
your
that's all
seam's...
that matters.
And that's all that matters. It doesn't matter what you're doing here. It matters that the pieces you're sewing together, that it's the right amount in the end. So that's the best way to test your seam. And if you're starting a new quilt, you might just want to retest your seam allowance, see how it's looking. Do you need to move a little bit to the left, a little bit to the right, possibly move your needle, possibly move
But it's
where
not
you line up
about
the fabric.
sewing the seam
No.
and then measuring your seam with a ruler.
No.
Because that can be a beautiful, perfect 1/4 inch.
Yeah.
That doesn't matter. What matters is, as you say, when you've pressed your unit, is it the size it's meant to be?
Because you lose something in the pressing. Just
For me, the problem I had with a scant is it's woolly. It's open to interpretation.
Totally.
And I've seen people sew a scant 1/4 inch which was less than an 1/8 inch
Yes.
because they think smaller than a 1/4 inch.
No, I would say a thread smaller than a quarter of an inch.
Yeah.
So this is the one I did lining everything up perfectly, and I don't know if you can see, but that's matched really well. And then this is the one I've done just eyeballing it, and it's missed by probably 1/8 of an inch. But, you know, honestly, once the quilt is in,
Oh,
nobody can tell. Well, I'm moving it so that people realise that once
can't.
you can't. So,
Agreed.
so when you're making this, do not stress over those little things. You know, you might want to aim to be in the ballpark of your seams matching, but don't overthink it. Oh, this is great.
give that a little
Thank
press
you.
for
yeah,
you.
No, this would be good as well. And then we're going to go on to a little bit of pre-marking for when we get to the stage of Y seams. So we do have some Y seams coming, but they're pretty straightforward.
Okay.
First time pressing? Just be giving Stuart some pressing lessons.
There, yes, please. Yes, please. There we go.
I'm really pushing my luck
Better
today.
than you. I mean, you really are, but it's fine.
So I like to trim off these little bits here. So you've got these little sort of, what do you call those? Dog ears. And I also, where I have, I don't know if you can see there, but that doesn't really match perfectly. So what I'll do is I'll just kind of neaten that up as well. So I'll sort of just take off that little extra bit, and it just makes it easier to put the whole thing together later on. Because, you know, the number of times things don't go together perfectly, that's a common, oh, look, you see, I did that one wrong.
Oh.
Do you see what I'm saying, how easy it is to do that wrong?
Although I really like that look too.
I mean, that would be a great way to do it as well, to do half of them one way and half of them the other way.
Yeah.
Let's pretend that was on purpose.
Let's say this is this is quilt view B.
Quilt view B is when you do them the other way. Right, so after we've pieced the whole star together, which comes when you've made all of these pieces, so you piece all the points of the star together, and you can see that in the quilt pattern. And then you're going to add these pieces here, and I'm afraid the only way to add those is with Y seams, but don't worry, because I'm going to show you how to do Y seams, and they're not as bad as you think. They're actually quite manageable. So at this stage, when you've pieced all these diamonds together, you want to mark where your Y seams are going to go later on. So 1/4 of an inch on these points here. And don't worry about remembering this, because if you look in the pattern, you'll see this is shown for you. And there's actually a diagram of how you mark these little points out. So you're just marking 1/4 of an inch in. And what will happen later on is your seam will literally start at that point and go out to the edge. And then in the other part of the Y, we'll start at that point and go out to the edge. So I'm not a big one for pinning, I'm not a big one for marking, but I have to say in the case of Y seams, I don't know about you, Stuart, I do always mark.
I am pinner.
You're a pinner, I'm
a
not.
pinner.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, there's such a good tip.
Yeah.
It's such a good tip marking that, because then you're literally sewing from dot to dot.
Exactly, you are
makes it
literally
so
sewing
easy.
from A to B. So that's those. Shall we make one of these pieces?
Absolutely, yes,
Okay,
please.
okay.
Susan in Derbyshire says, "Hi, Stuart and Liz.
Hello,
When
I'm
you
in
stand
Derbyshire."
in between the star quilt, it looks like you have pixie ears."
Oh.
It's just tickled me. No, so stand up.
Oh, there.
There.
Oh,
Just
yes.
go over a tiny bit. It's slightly more central.
There.
No, the other way, sorry.
There.
There. There they are.
I look like I'm on Star Trek. That's
Perfect.
That's amazing. Was it Susan in Derbyshire?
Love that, yeah.
Keep them coming.
Yeah, yeah. Love
you
it.
quickly do pixie ears.
Oh, shall I?
Yeah.
Okay, hang on. I look like Dobby from Harry Potter.
Dobby the house elf.
Somebody give me a sock.
Right, so then we come on to these pieces, and although they are foundation paper pieced, the foundation paper piecing couldn't be simpler. So initially we're going to cut out these pieces, which are the right size for the templates, and you'll see in the pattern that you've just take a rectangle and there are directions for cutting that in half, which mean that the piece that you get is ready to go. So there's almost no wastage, which is what I really like. And then what I do with a template that's this big, I find it quite difficult to sort of handle it. So you could pin it on, or you could baste it on with glue. But what I like to do is just run, and let me put a really long seam on here. So the longest stitch length you've got on your machine, just literally baste that in place.
So you just sew a short line of stitching.
Short line of
Wow,
stitches.
okay, that's a cool idea.
So what you can do is, let's say you've got to make, in the case of this, 9/8 are 72 of these. You just stack these all up, just do it quickly, and then they're all done and they're ready to go. Next thing you may remember with foundation paper piecing is we want to fold back along that line because we're going to trim the fabric to 1/4 inch beyond there, so 1/4 inch seam allowance, which gives us something for the triangle we've cut to line up against. I've used before a little piece of cardboard. You can do that as well. I don't have anything funny written on this one. Normally we have something funny, don't we? We had Chris Price, we had Honey Nut. But there's nothing, this is just a piece of a Christmas card. So you can use that to help you fold along the line if you find it a bit fiddly folding along those lines.
So I always have this internal monologue going, Lynn. I'm just giggling about
I can see you on the Chris Price. That was funny. So these are triangles you've cut from 4.5 inch squares. With all my foundation paper piecing, I like to pre-cut the pieces because it just means that everything goes together quickly and easily and you don't have wastage. So you're going to line that up with the edge of the raw edge of the piece you had on before. Nice short stitch length, so I'll go to 1.5.
1.5.
Flip your template over and sew along the whole of that line. Gets me every time.
Yeah. I can't have the switch on where it goes down when you start sewing.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah. It's what you get used to, isn't it?
It is what you get used to. It totally is. Yeah, exactly. So that's now in place. You flip that over, press it. Oh, thank you, Stuart. I know, that's why I needed a needle.
Gorgeous.
Gorgeous. And then you take out these stitches. Do you do this as well with the back end of a needle?
No, I use a seam ripper.
Oh, to take these out, would you?
Well, I would just
the
probably
pointy
hold on
end.
to the thread and pull the... I'd probably just pull the whole thread.
Would you?
He says, it's so easy.
So
Ow.
easy to do this.
Look how well that's removed.
Did you say ow?
Ow.
So I use top tip, back of a needle, because it doesn't catch on everything, and so it's easy to pull these big
It actually
stitches out.
works.
It actually works sometimes.
And again, I say I would use a seam ripper.
Yeah, well, a seam ripper as well. I'll just put the rubbish down there. So now you've got this piece made, and you'll see, if you have a look at the quilt itself, that these pieces will go around the star like this.
Got you.
So that's where those go. And you then trim this to size. Now, with all foundation paper piecing templates, you trim to the dashed line, but there is a but here. You've got a red dashed line on this. It doesn't show very well on mine because my printer doesn't really print red very well. But that line says that you don't trim that. And the reason is because when you put together a block like this, often the seams just don't kind of the edges just don't kind of match up perfectly. So if you don't trim that at this stage, it means you can then trim the block to size and not worry if it hasn't gone together perfectly. So it makes your life easier at the next stage.
I like that. So there's a little safety net.
There's a little safety net built in, exactly, like you might do sometimes, you know, with drunkard's paths, if you add a little bit of fabric around the edge so you can trim it to size at the end, it just makes it a little bit easier. So that's what I've done here, to give you some wiggle room, really, because these things, if they don't go together, sometimes people get worried about that, but you don't have to. So fold along the seam line, tear away the paper.
So you take all your paper off at this stage?
I always do. I know some people leave it in, but if you leave it in, then you've got more little fiddly bits to get rid of. And I find it makes it more difficult rather than easier. But I know some people like it because it means it holds the shape. Oh, Stuart, you're the best.
Oh, keep it coming, keep it coming.
Ah, this is amazing. I wish I had one of these at home.
I'm sorry. One of these? Would that be me, Lynn?
But if it was in my house, it would have to be no talking.
Oh, I'm the same, Lynn.
Yes.
No, I'm the same.
Yes.
Well, I wouldn't if I was around you all day. We'd be chatting constantly.
We would be talking
But when I'm at home working, I
constantly.
like silence.
Well, I like to have the telly on or the radio on or something. But, you know, sometimes the girls come and chitter-chatter to me and the cats did this and then they ran up the stairs and then they jumped on the bed and, you know, I'm thinking, I'm trying to concentrate here.
Yeah.
I'm trying to do serious maths in this head of mine.
Yeah, exactly.
And that you have to concentrate for that.
Not an easy task.
No, it's not. So we've got this piece and we're going to do the same as we did with the previous piece, which is mark this corner for the Y seams. So it's that corner that's going to nestle into here. And you mark that again in the same way as you did for those Lone Star pieces, because that means that when you put all of these pieces together, you've got the point at which the seam starts. So let me just have a little kind of aerial view of that. And then when we've got a minute, I'll go on to putting those Y seams together. Do you want me to do that now, or do you want to, have you got anything you need to do, or shall I just keep going?
No, keep going. It's
Fantastic,
wonderful.
I'll keep
Please.
going. Okay, great. So we've got 2 of these pieces, and you can see that we've got the 2 points marked here. So when we sew those together, we're going to start at that point, and you've either got the option, if you've got a, is it called a hold stitch? You know, stitch that sews in place. So
Oh, a lock stitch.
A lock stitch, thank you. If you've got a lock stitch, you could start with that. If not, you could reverse a few stitches, stop at that point, and then do the rest of the seam. The point is you really do need to back stitch on this, whereas normally with quilting you don't bother. So I will start a bit ahead and find my, there it is. Well, I've got on a short stitch, so let's go to 1.8. So you'll go back until you reach the point of that's marked, and then you just run to the end of the seam. Run, run. You're commentating. Right. And you don't press your seams at this point.
Oh, I'll stay in my seat then, Lynn.
Yes, no, I don't press Y seams at this point, because you'll find that the seams will want to sort of move in different directions. So what we will do is, you can see there that you've got this piece that's going to want to nestle there. So fold it right sides together with either of those sides, doesn't matter which, and you'll be using that point there, and you'll go through the fabrics into the same point in the pieces that you joined before. So you'll be joining those points that you joined before, and you'll find that when you do, I don't know if you can see that, but the edge of the triangle will line up with the edge of the Lone Star, so you can see where these line up with the points. But honestly, again, if they don't, nobody will ever notice. So if they do, great, and if they don't worry. Not all of mine did.
Lynn, you always teach us so many fantastic learnings. But also, I love how in the real world you are about these things. Sometimes it works brilliantly, sometimes it's slightly off. Don't beat yourself up. I just, yeah, love it.
I don't know if you've had the same, but so many times when I've been teaching, people get so upset when things don't line up, and they get so stressed, and it's supposed to be a fun hobby and not really supposed to be stressful and upsetting.
I always remind people, like, while you're looking at this one unit and focusing on this one seam, I know it's everything.
Yes.
But when you look at the whole quilt, that one seam, you will probably never find it ever again.
No. And also, in honesty, if we're going to be brutally honest, once you've made a quilt, do you genuinely ever really look at it?
I know.
No, it'll sit on a bed, and you'll have a glance at the overall look of it, and you'll think, oh, that's a lovely quilt. But you don't look at it really.
No.
So I think those fall into the category of life's too short for me.
Yeah.
To over worry
You've got to
about
pick your
those
battles.
things. Pardon?
You've got to pick your battles.
You absolutely have got to pick your battles. I agree.
Fiona's noticed, she says, Lynn, Stuart's moved away so he doesn't have to iron that Y seam. Correct. Yes, well spotted.
Right, he's moved to a different room.
It was the point at which I was referred to as that thing.
I know I'm pushing my luck. I know I'm going to get the sacks.
I need to get one of those. I'll be coming up in the tools hour at 10 o'clock. You can buy yourself one of those. $12.99 a minute.
Oh dear. Okay, so I've sewn it in one direction.
Yeah.
And then again, you just do the same again. You put it right sides together with the other piece. And because if you've only sewn as far as the dots, you'll find that these seams will all you can fold them all into place.
Yep.
And look at this one. This is not perfect. That is not lining up perfectly. Don't worry. Just sew along the edge from the dot to the edge, and it'll all come out fine.
Yep.
So I'm going to just start a little bit beyond that, go backwards a few stitches.
I think the sound of a Y seam, the description
Yeah.
of a Y, and the actual reality are poles apart.
I know. I think they're one of those things, a bit like curved seams, where people think, "Oh, I don't want to do a curved seam."
Yeah, I've never even
or,
done one. I don't know
and
what
I'm
it
not
really
going
is
to
like,
do
but I'm not
one.
going to do it.
I find them quite satisfying to do, because they're just really, I mean, you know, for anyone who does dressmaking, you have those kind of seams all the time where,
Yeah.
you know, seams go here, there and everywhere.
Yeah.
It's only really in quilting that we don't.
That's right, yeah. Well, it's a technique I use all the time in bag making.
I bet you do.
All the time in bag making,
Yes.
to sew like a gusset around a bag.
Exactly,
And it's
yeah.
so easy.
Well, it is. I just think it, I mean, even if it doesn't, you see, I'm looking at this now and I'm thinking, that's not the best Y seam I've ever done. But give
Well, at
it a
this
good,
point, I shall come and inspect
yeah,
them
you
all.
know, have a look and give me marks out of 10.
It's not... No, it's fine.
But give it a good press. And I mean a good press. Mostly we don't want to use steam and we don't want to overpress things. But I think in the case of a Y seam, if it's not quite behaving, get the steam going.
Right.
And give it a bit of welly.
Yes. Oh, I agree with you.
Because,
I mean,
you
I think
know,
on this occasion I could probably do with a 2-ton weight to go on top to get this flat.
a whole bottle of flatter.
In fairness, Lynn, you started it.
I did. In fairness, I did start it by calling you that thing or whatever I called you.
Come on, go
I'm gonna show it
flat.
to you and you'll
No,
be
actually,
impressed
no, it's
with
good.
Stuart's
Look.
ironing prowess.
Look.
It
That's
honestly
flat.
is not perfect. There's a little bit of give there, but once you've quilted it, once
Yep.
it's lying on the bed, you're never going to notice.
Exactly.
So
Exactly.
that is,
One of my mates who's a great quilting teacher always used to say to her class, listen, when there's a bit of gravy spilt on that, you won't care.
that is very good advice, I
Bit of
have to
gravy.
say. Yeah, it's very good advice.
Fiona says, we all need one of you, Stuart. You've brought warmth to a very cold day.
Oh,
that's lovely. Thank
How
you.
nice.
Bringing warmth.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a lovely thing to say.
I love it. I love it.
Yeah, and those things, I mean, you actually get into the speed of doing them,
Yeah.
and once you're in the zone of it, they're quite straightforward to do and
Yes.
quite satisfying to finish off the star like that.
Very satisfying indeed. Right, this is your chance to make your version of the Harvest Star. Is that the name of the actual block then, Harvest
It
Star?
is, it is.
Ah, cool. Joan. This is Deputy Joan.
Oh, is it?
Yes, Joan from the East Riding of Yorkshire. If you see a duck at the end of a message,
I can
it's
see a
Deputy
duck.
Joan.
Oh, hello, Joan.
Because
Nice
she's
to
Joan
meet you.
Drake, you see. Drake.
Okay.
Good morning, dear Fry. Good morning, dear friend. What a refreshing guest in Lynn Goldsworthy, demystifying so many techniques and taking a relaxed view on perfection.
Oh, thank you, Joan. What a lovely message. How nice of her to take the time to send a message in like that.
Yeah, Lynn, sorry, Joan, why aren't you in your sewing room working? Come on, you haven't got time to watch television.
Oh, we've got another message.
Anne from Lincolnshire. Morning to both of you. The design will translate beautifully into EPP.
You know what? You are absolutely right. And I think traditionally this would have been an EPP quilt.
Yeah.
Because when you've got Y seams, to me that always screams EPP. Sort of that's how the block would have come together in the first place. You could totally and utterly EPP this.
Yeah, you could do it.
And just make your own templates by cutting 2-inch 45-degree diamonds in the same way as you cut the 2.5-inch diamonds.
yeah, of
so
course.
dead easy to make
Yeah,
your own with
yeah.
printer paper.
Jan from Norfolk says, we've had a lot of messages from Norfolk today.
Oh.
Lovely. Jan says, what a fab quilt.
Oh,
Great
thank
instructions. And what a double act. You're such a tonic. We've never dared have a night out, have we?
No.
I don't think we dare.
I did once invite myself to yours and you said, no, don't bother.
I love it. I didn't quite say that, but anyway.
You did.
Joe from the West Midlands says, love you two together. You bring out the mischief in each other. Love Lynn's demos.
Oh,
I think
thank
Lynn's always
you.
best when she's doing demos. It's best to keep her busy.
Best to keep me quiet. Don't leave me freewheeling.
Fabulous. No, I love it. I love it. No, come out for my birthday.
Yeah. So that's the
Yeah.
second and the third.
Well, officially, I only really have one birthday.
Okay,
But the first and the second.
Is it a big one? I know it's not a big one. I'm just horsing around.
To be fair, at our age, Lynn, they're all big ones, aren't they?
They are all big ones.
I'm just relieved to
But
get
it's
there
not one
each
ending
year.
in 0 this year.
No,
I
it
know
isn't.
that.
It's not a tombola birthday.
Tombola?
Ending in a
5
5
and
or
a
a 0.
I have a tombola birthday this year.
Do you?
I do, I do.
Do you?
I do, yeah.
21. Is it?
Yeah.
I know. I want what you're having. I want what you're having. Is it water? Is it
I don't know.
just a gorgeous life?
Oh,
Good
I see what you
genes,
meant.
healthy
I thought you meant like, you know, anniversary is paper or gold or
Yeah.
silver. I thought you were saying, is that birthday water?
No.
Oh, is it in the water?
I think yeah.
I don't really drink much water, to be honest.
No.
It's probably in the other things I drink.
Perhaps it's that.
I'm
preserving
basically
you.
pickled.
From the inside out. I love it. I love it. Steph says, I've read many of Lynn's patterns because you do write for a lot of magazines.
I
You are
do.
incredibly
I love
prolific.
doing magazine work.
It's lovely to find out she's so lively and self-deprecating.
Oh,
As quilters, we all aim for perfection when it doesn't exist in nature.
No.
And it's so true. Stuart, I want one of you too, but don't tell the hub. Oh, it's fine. I can cook you both dinner. Not a problem. A message. Morning, everyone. So happy to be watching. Such a great show on my day off. Ordered both of Lynn's patterns.
Oh,
a
thank
great
you,
way to use up
Pamela.
some of my stash.
Oh, fantastic. That's amazing.
I mean, what a fabulous scrap quilt.
Totally.
That could be.
It totally would be a great scrap quilt. And you wouldn't even need to restrict yourself to 2 prints in these stars here. You could have, you know, a light, a medium, a dark. You could do it that way in a more sort of traditional lone star way. So you could throw in even more fabrics.
You really, really could. You could
Yeah.
really play with it.
Yeah.
I think it's gorgeous. And I love the addition of the triangle. It totally changes the look.
It does change it, doesn't it? Yes, I'd seen that block around, but never thought of doing it because of the Y seam thing. But it's silly. I mean, they are easy once you get going.
Yeah.
You just have a big pile of them and you just kind of motor through them.
Yeah. And also as well, sometimes I like to step back from what looks like a sort of more complex or more advanced block and think, actually, how many pieces are in that block?
Yeah.
How much sewing is there actually to do? Because quite often there are relatively few pieces and few seams. Yes, the shapes are a little more complex cutting or take a
Because
little
it's
more...
45 degrees.
Yeah, but actually,
also,
you get a lot of bang for your buck.
and also, you're making these in strip sets, so that always reduces the amount of time that things take. I mean, you can throw together strip sets in no time at all.
No, it looks great. Love how you've quilted it too.
Oh, thank you. I think... Yeah, I can't remember what the thinking was
3
behind
inch
that.
square, 2.5 inch squares.
I guess I was probably whatever. I think I went there, then half again. Do you know what I
Gotcha.
mean?
Yeah.
If ever there's something to follow
Yep.
on the pattern, I'll follow that because I much prefer doing straight lines. And actually, because this has got so many bias and different angles in it, I tend to prefer doing them on the diagonal because you can work with the bias. But in something like this, it's full of bias. So it's actually very easy to quilt.
Gorgeous.
Whereas the Mariner's Compass one I did, there was nothing really to follow. So that's all over. But not
Wiggle.
as nice as if Stuart had done it, honestly.
They both look fabulous.
Thank
and you
you.
quilt on your domestic sewing machine,
I
don't you?
I do. And actually, this size makes it very durable. It's not like you're wrestling a 90-inch square quilt. A 60-inch square quilt is quite quick to do.
Completely doable.
Yeah.
63-inch square quilt, full pattern, $9.99 for either physical or download. But what about those gorgeous, gorgeous kits? I'll remind you of these. You do need to check out. We're at that sort of so many in baskets that you're going to miss out. So you get your pattern. You get your full strip roll, all of these beautiful 2.5-inch strips, all K-facet. You get your fabulous accent fabric. This, I think, is this orchid, Ben? Is this called orchid
Is
or
it
fuchsia?
magenta?
Magenta, maybe?
I
Probably
can't
magenta.
remember.
And then latte, 2.5 metres, magenta. And then your latte, 2.5 metres of that, a 0.5 metre of that, and then your full strip roll plus pattern. all for $79.99. It's such a great price. And you make the whole top and your binding for $79.99. Now, if you want to go a little cooler, but still with those gorgeous pops of bright colour, then go for this version. So you've got your strip roll, same price, $79.99. All of these fabulous blues and greens, but with Cave's trademark pops of pinks and oranges and reds in there. And then you've got your background colour in that gorgeous light sky blue. You've got your accent in that fabulous sapphire, plus your pattern, of course, physical pattern that comes with your fabrics. Now, in terms of backing this, I did talk about a couple of backing options using extra wide fabric in the previous hour. If you want extra wide, have a look on the website. We've got loads loaded today. If you want to go for a solid, I've got 2 bundles, either of which will work for either quilt, actually. I've got a purple or I've got a blue. Let's start with the purple. Now, personally, I think this purple would go with either.
I agree.
You could go with either. In fact, you could use either bundle for either quilt. This is 3.5 metres, so you're going to cut this in half to make 2 1 3/4 metre strips, sew them together, vertical or horizontal seam. Just press your seam open and make sure you cut off the selve edges.
Yeah.
That's that. And then the blue, same thing, 3.5 metres. World's favourite colour.
Blue?
Blue.
I didn't know that. Yeah. That's a lovely blue.
It's gorgeous, isn't it? $25.93. Perfect. Oh, Len. What a lovely hour.
That was a lovely hour.
Yeah.
So I haven't been sacked yet.
Don't know. I'm still reeling about if it was one of those. Anyway, we will see you in an hour.
Yeah, fantastic.
Can't wait.
I'll go and see if I can find us some coffee.
Oh, yes. Coffee, tea, anything.
Yeah. Oh, yes, cup of tea for you, cup of tea.
A little coffee, doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I think I probably need coffee today. Now, this is Lynn's next quilt that she's bringing us at 11 o'clock. It's absolutely flying on pre-order. It is magnifique. So beautiful, and it's one of those one and done. You make one block and you're done. And what a block it is. But after the break, we've got a tools hour. I've got lots and lots of lovely things for you. If you're just starting up as a quilter, or if you want to expand your toolbox, the next hour is for you. Don't go anywhere.
Ever heard of a design roll? It's a bundle of pre-cut fabric strips, each typically 2.5 inches wide and the full width of the fabric. Design rolls are made up of coordinating prints and colours, making them perfect for quilts, patchwork or other strip sewing projects. No cutting or matching needed, just unroll and start creating. Design roll, a simple way to bring your project to life. Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click gift cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Your pattern will often tell you to put your fabric RST or right sides together. This means that you put the right side of the fabric with the pattern on the inside and sew on the wrong side of your fabric. Then when you turn it round, you can't see any stitching. Fold your fabric so that your pattern is on the inside, i.e. right sides together. Make sure that your edges match carefully and pin them.
We're proud to have some of the most skilled and experienced experts in the industry. They're brought to you here every day on Sewing Street.
Start 2025 with a burst of creativity. Throughout the month of January, Sewing Street is here to inspire you with new skills, new techniques and new demonstrations. Whether you're a complete beginner or looking to expand your expertise, we'll bring you new exciting projects, new guest designers and new top tips to kickstart 2025. It's a new year, new hobby, here on Sewing Street.
Nesting seams is a really good way of getting perfectly matching seams. We use them a lot in patchwork, but they're also really good for dressmaking as well. So I've sewn these two separate pieces of fabric together and I want to join them. So what you do for nesting seams is press the seam allowances over to one side. So with this one, I'm going to press them over to the left. So you could do that from the wrong side. I also like to give it a little press from the right side, just gives it a neat finish. Now, with the other seam, I'm going to press this one over to the other side. So the seams are pressed over to that way, and then I'll give it a little press from the right side. Then you take the two seams, and because I want them to sit exactly one on top of the other, if you take the top fabric and pull it very gently, it stops. It stops just there, and that's the nesting of the seam. Because the seam allowance is higher this side on this one, and higher on this side, it makes the seam nest. So all you have to do now is pin, then sew them together.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers, by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
God, they were some fancy nails, weren't they? Did you see that? Red with glitter. So, now, this hour, loads of lovely tools. Let's start off. This is going to sell out in an instant because I don't have very many, and it's not $29.98. It's the Zoid rotary cutter and 5 replacement blades. Now, you get your cutter, you get your blade in there, 5 more blades. Check this out. Be ready to check out your basket. It should be almost £30. Give over. That's half price. $14.98 is half price. Give over. That's amazing. Absolutely amazing. Really, really nice rotary cutter. It's very smart, actually. Very smart indeed. Retractable blade, nice and safe, really comfy in your hands, and a total of 6 blades. This will take any 45mm rotary cutting blade, by the way, when you've finished using all 6 blades that come with it, which will take you through the rest of the whole year and then some. But any 45mm blade will fit this rotary cutter. If you want to get a crinkle cut one, anything like that. Absolutely flying out. Brand new. I've not seen this brand before, but really very, very smartly made. Very sturdy. Looks very, very comfortable as well. Nice kind of soft grip. More in baskets than we've got. I've got low single figures left already. Well done if you managed to get yours. It is going to sell out. If you're brand new to quilting, a rotary cutter and blades, fresh blades, are going to be your best friends. Right, next up, the Cafe thread. Oh my goodness me. Lynn Goldsworthy had got her beady eyes on this. That's why we had to keep it in this hour. Otherwise, I think she would have been using it. Beautiful. It's the Kelmscott by Kay Fassett. So Kay has teamed up and recoloured some beautiful William Morris fabric. These are the threads that go with. Now, can I just say, if you love your Kay, if you love your Tula, if you love Tilda, if you just love fabric and colour, it's perfect. You've got two gorgeous neutrals there. You've got some fabulous brights. You've got some pastels. You've got your navy. What a useful range of colours. £107.99 is not your price. This is 50 weight cotton thread. £94.99. Now, you've got 1,300 metres on each reel. So one spool is the equivalent of one 100-metre reel of thread. Now, I want to physically show you, right? So one of those is equivalent to 13 of these in one reel. Now, one of these costs about £2.50. And there's 13. So if you were to buy 13 100-metre reels of thread, that would cost £32.50. Do you want to know how much you're paying for one reel, one 1,300-metre reel of Orifil thread in this box at £94.99 for 12 spools? That means one spool divided by 12, £7.91. £7.91. So then if you divide £7.91 by 13, 60 pence. So £2.50 or 60 pence per 100 metres. That's the price comparison. £390 if that was in 100-metre reels of Gutermann thread. So that just, I know that £94.99 is a considered purchase on thread. It's on split pay, but when you break it down and you think that 100 metres of this thread is costing you just 60 pence instead of £2.50, you know? And all these threads are amazing for piecing, that goes without saying, but also they are beautiful for quilting, your quilts. Neutral, I mean, these colour, probably I could quilt anything with these, frankly. I could quilt anything with these colours. I'm glad actually that I brought this new quilt through to show you. So I've just quilted this quilt, okay? And when I looked at it, I thought, what colour thread shall I quilt it with? Can you even see what colour thread I've quilted it with? Probably not at this stage, because I thought, do I use a bright pink? Do I use a bright green? Do I use a variegate? What should I do? And actually, I'll be honest with you, I'd got this gorgeous bright gold thread, basically that colour, already on my machine. I thought, oh, I wonder if that would look nice. And that's what I used. Doesn't it look lovely? So when I say you can quilt anything with those 12 threads, I really mean it. You could quilt anything with those 12 threads. But you can also use them for applique as well. So if you want to do like blanket stitch applique, these are absolutely beautiful for that. And again, you do not need to match your thread to your fabric. You can get in the right ballpark. Once it's a single line of thread going around the edge, a little bit of contrast is a very, very good thing. Embrace that. Absolutely brilliant set of threads this. Comes in the box as well, of course. And yes, it is a considered purchase, but use the split pay if you want. £47.49 is your first split pay of 2. Get the box home. Remember, you're paying 60 pence for 100 metres of thread. That's the equivalent of £2.50's worth of Gutermann thread for 60p. for 60p. So that really is actually a very, very economical way of buying your threads. Morning to Christine, by the way. She says, morning, gorgeous people. I think she's talking to us, guys. We are those gorgeous people. Hope you're well. Happy New Year, my love. Beautiful. All right, let me pop that to one side. Now, while we're there, can we just do this Gutermann thread? Because I use Gutermann thread. That is the thread I use in my studio, and I love it. I don't want you to think I was being sort of unkind about the comparison. I think it's worth seeing how much you would pay for different threads. It is. This is 48 reels of Gutermann thread in this beautiful tin. Now, so let's talk about the price now, because if you buy one reel of Gutermann thread, you're going to pay £2.50 for it. But we're paying £59.99 for 48 reels of thread. So we are not paying anything like £2.50. We're paying half that price, £1.24. And what a smorgasbord of colours. It really is like an artist's palette of paints, isn't it? Or a set of crayons, beautifully inspiring. Now, if you want every shade, all those different nuances, for things like applique, for top stitching, for dressmaking maybe, this is an absolutely beautiful way of buying these threads. You get them in this very, very collectible and keepable tin. It's sort of celebrating the heritage of Gutermann. I've only got single figures of this left, by the way. And you also get the guide for what's in the box. So, because this is the kind of thing you'll keep forever. But you'll use the threads, but then you'll want to replace them. And you can, because all of these colours are readily available. So as you use these threads, you can replace them and keep your thread tin topped up. Or maybe top it up with your favourite colours, or the ones you use most. But a rather wonderful way of having 100-metre reels of all these different colours. Now, these are all sew-all thread. This is my absolute go-to thread in my studio. I use it all the time. Piecing, applique, quilting, embellishing, top stitching, you name it. It's perfect for all those jobs and perfect for all different kinds of fabric as well. Now, I've only got 4 of the... In fact, I've got 2 tins left. Last 2 tins left. They're absolutely flying out. It's such a gorgeous... Well, it's a thing of beauty. I'll give you one last little flash. I've got 1 left. Beautiful. And I love that you get 2 whites, because you always use those first. I can't keep the black and white stocked up. That has sold out. Well done. 26 of you missed out. I'm sorry for that. But this is why we always say, check out your basket. As soon as you know it's something you want, check out your basket so you know you're going to get it. Now, something I know you will want, because I've had my Elna 680 for 10, 11 years now. And it is still, for me, one of the best machines. It's probably, I mean, because I've got 10 years experience of sewing on it, I can probably say that it's the best machine I've used, that I know so well. I wrote 3 books using my Elna 680. This is the 680 Plus. I had it serviced once in all that time, which is a little bit shameful, but it didn't need it. It's an absolute workhorse. This is the 680 Plus. It's on 5 split pays, Ben. It's on 5 split pays. You split pay £289.80. Ben, I think we can do better. Go on. That's more like it. Right. Your split pay is £229.80 now. £1,149. That's a cheeky £300 saving. That's like me saying, have one of the split pays for nothing. And then a bit more. That's a fabulous deal. Let me give you a quick tour of the machine. This is an absolutely fabulous Elna sewing machine. As I say, I got mine 10 years ago, before it was the Plus. It is incredible, so sturdy, such a workhorse. I'm going to pop the lid up to show you the range of stitches that you get. I think that'll keep you busy. Divided up into different modes. You've got all of your utility stitches over this side, loads of different buttonholes, button sewing, blanket stitches. You've got your patchwork and quilting, utility dressmaking stretch stitches. You've got some lovely faggoting and heirloom stitches there as well, and some satin stitches. Then in mode 2, moving further across this side, you've got a gorgeous array of decorative, highly decorative stitches there. You've got that wiggly serpentine stitch. You've got that 102 that looks like a tape measure. That's a fun one. Loop the loop, stars, chevrons, feathers. I mean, so many beautiful stitches there to choose. And then look at those alphabets. You've got uppercase, lowercase, punctuation, accented letters. You've got a Russian alphabet, European accented. You've also got in mode 6, this is your 9mm monogramming. So only uppercase, but they are 9mm wide. You don't normally get that on a standard sewing machine. There's nothing standard about this Elna. It's fabulous. Now, you've also got a little hidey hole here. These pull out. These are for your regular feet that you're going to use all the time. Yeah, those kinds of super useful. Hayley's got in touch, says, I've never looked back since I got my 680 plus. Does everything you want it to do and more. And I'm not delicate with my sewing. She never complains. Hayley, I'm glad you brought that up because it's true. As I say, I use the phrase workhorse to say I've put my Elna 680 through it. You can imagine, you know, as a professional sewer, the kind of welly I put my sewing machine through and the amount of hard work it has to do. And I've never had a breakdown. I had it serviced once in all that time. I've looked after it. I've kept it clean. But that's all, basically. Now, you also got, look round here, your knee lift. You've got your knee lift. So it's got a metal bar that you fit in there, hangs under the table. You then use your knee to lift and lower your presser foot if you want to. It's absolutely brilliant. You've got your accessory box. That's where you're going to store the rest of your feet and sweeties and the like. You've also in there got a straight stitch needle plate. I want to just show you how easy it is to change the needle plate. Because with a lot of machines, the first thing you have to do is get a screwdriver out, and there's none of that. In fact, what I'm going to do, let me turn it around, and I'll do it from the front. Okay, right. Can you see this little button down here? Sorry, there we go. Now, we're used to dropping feed dogs with a button here. The button for your feed dogs is actually at the side of your machine here. That drops your feed dogs. Yeah, you can see that. Now, if I go back to here, right. So, all you do is, whoops, push that down, and it pops. It's like popping the boot of a car, and it pops, and that's it, needle plate straight out. That's your zigzag needle plate. This right here is your straight stitch needle plate. And if you're doing something like straight line quilting or piecing, very, very good idea to use your straight stitch plate. Literally fits in under like that. There's a little bullseye. I'm just going to show you on this one. Can you see that little bullseye right there? Yeah? So all I'm going to do then is push. That's it. That's your needle plate changed. How easy was that? So I'll change it back now just to show you again. So find that button, push it down just to pop the bonnet. New one goes in and press down on the bullseye. That is it. So simple, so quick. Now the other thing I'm going to show you while we're here is have a look this side. You see this little red box here? These are the straight stitch needle plate stitches. You can do all of those stitches with the straight stitch needle plate in place. Now, normally on most other machines, you've got to discipline yourself to pick the right stitches. Otherwise, if you pick, say, a zigzag, you go to sew the zigzag and first swing, bang, your needle breaks. You can break the timing on your machine. The clever thing about your Elna 680 Plus is when you install that straight stitch needle plate, it actually sort of presses in a button or some kind of sensor inside which locks everything out apart from those stitches. So your machine cannot sew anything else but these stitches, which means it's safe, it's reliable, you're never going to break a needle or mess up the timing on your machine. So it's such clever design. Now you also get an extension table, you get your case, you also get your walking foot and your darning foot with a number of different attachments all included in the price. It's an absolutely fabulous package. These are your standard accessories. And you'll see there, you've got your regular feet that you'd expect, but then we've also got that closed-toe darning foot. We've got an open-toed darning foot, and we've got a convertible free-motion quilting kit, which includes the clear view. And that's one that looks a bit like a bullseye, flat plate. It's my absolute favourite. Brilliant. You've got your even feed foot. To you and me, a walking foot. It's included, okay? You get all of that in the price. You're really not going to have to buy anything extra for this machine. And look at that extension table. It is huge. It is so solid, so sturdy. This is definitely a workhorse of a machine, but it's got all of, I mean, normally a workhorse is like, yeah, but it only does a straight stitch. You know, yeah, it's an industrial machine, but it only does a straight stitch. This is an absolute workhorse that does all of these stitches. All of those buttonholes, all of those fancy stitches. There's 170 stitches there to play with. Just brill. And look, that maximum stitch width of 9mm. Your vast majority of standard sewing machines have a stitch width of just 7mm, but your Elna 680 Plus has a maximum stitch width of 9mm. That's something a bit special. Absolutely beautiful. Also as well, just to put into context the price of the machine. Now, we've just done a rather cheeky and rather gorgeous New Year price crash of £300 on this machine, bringing it down to £1,149. Now, just to say that when I got my Elna 680, which was 10 years ago, it was £1,100. And at the time there was a special on it, it was £999. So, 10 years later, £150 more. How many other things have only gone up by £150 in 10 years? You know, so they really have maintained that, and actually they've improved the machine over those 10 years. You've got some special features now, including that special sort of safety feature that when you use the straight stitch plate, you can't use any stitches which are incompatible. Karen says, I know John always purrs when he talks about his 680 Plus. Oh, I know he showed us a picture of his suspiciously tidy sewing room. Didn't you think that look? I think there's another room in the house where he does the real sewing that's covered in bits. Just my suspicion. Delia says, my Elna 680 Plus is the best ever purchase that I have made. It has improved my sewing skills beyond expectations. I could not have done so many projects on my other machines. It truly sings to me. I love it. Delia, yes, I agree with every single word there. And the same for me. It has just been an absolute dream to write 3 books on. I've sewn hundreds of quilts on it, hundreds of bags. Absolutely wonderful. Go for it. Yeah, bring the question. Yeah, thread tension, absolutely, yeah. So we've had a query about thread tension. So, okay, Fran, morning, can you talk about the thread tension? Yes, of course I can, Fran. Right, so what I would say is, first and foremost, is I almost never touch the tension on a machine. It's adjustable for good reason. I'm going to have to turn the machine around to my side for just a second. Okay, so your thread tension, I'll tilt it forward so you can see. Your upper, oh, you do, that's amazing. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Joe. Right, your upper thread tension is here, okay? And when you thread your sewing machine and it goes down through the tension discs, there are two metal discs down here that basically pinch together and hold the thread. And they're controlled by the presser foot being up or down. So when the presser foot is up, those tension discs are apart, so we can thread our machine. And then when the presser foot is down, those metal discs are now together, which is why you can't and shouldn't ever thread your machine with the presser foot down, because it means the thread can't get between the tension discs. If you're having problems with upper tension on your machine, just check that you're not threading your machine with the presser foot down. We all do it sometimes when we're not thinking. And actually, if you don't know that you're not supposed to do that, you might always thread your machine like that and been having problems. So, and then that dial here. Now, on most machines, and the 680 Plus is no exception, there'll be a sweet spot. This says auto, but on a lot of them, it's just, it has a sort of sweet spot, which is usually between 3 and 4 or between 3 and 5. Essentially, with your top tension, you go right to tighten and left to loosen. And that is how you adjust your tension. With your Elna 680 Plus, the auto will just provide you with perfect upper tension. If you need to adjust it, you can, but I tend not to touch that. Now, sometimes if you were doing something like gathering, you want your upper tension set to maximum, so right as far as it'll go, and you'll get really brilliant full gathers in your fabric. Sometimes if you're quilting, you may find that you've got a bit of a disparity between the upper and lower tension. So you can always tell with a lock stitch, which is what sewing machines do, because you've got a thread that goes down from the top and a thread that comes up from the bottom, and they essentially lock together. Okay, and if you can see the bobbin thread on the top of your machine, it means that your top tension is too tight. So it's pulling up the thread because it's so tight. If you can see your top thread noticeably on the back, it's because your top tension is too loose, so you need to tighten it. So those are the kind of adjustments you can make. But often, if you're finding that you've got eyelashing and upper thread showing on the back of your work when you're free motion quilting, then actually for me, the best fix is to leave your feed dogs up and still use your darning foot, but just set your stitch length to 0, but leave your feed dogs in the upper position. And that usually fixes that problem. I hope that answered any questions. Right, if that's in your basket, I know it's easy for me to say. It's not easy for me to say. I'm saying this based on 10 years of experience with this as my primary machine. Get it home and fall in love with it. I know you will. I know you will. I wouldn't have used a machine for 10 years in my studio if I hadn't fallen in love with it. Now, just a quick stock update. We had a look at the Kaffe thread earlier on, the Kelmscut threads. Oh my goodness. There are not many left at all. Very, very low teens left. Barely teens. 26 in baskets. It is a gorgeous, gorgeous set. Remember, you're paying just 60 pence per 100 metres of thread here. Now, in Gutermann Sew Wool, that would be about £2.50. Even if you managed to get hold of the gorgeous set that we had, you were still paying £1.49 for 100 metres. For the Orifil, it works out at 60 pence per 100 metres, which is superb. Really great range of colours there. Yeah, can we do the Multimat? Let's do the excuse me. Do the Multimat. I think every quilter, every sewer needs a Multimat. They're so affordable, it seems rude not to. £20, less than £20. You've got your ironing board on the outside, single or double. You've got your cutting mat, your self-healing cutting mat. You've got your design board, your fuzzy felt flock board. And you've got your sandpaper board. Most useful to put your fabric on when you're drawing diagonal lines or drawing around templates, because this will hold your fabric still so you don't get any movement at all. So it's really 4 things in one. It's your marking surface, your design wall, your cutting mat, and your ironing board, all for £19.99, and all that will sit next to you on the sewing table. This is brilliant. If you do things like foundation paper piecing or EPP, where you need all your tools in one, absolutely brilliant. Also, if you're going to workshops, classes, or you're just sitting next to the sewing machine and you don't want to be up and down, these are just brilliant. I've got 3 of these in my studio and at home because I always have one next to me. And actually, I quite often have this on my ironing board. And you might think, why? Because you've got your ironing board. Why do you need to put an ironing board on an ironing board? And the reason for that is because this is such a gorgeous, firm surface. If I'm doing something like turned edge applique, this is a much better surface than my ironing board. But I like standing at my ironing board. But I will use this on top. Karen sent a lovely message about the Elna 680 Plus. She says, you know, it's true what Mum always said, buy the best you can afford and you can't go wrong. It's such good advice, such good advice. Karen says, Stuart, thanks to split pay, I've been able to get my Elna 680. The Janome Atelier 9 and my beautiful Juki, beautiful boy, I could never have got any of them without split pay. Thrilled, thrilled. That's what it's there for. That is what it's there for. Right, let's do a few other things. A clapper, the clapper. Yes. Now, this might well be the tool you didn't know you needed. If you look on Instagram, Pinterest, it's absolutely full of clappers at the moment. Suddenly, quilters are cottoning onto them. These have been used by dressmakers and tailors for many years. So what you're going to do here is, excuse me, you've got your block, you iron it, okay, and then you sit your clapper on top. This is going to hold the heat in place. It's going to allow the heat to set the seam, get the flattest blocks, the flattest seams you've ever had. The wood absorbs the heat, it holds the heat in place, but also it's applying weight and pressure to something that we want to become really flat. Just brilliant. You've also, obviously you've got that thin surface. Sometimes you might use it this way up as well. But they are brill. Yeah, they're absolutely brilliant. You know, like Lynn's Harvest Star, when you're sewing that Lone Star together, you've got the centre seam, which has got 8 fabrics coming together in one seam. You're going to open that up, you're going to press it, and then you're going to put this on top. You will get the flattest centre to your blocks you've ever had. They make such a difference. They make such a difference. I used to kind of cobble it together, and I would do the same thing, and I would use that with great big, you know, the family Bibles. It was great big. I had a really old one of those that I would sit on top. But so much better, because actually the wood, the beech wood, absorbs the heat and holds the heat in place where it can do its work. Also really useful if you've got some vinyl that's got a bit of a kink in it or something like that, or a fabric you can't press. Heat up your ironing surface, put the vinyl down, put the clapper on top, and let the residual heat that's in the ironing board soften and flatten the vinyl. So useful. Grab yours while we've got some. Right, next up, let's do 505 and 505 glue. Right, two great products from Odif. So 505 quilt basting spray. This is the big can. We're limited. This is 500 mils. Plenty to do a good few big quilts in there. This is one of my 5 hero products. 505 quilt basting spray. It's never a good day if I run out of this. I don't like running out of this because I always discover I've run out of this on a day that I want to put a quilt together or a bag together or cushions, or I don't use safety pins to pin quilts together anymore. Life is too short. You can spend 4 hours safety pinning a quilt together, and then the minute you finish and start quilting, you've got to start taking them out again. That's 8 hours just putting pins in and taking pins out. 8 hours is a lot of time. That's your sewing time. That's your quilting time. You could layer and hold your quilt together 20 minutes, half an hour tops, instead of 8 hours. And then there's nothing in your quilt to take out, nothing getting in the way, nothing that you might accidentally sew over and break a needle. Just brilliant stuff. Use it in a well-ventilated room. Spray it from 12 to 15 inches. That's this sort of distance. You know, your elbow should be about shoulder height when you're spraying. If your hand is down here, you're too close, and you're going to end up with overspray, too much product. And there's a chance there, if there's too much product, that it'll be wet and sticky when you get to your machine. From this height, 12 to 15 inches, a nice, even, light spray over the surface of your batting that you then put the quilt top or the quilt backing onto. Smooth it out. And by the time it's smoothed out, you're ready to sew. Washes out when you wash the quilt, but it's also fabric safe. Loads in baskets. This is my reminder to you, stock up. Have it in stock, because if you've started this year like me with come on, I'm feeling really creative, let's crack on, let's make a quilt. You'll be ready to quilt a quilt in the next week or two. You don't want to be pinning. Right, next up I've got 505 temporary adhesive glue stick. Now, this has been my favourite new product. I think we launched these maybe 6 months ago. June it was, yeah. And I just thought, well, where has this been hiding all my life? This is the kind of size and shape of a Pritt stick, but this is fabric safe glue. So you can use this for doing things like sticking on your binding and then just machine stitching. Love that. You can use it for applique. You can use it putting in zips. You can use it to hold up hems without pins while you sew them. It's just a superb product. It goes on blue. It dries clear. Okay, and also, again, it's fabric safe and washes out when you wash the item. But if you never wash the item, it doesn't do any damage or any harm. We've sold thousands of these. They're absolutely brilliant. We love them. I used the glue stick recently. I'm surprised at just how helpful it is on fabric. Yeah, Fran, totally agree. Totally agree. It's a staple. It's funny, isn't it, though, how some things can become a staple and we never knew we needed them until they were invented and arrived. But it is brilliant, brilliant stuff. Karen says, the 505 glue stick was the answer to my prayers when putting zips in. She also says, if you have a dog, and lose your clapper, look in their bed. I am on my third. We'll say no more. Oh, now, 404. Repositionable. So this is a repositionable adhesive. Two ways I'm going to recommend you use this. The first one is instant design wall. Okay, so you don't need to buy a design wall. You don't need to make a design wall. Any piece of fabric, it could be a piece of extra wide backing, it could be a piece of calico, okay? Give it a light spritz with 404, okay? And then you can pin that fabric to closed curtains, sticky side facing out towards you, okay? Then that surface will stay slightly tacky and you can put your quilt blocks, your patches, your sashing, whatever, on and they will stay put. You can even then take that piece of fabric down off the curtains, roll it up, put it somewhere, and then take the blocks off as you need to sew them. It makes a brilliant instant design wall. The other way that I use this is with any templates or rulers that don't have non-slip grips, right? A light spritz on the back will make that surface slightly tacky. They will not slip and slide on your fabrics, but they don't leave any residue at all. The back stays slightly tacky for ages, and then when you want to remove it, literally run it under the tap, warm, slightly soapy water, and it'll be gone in seconds. It's really good stuff. Really good stuff. Well worth giving a go. You can also use it for things like applique as well. It's really cool. Really cool. You can use it with paper and card as well. Whoops. Also, which is quite useful. Morning, Stu. Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you too. Lovely. Have used most of the fabric sprays and sticks. They are so useful. They save time and effort. Thank you for all your useful tips. It's my pleasure. It's my pleasure. Thank you for your message. Thank you for watching. Right, that's the 404. Right, next up, shall we do magic pins? Let's do magic pins. Well, now I've recently got myself some magic pins, and I must be honest with you, I have also thought, where have you been all my life? They are lovely. Now, the pack of 50 is sold out on pre-order. I trekked myself to the pack of 100. Better value, $12.99 for 50, but you can get twice as many for $19.99. That's a £5 saving, thereabouts. Yeah. So, $12.99, no, it's a £6 saving. They come in their own box. Yeah. £7 saving, yeah. It's really... They're fabulous. Silicone grips. They're really easy to pick up and put into your fabric. The pins themselves are sturdy but fine, super sharp, very, very easy to use. And having that gripper on them means when you're taking them out as you're sewing, they're just easy to get in and out. Also, that silicone tip is heat resistant, so you can iron over them. I mean, you can't put the iron on and leave it there, but you can iron over them and they don't melt. Maureen, I love this idea. She says, Stuart, you need a desert island disc style list of top equipment. I think that's a really good idea. We'll plan a show one day, actually, around hero products. We could call the show, I Need a Hero. Yeah, and then I could have maybe something like a cape and a superhero outfit. I'm holding out for a hero. Holding out for a hero. That's the name of the show. Holding out for a hero. Ben, let's plan it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Yeah, because there are, and the thing is, you know, I'm not a gadgety person. It's not an exhaustive list by any means, but there are some products that if they stopped making, I really would seriously rethink my craft. Hi, Stuart. Happy New Year. What's the difference between 505 and 404, please? From Sharon. Easy question to answer. So, 505 is a temporary but non-repositionable fabric safe spray. So you'll use this to temporarily glue layers together. So typically the top, the wadding and the backing of a quilt. Once you've sprayed it and stuck your layers together, they will stay put for months, until you wash it basically, or pull them apart, okay? And they come apart without damaging the wadding or anything else. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's not like super glue, but they will hold together. But it's not a repositionable. So once it's dried, it's not sticky or tacky, and you couldn't re-stick on top, okay? Your 404 stays sticky, stays tacky, okay? It never dries, okay? Which means that you can spray a surface, so say, for example, calico, that surface then will remain sticky and tacky, and you could use that as a design wall. You can put your fabrics on and they'll stick, but you can take them off and they don't have any sticky on them. So then you can put them together and sew them. And then when you've made the block, stick it back on your design wall. That could be hanging up on the wall. It could be pinned to your closed curtains. It could be on a bed. You know, you might be doing this in the village hall at your quilt club. And then you can fold or roll up your design wall, take it home, unroll it, and then carry on. So both are very useful, but this stays sticky and doesn't dry. It's repositionable. This one, once it's dried, it's not usable again, if you like. It holds the layers together while you quilt them. Hope that helped. Right. Yeah, let's do the grid. Okay. So this is a very clever product from Vliseline. Very clever product from Vliseline. This is Vliseline Quilter's iron-on interlining in white with a grid. And the grid that we've got on here is a 1-inch grid. Okay. So printed on one side, fusible on the other non-printed side, okay? If you get stuck, you'll be able to see the grid very clearly on one side. It's smooth. The other side, you can still see the grid, but it's less distinct, and you can feel the bumps of the glue. Now, how do we use this? Well, mostly this is used for mosaic quilting, or pixelated quilting. Now, Lynn Goldsworth has just come back in the room. Lynn, I remember when you made the pixelated RuPaul quilt. Now, did you use gridded interfacing, or did you just go straight for sewing squares together? Straight for sewing squares. Did you? See, now that's Lynn Goldsworthy, and she's a legend. Mere mortals like me, I would use the gridded. Or have you seen the fabulous Tilda, like gridded flowers, like the cross-stitch flower? Yeah? In fact, Ben, I'm going to ask you, can you do me a really quick Pinterest search for Tilda flower quilt or Tilda bouquet quilt? And we'll just show you, because, oh my goodness, I wish I had £1 for every quilter I know who's making this or wants to make this quilt. They've done about 3 or 4 of them, and they're actually launching a new one this year. And they're a little bit like quilts based on cross-stitch charts, where every square represents a cross-stitch. And they've done these quilts. They are absolutely amazing. Yes. So look at like that. Look at that. That is absolutely incredible. Now, they are made using this quilter's grid. They're using these Quilter's grid. And they're made in sections. And basically what you do is you cut out your square. Now this is a 1-inch grid, but you could use 2-inch squares of fabric or 3-inch squares or whatever size squares you want, or rectangles. And you actually lay those squares out on the glue side. So you lay them all out, okay, raw edge to raw edge, okay, not overlapping. Then you would use something like a small travel iron to iron them all in place, okay. And then what you do is, going from the gridded side, you fold your grid on the line, okay, like that, and then you sew a 1/4 inch seam allowance. Then you would fold it on the next line, and you would sew your 1/4 inch. So you end up with this sort of like concertina almost of all these different seams that you've sewn, all in one direction. Once you've done that, you then get a pair of sharp scissors and you cut through, because there's a little fold where you've done your seam allowance, you cut through that and press your seam allowances open. You do that across all of it, then you turn the work, fold it on the other lines and sew again, cut, open your seams and press, and then what you've got is perfectly matched little squares all sewn together, no muss, no fuss. And it's an absolutely brilliant way and a super accurate way of doing those pixelated style quilts. Very clever. And you can buy it as you need it, because you can join the pieces together. Once you've sewn your little block, your unit, you just sew that to another finished unit and press that seam open. Very, very easy. Or you can go old school like Lynn Goldsworthy and just do it as squares. It's a lot of work though, Lynn. Was that quilt a gift for someone?
I gave it to my niece. My niece Maya. She's a big drag fan.
Yeah.
Yes.
Fabulous. Fabulous. You could do all kinds of faces, couldn't you, in those pixelated style?
I do think, though, it's one of those styles of quilt where you make it once, and then you don't necessarily want to do another one. It's so long.
Yes.
And you can't get into any kind of rhythm with it at all. You know, it's not like you're making repeated blocks or anything.
No.
Every square is different.
Lynn, I think we should get you trying some of this.
Yeah.
Try it with this.
Yeah.
Different kettle of fish.
Yeah.
You obviously will need a photograph of someone's face. Lynn was just saying, sorry, she hasn't got her mic on so you couldn't hear her, but she was saying, you know, that quilt was the kind of thing she would only ever make once. But I'm trying to convince her to make it again.
With your face.
Very good stuff. Very good stuff. I'm going to say, let's do freezer paper. Yeah. I've got 2 quick recommendations here, actually. Wool pressing mats and the freezer paper. So freezer paper first. So this is Reynolds freezer paper. I'm a huge fan. In America, it's used for wrapping meat that goes in the freezer. It's got a sort of cartridge paper with a waxy finish on one side. That sticks to fabric with a hot dry iron, and we use it for templates, foundation piecing, quilting motifs. It can also be used just for paper pattern pieces, for things like instead of templates, for bag making, for dressmaking. Now, if you went to Hobby Craft, £10.80 for a roll. That's exactly the same product, exactly the same amount, same box, same everything. £10.80 at Hobbycraft, or £7.49 from Sewing Street. There it is. Brilliant stuff. Again, this is one of my 5 hero products. 505 basting spray, Reynolds freezer paper. I'm not telling you the rest. A gentleman has to retain a few secrets, a little allure. I've got the allure. Right, quickly mention wool pressing mats. Never knew I needed one of these until I got one. Now I can't live without them. Big one, I have a big one. Here we go. I have a big one, I have a smaller one. This one's 11.5 inches by 16.5 inches. Well, I've got both, as I say. I've got the big one, I've got the small one. Both useful. This one I'll use on my ironing board as well because I love that firm surface. Use both sides, remember. I've got the smaller size, £24.99 for the larger, or I've got the 12-inch square, £19.99. I think that plus clapper are game changers. If you haven't tried either of these, get both. Try them both. They are absolute game changers. Right. I need to vacate my position here, move over there, because this next hour is going to be a whopper. It's Lynn Goldsworthy. We're doing this amazing Mariner's Compass quilt. It's been so busy on pre-order. So busy. Please be careful. Use the break actually to check out your pattern or your kit. There's only one kit. It's this one. I'll see you after this.
When you hear the term half square triangle, or HST, it refers to a simple way to create two identical triangle shapes from a fabric square. Start with two squares of fabric, any size, and place one on top of the other, aligning the raw edges. Using a ruler and a fabric pen, mark a diagonal line from corner to corner. Then mark a second line 1/4 inch on either side of the diagonal. Pin the fabric together to keep it secure, then sew along the two outer lines that you marked. Now carefully cut along the first diagonal line you drew. Press the seams flat using the heat from an iron. Use washi tape to align your ruler and trim away any excess fabric. And there you have it. Your half square triangle is ready to use.
Start 2025 with a burst of creativity. Throughout the month of January, Sewing Street is here to inspire you with new skills, new techniques and new demonstrations. Whether you're a complete beginner or looking to expand your expertise, we'll bring you new exciting projects, new guest designers and new top tips to kickstart 2025. It's a new year, new hobby, here on Sewing Street.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Chain piecing is a method where you can sew lots of pieces of fabric together all in one go. It saves time and it saves fabric and is a little bit more accurate too. So when you want to sew chain piecing, I'm going to sew 2 squares of fabric together. They're only little, so I'm not pinning them. So just put the foot down and I'm going to sew them together with a 1/4 inch seam allowance. Just stop a couple of stitches before the end of the first one and pop the next set underneath. I like to leave a little gap because it makes it easier to cut. Stop just a couple of stitches before the end and then pop the next ones underneath. If you leave a couple of stitches, those stitches will then stitch almost into the air and you can cut them off. But it means that you're not stopping and starting, you're not wasting thread, and you can have a nice accurate group of patches. Also, if you're doing this like a production line, it means that you've got them all joined together. So once it's finished, all of your pieces are now joined together into one long line, which you then just cut apart and you've joined them all. Now, if you're wanting to sew at an angle, maybe you're sewing half square triangles and you need to sew either side of a drawn line. So I'm going to position my foot, so I've got the 1/4 inch seam allowance. You can do the same thing. I'm going to sew 1/4 inch outside. Just stop a couple of stitches before the end and then you can pop the next one in. I'm going to line up those lines and then stitch across and you can stitch the next one in. So it's really easy. Just carry on stitching all the way along. You could stitch along the line, or you can stitch either side, depending on what you're doing. But it does mean that they're all joined together in one nice long line in exactly the same way. And it's quicker and easier too.
Welcome back. Don't look at me. Look at this.
Oh, shall I move out of the way?
No, I was referring to you as this.
Oh, this.
No, look at this quilt. This is magnificent. The colours, the fabrics, the design, just the whole thing. You know those bucket list quilts you have to make? This is going on your list, isn't it? If it's not already there, what a magnificent piece of work. Lynn, it is absolutely beautiful.
Thank you. I have to say, some quilts, I design them and then I'm disappointed with how they come out. I don't know if you have that. And some I design, and then when I make them and I see them, I think, oh, I like how that's come out, and I like how this one came out. I was really, really happy with it. But then I do always love, as do you, a mariner's compass.
I do.
Both
I love a one-block quilt.
I do too, but it has to be a decent block.
Got to be the best, yeah.
Yes, it's got to be something with impact, and this is good because you can get lots of fabrics into it.
Yeah, it is. It's gorgeous, and the palette is very classy. Very restful, very dynamic. There's such a lot of beautiful kind of movement there. All those points shooting out from the centre. North, south, east or west.
Yes, something best.
Always the best. Home's best.
It might be home's the best, yeah.
East, west, home's best.
Yes, I think you're right.
It's gorgeous. Absolutely lovely. I'm going to dive straight in with the quilt kit. We've only got one kit, but it is to make that very quilt, okay? Same fabrics throughout. It's just... Is this a bit of Annie Downs, hatched and patched? There's a bit in there, isn't there? There's a mixture.
They're lovely, very usable prints, I have to say. And they're nice because you've got dark blues, light blues, so you can get the sort of contrast on the points, which is what you want in a mariner's compass.
You want those lights and darks, don't you?
Yeah, exactly.
You need those noticeable lights and darks.
Yeah.
Loving these little warm honey tans.
Yes, just sort of slightly hiding there.
They are. Oh, it's such a gorgeous palette. The price is incredible. $89.99. If this was a boxed kit, this would be $149.99 and the rest. Wouldn't it? It would. It would.
You're right.
If this was in a box, this would be $149. It could be $169.99.
You're right.
This is under £90. And also, look, you've got 3 metres of beautiful Macawa linen texture. This is one of our favourites, Lynn.
It is. Well, I use these all the time because they just give something a little more than a solid. They just give a little bit more texture.
Yeah.
And a little bit more interest.
Gorgeous sort of chambray denim blue.
Yeah.
Is that your binding?
That's the binding, yeah. Perfect for the binding. Goes really well with that set of prints.
Yeah. Oh, it fits brilliantly. Absolutely brilliantly. Now, I need to give you a bit of a stock warning on this. It's way oversubscribed. There are way more of you with this in your basket than we have got kits available. I know we're only 5 minutes and 32 seconds into the show, but I am certain that this kit is going to sell out. It's just a question of, is it going to be in 5 minutes or 15? But what I would say is, lots of you have already been disappointed today. We've had loads of sellouts today. We had one where there were 26, 28 people missed out on a beautiful thread collection. I don't want that to keep happening, but it is going to happen because there's nearly 50 of you with this in your basket, and I've got 20 odd kits. So if you want this kit, you need to be fast, okay? It's so lovely, but we've only got one kit available. I don't mean one, you know, there's one version of the kit available, and it's this colourway. That's all the kits we've got. Okay, this is what you're going to make. Absolutely magnificent piece of work. Anybody could take this to any guild group, WI, friendship group and say, I made this. And trust me, when I say, everyone will just go, wow, wow, that's amazing. Lynn Goldsworth has done it again. She's done it again. I don't even have teens available left now of this kit. Well done. Thank you for checking out your baskets. You know, I hate it when people miss out.
Yeah, of course. I hate it when I have something in my basket and then it's gone. It's so frustrating.
It's the worst.
You kick yourself.
It's the worst.
Yeah.
But remember, it's not yours until you've checked out your basket. So well done, everyone who's checked out their baskets. That means you've got your products now, 1 P&P all day. You've got the pattern too. You can make it again and again. Wow, 64 of you in baskets.
Wow.
For my last, I've got 12 kits left.
Wow.
Yeah. It's just gorgeous. For me, these beautiful linen textures just add such a classy look.
I agree. They're great in every quilt you use them in. I love using them.
Yeah. And it doesn't matter whether they're traditional or modern fabrics or what, they always work.
And they've got a great range of colours. So.
Yeah, just gorgeous.
Yeah.
And then your actual piecing fabrics. So you've got these beautiful, warm honey tans. You've got these soft slates. Love the range of prints as well. You've got little words here. You've got textures, a checkerboard, gorgeous little honeycomb. There are the butterflies. We've got the bees already. And then this range of colours from your sort of darkest navies. 5 kits left now, folks. Last few. These beautiful, beautiful prints that just work so harmoniously. So harmoniously. How many in baskets, Ben? Go on. 70 kits in baskets. I've got 5 kits left. If you want this, 4 left now. You get your pattern. 2 left now. We've got 2 kits left. It is literally the last one. Last one. Going. 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 Gone.
No.
It's sold out.
Wow.
It's sold out. I'm going to go to the green room now and have a cup of tea. I'll just leave you to it then. No.
Wild panic.
Can I just say, while we're in the middle, I've got a beautiful backing bundle for this quilt in that gorgeous chambray denim linen texture. It's a fabulous price, actually. It's $39.93, and that is for 3.5 metres. That's a shade over £10 a metre. That can't be right.
Good. That's good.
That can't be right. What's that per metre? $39.93 divided by 3.5, Ben. Do maths, come on. What's our price per metre?
I can't do that.
$11.40 a metre.
Wow.
That's fabulous. $5.70 a half metre. That's virtually the price of solids.
Yeah.
That's brilliant.
Yeah.
Brilliant. Wouldn't that be the most glorious backing for that quilt?
Perfect for that. It is.
Beautiful.
It goes with it perfectly. Yeah, totally.
Really beautiful. But if you're not thinking backing, that would be the most beautiful background colour for a pieced quilt. That would go really nicely with
I
the
agree.
Tilda.
I agree.
I'm launching the new Tilda range very soon. Less than 4 weeks.
I love them. I really love them.
It
They're
would
gorgeous.
go so well.
Yes. Yeah. They are lovely, lovely soft prints and colours.
It's gorgeous. That is beautiful, beautiful fabric. It's got that very subtle. Now, we say linen texture. It doesn't have a texture at all. It's completely smooth, cotton, okay? But the texture is a visual sort of illusion. It's the print. But it does look like woven slubby fabric.
It does,
Gorgeous.
it does.
It's just enough, isn't it?
It is just enough, but easy to work with, very easy to work with. You're not working with linens, which can be a bit more stubborn.
Macao is just gorgeous.
Yeah, they're great fabrics.
First fabric company I ever worked with as a designer.
Yeah.
And I think you've done a lot of work with them as well.
I have, yeah.
And actually, it's because of Macao that I did the sewing bee.
Which is amazing.
Because I didn't even know the sewing bee was being cast.
Well, nobody did.
They said to me, they asked me if I knew about the sewing bee.
That's fantastic.
Yeah. Anyway, I'll leave that. Right, instructions.
Yes.
Physical pattern. Now, they are both extremely busy. Be careful on the physical pattern. This can sell out. The digital pattern can't sell out. Okay, but this can sell out. So grab yours. £9.99. This is one of those heirloom masterpiece. You don't have to be a master quilter to make this, but it looks like you are. You'll feel awfully clever. Fabulous. You've even got your 8 at a time half square triangle.
Exactly. So any opportunity to make the job a little bit easier is going to be squeezed into every pattern, that's for sure.
Love that.
Yeah.
I love that you're showing us that side of you, Lynn, because I know that side of you. We've worked together loads.
Yes.
But you really are a real world quilter.
I mean, I really like to get things done the easiest way.
You're a busy person.
I mean,
You've got stuff to do.
I love quilting.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if I can make 2 quilts in a month or 3 quilts in a month, better than one.
Exactly.
So I just like to find the quickest way. And I think a little bit of sloppiness is okay.
Love that. This is the physical pattern, £9.99, absolutely flying out. Great. Absolutely gorgeous. Loads in baskets. Check out, won't you? Absolutely brilliant. That's your physical pattern. If you prefer to go digital, Ben's going to keep doing this joke in my ear until he's going, let's get digital, digital. I want to get digital.
Let's get into digital. You can sing this line.
Have I gone too far?
I think that line is a little bit,
That's too much. $9.99. It's an instant purchase, instant download. So you could be working on this afternoon.
Yeah.
Love it. Love it. And we can't sell out. So, and also as well, you can print your templates straight off.
So much easier. Well, it is easier, I think, to be able to print straight from your computer if you've got lots of templates.
Yeah.
So that does make life a bit easier, yeah.
It does. Now, in terms of how much fabric do you need for this quilt? Well, can we? I know it's sold out, but can we put the kit back in? Or can you tell me the kit breakdown? 3.5 meters of your background fabric, 8 fat quarters, 5 fat eighths, and then 1/2 metre of binding. So that's easy. Or scraps.
Yeah.
Cool. Great. Lynn Goldsworthy.
Stuart Hillard.
Please make me a quilt. Or show me what you can. Can I come over and join you, or do you want me to stay over here?
No, that would be lovely if you came over and joined me. I might need some sellotaping.
Oh.
How are you on sellotaping?
I think that might be above my pay grade, Lynn, but I'll give it a go. Have you not even got a dispenser?
You are my dispenser. I do have a dispenser.
I'm the dispenser. Great.
Sounds like the Terminator, doesn't
I've got to
it?
find the end first.
The end is usually not well hidden. The end is usually,
okay, I've got it.
but it's pretty well hidden.
Okay.
So what I want to do to start with is show you how we're going to make the main template. So the main template, you start off by cutting these pieces with it, then you cut it down a bit, and then these pieces are cut with it. Then you cut it down a bit, and these pieces are cut. and then you cut it down a bit, and these pieces are cut. So they're
You're
all
clever.
from
That's
one
brilliant.
template.
That's brilliant.
Thank you, Stuart. So you're going to cut these templates. There are 3 templates to make it, and that's because they're in 3 only because you want it to fit on A4 sheets of paper so that you can easily print them from your printer. So you're going to cut along the dashed lines, along the outside, and then you join these. When you have my templates that you join together, you'll have, say, for example, 2 blue lines, and you join at the blue lines. Let me just cut that end bit off. So let's start. So I'm going to cut at the red line, and then we're going to join the 2 templates here. So you join red to red, and you join them just there.
I can't tear this sellotape,
Okay,
so
okay,
I'll
no
just
problem.
stick, and then we can
Yeah, and I can
rotary
cut it with the rotary cutter. Yeah, perfect. And then we can just fold that to the back. So that's part of your template, and then the final part of it is on another sheet.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Now
So there's not a lot of joining together.
No, it's just 2 joins for this one, because you need it to be that long for this piece here.
But the cutting it down afterwards is absolute
Right,
genius.
so you just make the one template. And as
That is really clever, though,
I've
isn't
said
it?
before, you know, I do like to minimise work.
My mind is rather blur. Well, I can tell you're very good at delegating. I mean, I'm learning.
Stuart, you're not on it. Did you get that piece there?
Yep. You want to get rid of it? Do you want me to come around and vacuum your house?
Oh my gosh, that would be amazing.
No, it really wasn't a genuine offer, Lynn.
Actually, that job was divvied up between my daughters yesterday.
Oh, was
Yeah,
it?
it was, yeah.
Good for you.
Absolutely.
Good for you.
So same
Gave them life.
I guess
At least they can do
at
is
least they
vacuum
is
your friends
over the
up.
kitchen.
Yes.
So same again, we've got a blue line and a blue line, and you join the template. Let me just get these joined. Join the template at the blue line. So any template of mine that's like this, that's in more than one piece, it's always joined blue to blue or red to red or whatever. So there you have this whole template, and I'm not going to demo cutting, oh, let's go flat. I'm not going to demo cutting this whole piece because that's quite a big piece to cut, but I'm going to show you how you cut it down as you go, and we'll cut out one of the smaller ones, and I'll show you that. So you'll see that on the template, there are dashed lines all the way up the template, and that's where you're going to cut it down. So once you've cut your first pieces, which are in the these big pieces, you then take the bottom off at the green line, and it says to you, there's an arrow and to show you to cut it there. Then you cut it down further, so we're going to cut to that line. And then when you get to the final one, you cut at the red line, which you can barely see on here. So I'm going to show you now how we go about cutting these using this D template. So you're cutting the second largest size of piece here. So you cut, and it says this in the pattern, so you don't need to remember these kind of details. You cut strips that are 3.5 inches wide from your fat quarters. I've got a little top tip for you here, Stuart.
Okay.
Yeah. I like a top tip.
I love a top tip.
Yeah. Okay, so here we go. You've got 2 strips, and they're a bit messy like that. They're a bit all unlined up, but you want to line them up perfectly. Little top tip for doing this, fold it, fold it, and then you tap it.
Love that. Love that.
Wonders never cease. Now, on your template, you will see that, let me just get these flattened out. Here we go. You'll see on your template that it says, template C, cut 8 right side up, dark. So for every pair of fabrics, you'll have a dark and a light because that's how you get the 3D effect on the mariner's compass. So for each one you cut, you'll have, it'll tell you dark, right side up, light, wrong side up. So here I've got the dark one, right side up, which you can see if I do that, and the light one, wrong side up. So you can cut those together. And the way I do it with these is I'll lay the template on there, and then I get a friction pen, or you could use a mechanical pencil, and you're going to mark, just basically mark the sort of various spots along the straight edges of your template. And that just makes it easier really to cut to these lines than it is trying to sort of wrestle a template of this size. Another thing you can do, if it makes it easier for you, is put a bit of Adhesive 505 basting spray, which I think you were using in the last session, and just spray it down and leave it in place while you cut it, peel it away, and then put it down again, you know, so it's sort of basted in place.
Lynn, if I may, 404.
Oh, is that
Use
better
the 404
for that?
because it's repositionable. Because then you could spray your template and you could use it for all your cutting.
Oh, that's
Whereas
amazing.
your 505 will dry.
That's amazing. I've never used 404. Thank you, Stuart. What a great top tip. So then you flip this piece around and you can see you can fit it back in again.
Oh, yeah.
Just there. So you can use that same cutting line down the middle.
It's a twofer.
It's a twofer.
Brilliant.
Got to take a little bit off the edge here because 3.5 wasn't exactly the perfect amount, but you don't want people cutting weird amounts.
No, right.
So you've got all of that ready to go. And if you're a very confident cutter, you could cut 2 of each in one go or 4 of each in one go. It just depends on how much you like cutting more than one fabric. I don't mind cutting quite a few bits, but some people prefer not to. So let me just move the sewing machine out of the way. Brilliant, thank you. I think I'll just...
I tell you what, if I move this off the table for a moment...
So you just cut along the lines you've drawn. Oop. Take the other end off this. And then go down along the long line. Might have to do that in 2 sections, but that's okay. There we go. And then that one just needed a little bit of trimming. So there you've cut 2 of each colour of your C templates. And you do the same principle for all of those big blade templates that you're doing around the whole quilt. So you cut them in those strips and it tells you each time which fabric should face up and which fabric should face down. So you can cut them all in one go like that.
I have got some packs of friction pens if you want to grab some. They are super useful, these, aren't they?
I love friction pens. They're amazing. I use them all the time for marking anything and everything. And once you've marked it, just irons away. It's brilliant.
Yeah, absolutely. Have a look on the website for these. We've got 2 different sets, but either of them absolutely brilliant. We've got fine liners. We've got your regular friction pens as well. Have a look on the website for those. Thanks, Lynn.
That was just an accidental discovery, wasn't it? That somebody discovered you could use them for sewing.
I don't know. I never really heard the story.
Well, somebody designed these pens that the heat, they rub out with the heat, so the rubber on the end heats it up, and that's how the mark disappears. And somebody worked out, well, I could use that and just iron the marks off. Yeah. First time I saw that, I thought it's amazing.
It's very clever.
It's genius.
Yeah, it's good.
That's brilliant. So, shall I get on to the next step?
Yes, please.
Okay. So the next step, what I was saying to Stuart before, before we got going this morning, was this looks really, really daunting, but you have within the pattern, you can pass me one of those patterns, would you? Thank you. You have within the pattern a sort of map of what you're doing. So let me just
Well, I
show
said this
you
morning
there.
exactly what you said. It's like Lego, A to B,
Exactly.
A, B to C.
That's what I was going to say. So this shows you, when you cut all of your little pieces, what I do is I leave them in a pile pinned to the template I've cut them from. So I've got my G templates there, my F templates there, and that way you can keep track of everything that you're doing. And when you look at this diagram here, you can see how the whole thing goes together. You can see which piece goes where, and that way you can keep track of what you're doing all the way along. And like I said to Stuart this morning, it is like building a Lego set in that you put this piece with this piece, then you add this piece, then you add this piece. So I'm just going to show you what I mean by that. So let me start with a couple of Ds, which are out here, which are the smallest piece that you cut. So I've got a few of these here, which I've cut already, and I'm going to lay these out and show you how they work. So you literally, to get started, to get the feel of what you're doing, you just follow the pattern that I've got there in that big diagram. So I'll bring that down a bit and then you can see what I'm doing. So I'm sort of laying out these here. So you lay them out like that. And then you've got, to either side, you've got an H template. So let me find my H templates. That pin down there. So those will go, and you can see looking at the picture how they go. So they go like that, and then on the bottom you have got a G template. So let me find a G template. And that's how you're going to put this piece together. It's that simple. So you'll start off, and I'll do that now, you'll start off by sewing these two pieces together. Let me just see if I'm all set up properly.
And it can seem daunting. I think in some ways, Lynn, over the last 30 years, although the sort of like quick-pieced half-square triangles and flying geese and things like that have brought a lot of us into quilting that might never have discovered it.
Yeah.
I think in some ways it's also de-skilled a generation of quilters. That the minute you mention that something uses a template, we throw our hands up and say, oh no, I like to rotary cut and I make half-square. But actually it loses the fact that templates are actually incredibly easy to use.
And it just means, like having Lego pieces, everything fits together. So you don't have any guesswork. You just literally sew the pieces together one by one, as if you were making a Lego set.
But I think...
So the templates actually do make it work.
Yeah, they do. But I think I'd done 10 years of quilt making before I used a template. And I was terrified.
Really?
Yeah, because
it's
I was
almost
just
like a sort of mental block about...
Well, you can do so much with those basic
You can,
units.
you
It's like
can.
You could quilt your whole life and never use them.
No, you're right,
But
you
you'd
could
be
do.
missing out.
You would, and I love big circular designs, and you always need templates for those, because other than maybe like a Lone Star, that you can get away with, but generally you do. Right, so I'm just going to sew these two pieces together.
So 1/4 inch again.
1/4 inch seam throughout everything, yeah. Very rare I use anything but a 1/4 inch seam. Oh, Stuart's one step ahead. Actually, no, he was doing something else. So we're going to press that. Let's have a look. We can press that to one side. Do you have a moment to press that?
Oh, yeah, of course I will.
Thank you.
You know, you've definitely helping me find myself a job here. Wendy says, oh, where do I find today's special? The Stuart Hillard Little Helper. Every sewing room needs one.
Wouldn't that be amazing?
Wouldn't that be amazing?
That would be fantastic. Just sitting, helping out.
Exactly. Steph says, Stuart, you are in demand. Do you have a twin? Well, once, a couple of years ago, they printed a life-size version of me as a cardboard cutout, right, to take to Festival of Quilts. And I couldn't resist taking a picture in here with my twin behind me. Okay. And then I put a post on Facebook saying, oh, when your identical twin turns up at work and causes havoc. And I had so many messages from people saying, Stuart, I did not know you had a twin brother. But you can actually see there are subtle differences between the two of you. It was adorable. Adorable. There we go.
Okay, so where did we go? Okay, so we have got that piece there, and then we can now, doesn't matter what order you do it in, add these bits to the side or add your G template to the bottom. So I'll add the G template to the bottom.
Okay.
So you want to line that up so that it's centred. You don't need to measure it or fold it to match it up or whatever.
Steph also says, what I love about sewing in general, especially true of quilting, there's no right or wrong way of doing things as long as you get the result you're after.
I 100% agree with that. I think the sort of rules of the quilt police that have been handed down through generations don't matter at all, as long as you, as she says, as long as you get the result you're after. It doesn't really matter how you do it.
No, exactly. And they only apply if you happen to have been taught that method.
Yeah.
You know, that you think that's the right method.
And if it feels like the easiest way to do it, but if there are better ways or quicker ways or easier ways to do it, then that works too. I'm just going to take those little triangles off.
I've recently started following somebody on Instagram who does all of their cutting out, even squares and, you know, rectangles, by marking them with chalk and then cuts them out with scissors. And I thought, well, I wouldn't want to do that particularly myself. But it just reminded me that we just think, oh yeah, rotary cutter, ruler, mat, that's it. And it isn't the only way.
No, it's not the way they did it before. They didn't always have rotary cutters, but oh my goodness, to make life easier. Oh my gosh, the thought of cutting things out with scissors. I almost never cut with scissors.
No.
Right, so I'm sewing these two, now what are they? H template pieces to the side. I do forget to put that down.
No Pinland Goldsworthy is in the house?
No pin, gosh, no, I don't ever pin. And what you'll find actually as you're sewing these is not every single one will come out and finish at the perfect spot. But frankly, when you look at that, I don't think you would have noticed that you know, if you're busy looking at the sort of perfection of one little piece, it doesn't show at all on a mariner's compass.
No.
You know, these are in all different places. That one doesn't reach the side at all. That one reaches the side. That one reaches the side. It really doesn't matter.
No.
So don't get too worried about it all being perfect.
Just don't do that thing that quilters seem pre-programmed to do, which is go to Guild and hold it up, and everyone's gasping, saying, "Oh my goodness, that's amazing!" And you're there saying, "Oh, that doesn't match up," and don't look at this bit, and don't look at that bit, because we all do that.
Almost all quilters spend time pointing out the mistakes in it. I don't know what it is. I didn't know if it was a British thing or if it's like a universal quilting thing.
Yeah.
So
I say we all do that. I don't do that. And I make a deliberate point, not because there aren't mistakes in my quilt, but I have learned just to take the compliments.
yes, absolutely. And the compliments always went. Nobody cares about the bit where it got missed out. They care about the overall look of the thing. The little details are just not part of the of what you admire about a quilt.
Well, the thing is, if there was one person in the Guild that actually did walk up and say, "Oh, we haven't actually matched those points together very well," they're the people we'd call the quilt police.
Yes.
And we'd sort of, you know what I mean, wrinkle our nose a bit.
Yeah.
Well, why be your own quilt police
That
and
is
be the
very
person
true. Why be
pointing
your own
out the
quilt
mistake?
police? You see here, that's not reached the edge.
I think
That's
that looks
fine.
terrific.
Yes, it looks great, doesn't it?
Why be your own quilt police, Lynn?
Well, what I'm trying to say is...
No.
But I hear what you're saying too.
I think you've just shown us, in no uncertain terms, that we can all sew using templates. I think that looks terrific.
100%.
That's
it
the
looks
result.
great. It was quick and easy to do. Up on the top here, you can probably see it doesn't quite match up. Just nip that off with the rotary cutter.
Yep.
Look, that's gone. Here, you want to take that little piece off. You can see on this side that I haven't got it quite right. It's fine. The next seam will cover that.
Yep.
So those little details, you really don't need to worry about. Now, would you like me to make another of those and show you the next step of putting the one in the middle?
Please.
Right, so I'll carry on doing that, and I'll make another of those pieces because you can see when you look at the pattern that you start off, that's the piece I've just made there. And then when we turn the page, if we've got two of those, then we attach it to a middle piece of the next size up and then a bit on the bottom. So you're actually doing exactly the same thing again.
Great.
And that's how you're going to make the whole thing, is you basically just keep repeating, adding 2 triangles on the side and 1 on the bottom, until you get all your sections of the quilt, of the mariner's compass, that then get sewn together. So it's just the same again.
Great.
And it does remind me of... Did you ever get Lego for Christmas?
I had Lego for Christmas this year. And I bought Charlie Lego for Christmas as well.
What Lego did
we
you
love a bit
have?
of Lego. So I've got the orchid. The potted orchid.
Wow.
I love the botanicals. And I also...
Not concentrating.
I love all sorts, actually. Charlie's really into the architecture.
Oh,
Lego
yes.
architecture. And he also loves vehicles and anything to do with farming. So I got him like a combine harvester.
Oh, that's amazing.
Which-
We have to see that when it's done. Has he started it?
No, not yet.
Yeah.
Friends of ours are doing the Land Rover Discovery,
Oh, cool.
which he has also got lined up.
Oh,
So yeah, we love a bit of Lego in our
I
house.
love a bit of
Yeah.
Lego as well. Yeah, my daughter got the Statue of Liberty for Christmas.
Oh,
which I
amazing!
thought- yeah, which I thought was
amazing.
pretty cool.
Yeah. Charlie's done the Sydney Opera House, the big one. That's very impressive.
Wow.
Yeah.
So
What's your favourite Lego you've ever done?
Well, oh gosh, Stuart, if I ever remember to put the foot down. My favourite I ever did was I got for Christmas when I was probably about 12, and it was a Formula One racing car, and I just thought it was the coolest thing ever. I'd asked for it the year before, and my parents couldn't afford it, so they got me a tractor.
Yeah.
And I confess I did have a little bit of a sulk, which is really shameful to admit, isn't it? That you get a Christmas present and you're not grateful. But then the next year, I think the budget went up, and they got me the Formula, or maybe they didn't want another Christmas sulk.
Fair enough, yeah. So Sulk did the trick.
Yeah, sorry about that, Dad.
Yeah.
Who's hopefully watching now. Right, now, sulk did the trick. If it works.
Real Len.
Right, now I need two more of these H pieces, which are the big triangles. So again, you can see that those will just go either side, and we'll just sew them on like we did before.
I think as well, what I love what you're demonstrating now is that actually, although when you look at this quilt, you think, oh, that's a year's work. You can actually see that Lynn is building up this section here, this piece here, and I think it's fair to say in about half an hour, she'll have that done.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's 4 hours to piece those sections.
But actually, once you get going with these and you're piecing the same pairs and the same pairs and the same pairs, it all speeds right up and it actually goes together a lot more quickly than when I'm just doing one, piece by piece at the moment.
Exactly. If you've got it in your basket, check out, please. Get this home. Give it a go. You will love it. You won't get me to help you iron, but frankly, a trained monkey could do what I do. Oh, stop it! Look! It's the So Helpful Little Helper, Stuart Hillard. Pressing, cutting, piecing. Great work.
Somebody just put that together. That's amazing.
Look, there's a code. Where's the code? Where's the skew?
Is, what does it cost?
What does it cost?
What does it
Priceless.
cost?
What does it? Well, he costs. It costs. What does it cost? I don't know. It doesn't cost
$49.99.
You can't buy my love, Lynn.
Oh,
you just get it.
You just get it if you earn it. Right.
Oh.
There's another piece for you. And
Thank
then
you. I like the way you just casually threw that down. It was just like, that's next. Taking liberties.
The luxury of having somebody to... It's amazing.
I wouldn't know. I've never been fortunate enough to have a Stuart Hillard little
when
helper.
you're a guest and you're doing this bit, maybe Dan could do that bit for you.
Dan?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Do you not think?
No.
I think he could.
The little helper. The jolly little helper.
Right, so I'm going to trim that one as well.
Wow, look at this. This is looking amazing.
Yes, it does come together pretty quickly. I'm just
really
taking the little spare bits off. And you can trim off little bits if it doesn't all kind of match up quite right. So now,
Ben, I need you to send me that picture, please.
Yes.
I need to be able to put that on my Instagram. Perhaps with a little special offer sign on it. New low price. A new low. Oh, no, Wendy says, Stuart, I feel you're priceless. We mere mortals can't afford you. No,
that's right.
It's not true. It's not true. Like I say, well, I just love it. I love what I do. It's a privilege to be here.
And you're very, very good at it.
Thank you. Good at pressing.
Yes,
good at pressing.
Very good at pressing. Now, what goes on the bottom of there? I'm going to have a look at my chart. And on the bottom of there, we need a G. So I need to, no, not a G, an F. So I need to find an F.
Okay.
Oh, I've got one here. Okay, that's great.
Christy says, oh, that was lovely. That was really fun, wasn't it?
That was really funny.
Oh, Steph says, does it bake too? Oh, you're all joining in with this now, aren't you? Does it bake too? You know it does. You know it
knits.
And knits.
Yes.
Yeah.
And tidies up the sitting room before bed.
That's right. Yes. That's right. Don't give away all my secrets.
Sorry.
No, on
Sunday. That was told me in confidence.
On Sunday, I've got a knitting show. We're doing a lovely knitting show.
Oh, I'm going to watch that. I'd love to know how to knit.
Yeah.
So,
I'll teach you how.
Just following the pattern, we've now got an F piece that goes on the bottom of here. So do exactly the same as before. You're just sewing a triangle onto the bottom of this, what would you call it? A point,
easy.
A blade? I'm not quite sure what you would call it.
Blade.
A blade, a point, an arrow, compass point, I suppose you'd call it.
Liz says, I still have a few bricks from the first batch of Lego brought into the country.
Really?
My dad bought me one of the original sets.
Wow.
That's incredible.
I was always envious of those families that were the first to get the good stuff. You know, we had a family in town, the Pierces. They were the first with the Scale X trick. You know, the first with an Atari. Remember that game with the...
Yeah. Charlie's family were a bit like that. His dad
Really?
was an incredibly early adopter of things like home computers,
Wow.
you know, video players, things like that.
Yeah. So they had the... So I'm just going to butt in here, sorry. And we've now got the 2 triangles on the side, 1 on the bottom, and we're just going to add these triangles to the side. So you can see, when I say it goes together like Lego, that's what I mean. It's just sort of putting together piece by piece and just following the chart. And once you get into it, you're doing all 8 at once, and you actually get quite a speed up.
Yeah, definitely.
Have something on the radio, or the telly, or an audio book.
Do you?
I don't listen to audiobooks, mainly because I'm too tight to pay for Audible.
Feel a bit the same.
Yeah. It's a lot of money,
as well,
isn't it?
I can't absorb the story if I'm hearing it. I need to read it.
I know what you mean. It's almost like half an hour passes and your mind's
washes over
wandered
me.
and you've forgotten what happened, then you have to go back a few pages.
Towards the dark?
Doesn't really matter.
Okay.
Whatever's easier.
So what book are you reading right now? Can you tell us?
So I'm reading a book and I can't remember what it's called. I know it's by Kristin Hannah, and I do what I always do, which is I get to about page 10, then I nod off, and then I have to start again the next night. So I've been reading from pages 1
So a book lasts you for years.
It lasts me for years. I'm actually a cheap book date.
I was going to say.
What are you reading?
I'm literally about to start reading a book by Anne of Cleves.
Oh, okay.
Anne of Cleves. It's actually Anne Cleves, you know, who writes Vera and Shetland.
Okay, well, you're just exposing my ignorance here, because I was thinking, is that...
Charlie and I always call her Anne of Cleves.
Okay.
We can't resist.
Okay.
Low-hanging fruit. But no, and this is, I didn't realise that she wrote other books as well, other than the Shetland ones about Jimmy Perez and Vera.
Okay.
And this one's actually about a detective in Devon. So I haven't started it yet, so I can't remember what it's called. I only bought it yesterday, but I brought it with me ready to go.
Nice.
But then I've also got my knitting with me, you see, so I'm a bit torn.
What are you knitting?
I'm knitting another shawl.
Oh, nice.
Because as I say, on Sunday I've got a fabulous show. I'm guesting 2 hours.
Yeah.
And I think my first show, I think it might be 9 or 10 o'clock, is this gorgeous Stylecraft shawl.
Amazing.
I'm always knitting them.
Amazing.
Always knitting them.
So who do you give them to?
I give them to me.
Oh, you wear them?
Yeah.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah, I wear them like with a triangle at the front wrapped round. They're really
cool.
nice. And also
like
Charlie
sort of bandana
knits
type
them.
of thing. Oh, does he?
Charlie knits a lot of my scarves.
Oh.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah.
Well, he doesn't nick it, he just whines,
Yeah,
and then I say, oh, all right then.
Yeah, of course you can, of course. What's yours is his?
Oh, I wouldn't go that far.
No, perhaps not that far. What's yours he can borrow if he asks nicely?
Yeah, but I retain ownership.
Absolutely, yes. There's no joint custody.
No, quite.
No.
Look at that.
Yeah, so there we go. That
Look
piece
at that.
is done. I'm just going to take off these little corner pieces, but I don't know which way up to put it really. But yeah, there we go. That's
perfect.
done. And then you just carry on. You then add the next piece down the side and the next piece down the side.
So that would be the big second to largest.
So then you'll add one of these with a triangle on the bottom.
Yep.
And then you add one of these. And then you've got all 8 pieces. And then you sew all of the 8 pieces together. So you can see that to make that centrepiece, that's not a huge amount of work. Once you've got the cutting done, you can get yourself on a sort of strip piecing roll and go quite quickly. And what I would do is piece all of the blades, then take them over and iron them. Obviously, I don't have something like this at home that...
You're doing it deliberately now, aren't you?
But that would make my job quick if I had one of those.
If you had one of those. I love it. Wonderful. I would love a Stuart in my sewing room. I love Margaret Lee. Thank you, Margaret.
I love that they've got you as
the little helper.
Look, you're
just
$9.99.
dropped into my basket. I ordered one for my mum too. Woohoo! Well, if you want, is Stuart on split pay? Here he is. There he is. $9.99. Those details actually are for the Mariner's Compass quilt. You can't buy me. You can only have me for free. It's a mixed blessing, a double-edged sword. That is very funny. Bex messaged in on Facebook to say, I've thoroughly enjoyed watching you two today. So knowledgeable, great tips, and you make it fun to watch. Real joy. Thank you so much.
Oh, that's so nice.
Steph says, someone clone Stuart, please. Sewing Street viewers get a special deal. Buy one, get one free. Let's do it.
Pile 'em high, sell 'em cheap.
Yeah, no, it's been great. She's been Lynn Goldsworthy.
This is the last time you'll see
Let's do
her
the
on
12
Sewing
o'clock hour
Street.
now, shall we? No, not at all. No, it's absolutely wonderful. You bring so much knowledge to us. Now, can I just ask you about the triangular...
Yes.
Because that's rather magnificent. And what and how do I piece that?
Okay, so once you've got all of these pieces together, you can see that they will make a circle. And then you're just going to sew this to that, to this, to that, to this, to that, to this, to that. And you just keep on going all the way around.
Yeah.
And you make a full circle.
Okay.
But there is a tip, and I've put it in the pattern because it's worth knowing this, that when you're working with circles of that size, a tiny change in the size of your seam allowance can make this circle too big or too small. So what I've suggested is you just put together, let's say, 4 of those with the bits in between, and then do a trial run of just sewing that to the outside of your mariner's compass, because if it's fitting perfectly, then your seam allowance is working well. If it's too big, just make a slightly bigger seam allowance. If it's too small, slightly increase your seam allowance, just because these kind of things often, they just come out at the wrong size. They just do. I don't know why, but they do. Mine came out at the wrong size, and I had, believe it or not, I had to take the whole thing apart and remake it because I didn't follow my own advice, which is why that tip went into the pattern. I know. Can you imagine?
Well, you do these things once.
You do it once, exactly. So once you've made this whole piece, you just pin it point by point by point by point to the centre circle. And you might think, oh, curved seams, that's terrifying. But really, all you've got effectively is just lots of little short, almost straight seams. So you just take it one seam at a time. And this is definitely a case where I would pin. I would 100% pin.
Oh, you would? Set your video recorders, everyone. Lynn's pinning.
When it's curved seams, I always pin because otherwise the whole thing can get out of control. Yeah, so definitely. I would pin that. So that's that piece. Then your next piece, again, there are templates that you tape together for your next piece. I think I've got a spare one somewhere. So you tape them together, again at the red line and the blue line, and they make these pieces around the outside. So again, you'll sew that into one big piece and go seam to seam. And what do we have on here, Stuart?
We have notches.
And what do we call those?
We actually call them buenas notches.
Buenas notches. So that's after Stuart's dad, who would call notches buenas notches. So there are notches on these that you mark onto your fabric so that you've got meeting points, so that you can pin at every meeting point to keep the whole thing laid out properly. And then your final bit is adding the triangles. So
can you show us how to do that?
I will show you how to make the triangles.
Love
so
that.
We have got these come with...
We have a message. I've never attempted a quilt before, but I'm going to try this one as my son's in the Navy, so he might like this one.
Yes.
Oh, Pauline, that's a brilliant idea.
Absolutely, absolutely. And just take it one step at a time. Don't get ahead of yourself. Just follow the pattern and do one step at a time. And then slowly by slowly, it'll go together. And like I said, you'll start to see this coming together more quickly than you expect, honestly. And don't try and get it perfect.
Absolutely. Alicia's messaged in to say, I could find a corner for my very own Stuart. My question is, digital or hard copy? I can be a little impatient. Love today's shows. I couldn't possibly comment.
No comment, though.
I couldn't comment. Right,
so,
triangles.
Would you go, digital, Stuart, sing?
Or a hard copy.
Triangles. Let's not sing. So, in the pattern, you have this printed out. I'm only showing you that because my printer doesn't print red lines very well, so you can't see it as well on the...
It doesn't like red, does it, your printer?
No, and it
Do you
probably
think it's time
needs...
to change your ink?
It it probably needs a good clean. But who has time to clean a printer?
Oh, I'll come
could
round
you
and
pop
do
round
it. Of course I will.
is
You need
great.
Stuart's little helper. So helpful. Great work. Pressing, cutting, piecing.
Printer cleaning. Right, so we have got 2 squares. Off the top of my head, I can't remember the size of these, but it will tell you in the pattern. So you'll have one of the darker ones and one of the lighter ones. It'll be making, I actually use background, but I've just got a light square just to show you how I make these. So it'll be to make these background half square triangles. You pin these to the back of the template, and in this case, I do actually pin these, one of the rare things when I do pin. And you want to shorten your stitch length to about 1.5 or even 1.3 if you've got that on your machine. Let me just get the right stitch. And then you're going to sew along.
So that's almost like you're doing foundation piecing.
Exactly. So the stitches are that short so that at the end, when you tear away your paper, it's really well perforated and it's easy to tear away. And you can use special foundation paper, piecing paper, or you can just print onto normal printer paper. Yeah. So it doesn't need to be a sort of fancy, expensive thing. I just use any old printer paper. Okay. So you're going to sew along the 4 red lines, first putting the foot down.
See, even our director Joe said put the foot down, and he don't know one end of a sewing machine from the other end.
Because my machine, I know, that puts the foot down for me.
Well, of course it does.
But I've forgotten that that's the
expect old
thing.
lazy bones.
I know, exactly.
If I was there, Lynn, I could put the foot down for you.
That would be useful. You could just sit behind the table.
Yeah.
And that would be useful.
Exactly.
Yeah. I'll take the pins out now that I've got those pins all over the place here.
We should do a full-size and a mini version of the Stuart Hillard helper. Because if you had a mini version, it could just sit on the table and I could just be there doing
version.
the desktop.
Yes. And actually,
hard
do you
copy,
need a full
digital,
size?
full-size, half-size.
What's the full size for?
Oh, no, that's just rude.
Oh, foot down,
I mean,
Lynn.
people do say that to me all the time. What are you even for?
Oh, Stuart, no, they don't. They say, Stuart, you are amazing and sparkly and fun. So one more. Every time. So I've sewn all of those four, and you then cut this into...
I noticed as well, Lynn, you didn't sew right off the ends. You've just sewn over the line and then, just because this is extra...
Yes, once you get to the line, that's the end of everything. It's not like a sort of template where you've got to add seam allowance.
That's quite profound, Lynn. When you get to the end of the line, that's the end of everything.
Oh, my gosh. Don't take that too seriously, but that sounds like bad things are going to happen.
I've got like a lump in my chest now.
So you're going to cut off the edge pieces. All you're doing is you're going to cut along all of the blue lines. And once you've done that, the great advantage of these paper templates is that there is no more trimming, because there's nothing I dislike more than trimming half square triangles and quarter square triangles. It just, when I first found out that was how you had to make them, I thought, this is ridiculous.
Nope.
This is such a terrible system. Whereas doing it this way, you can stack them up a little bit if you want. You might slightly miss on accuracy, but again, not the end of the world. Stack those up and cut down the middle. I'll need a bit of welly for this. And then you take the corners off.
Look at that.
Then you can press those over.
And when you say you compress them, you mean you?
I mean one can.
Do you want me to take the paper off as well?
No, not yet.
Do you want me to press them just like to the wards?
Yes, exactly. And the reason you leave the papers on at this stage is because if you press them, it basically holds the seam really straight and steady.
True.
Whereas if you take the papers out first, you can just have a bit of a sort of curved seam, which is, it's just annoying. So I always leave the papers in and Stuart's pressed one. So then to remove the papers...
So I was doing them as fast as I could.
In that time, Stuart's just managed the one. So you just fold along the seam line and tear them away. And that's a perfect job for doing in front of the, he's speeding up now, in front of the telly, you know, when you're doing something else, sitting at the, you know, watching a football match. I don't watch football matches. I don't know why I said that. I've never watched a football match in my life. So then you've got those. And the way you do them is actually you're basically using up all of the bits of leftover fabric that have been left after you've been cutting those blades out. So you do have a good old mix, you know, whereas I've just got 8 all the same. You have a mix of lots of different prints going in there. And you just mix those up to make these corner sections. And you have additional triangles cut from squares here, just along the edges. Sew those pieces on the edge, and that's you done, yeah.
Amazing. Yeah. Amazing. It's absolutely fantastic.
So
what an amazing show it's been, Lynn.
Oh, it's been fun. I've enjoyed the invention that we've had today of the handy Stuart helper.
I agree. Can we just give those details one more time? It's so helpful. It's the Stuart Hillard little helper. Do you need help with your pressing, cutting, piecing? Great work. And the price?
Undetermined.
Priceless.
Priceless. Absolutely priceless.
But I'm prepared to take offers.
Yes.
Just like to say
high
that.
offers.
The
Good,
highest
yes.
bidder.
Serious offers in the millions.
Serious only. Lynn, what a joy. Thank you so much.
It's been so fun being here with you again. Always enjoy it.
You too. You're back in February.
I'm back in February.
Very excited.
Not sure what with yet.
Okay.
As yet unknown. Could be a quilt. Could be a kit.
Yes.
Yes.
Lovely. Either.
Yeah.
Either good.
Yeah.
All right.
So we're going to play that by ear.
Safe journey home.
Thank you very much.
Stay warm. Stay wrapped up.
Yeah. Stay safe in the snow.
Yeah. Rest of the day duvet.
Stay. I can't say that.
You take care. Now, after the break, something rather exciting. James is here with the Gyro cutter. I'm excited. I remember being in the booth next to James at Festival of Quilts a couple of years ago. He is an absolute dynamite of a demonstrator. He's got an amazing array of products to share with us. This is going to be a little bit different. Very cool. Don't go anywhere.
So have you heard of the sewing term fat quarter? A fat quarter is a rectangular piece of fabric, usually measuring 18 inches by 22 inches. It's called a fat quarter because it's a quarter of the fabric on a roll or bolt. And because they're pre-cut, no need to measure or trim. You can find fat quarters in different styles, plain, patterned, or even bundled together in matching sets. So now you know what a fat quarter is.
Start 2025 with a burst of creativity. Throughout the month of January, Sewing Street is here to inspire you with new skills, new techniques and new demonstrations. Whether you're a complete beginner or looking to expand your expertise, we'll bring you new exciting projects, new guest designers and new top tips to kickstart 2025. It's a new year, new hobby, here on Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street. A lot of people get terrified when they see a commercial pattern and they see all the lines, all the dots, all the triangles, have no idea what it means. Well, watch now and I'll show you. So the first thing you're going to do is decide what size you're going to cut out. And then it's really important that you follow that line on every single pattern piece that you cut. As you can see here, they're marked up by a different pattern and also the number. When you first open the pattern, you must choose the size that you're making. And whatever you do, you stick to that size. So all the different sizes have a different marking, either a long dot, a small dot, a dash, a dot and a dash or something like that. always stick to the same size on all the pattern pieces. And the notches, all of the notches are there for a reason. All the little triangles and all the circles are there to be copied, and they must be transferred onto your main bit of fabric. Whenever you see this symbol here, I know it's written down here, but sometimes it's not written. Those two arrows on a square, they are always cut on the fold. And what you do is you fold your fabric in half, you lay this line along the fold mark, and you're cutting the whole piece out in one. And then what's very important, if you want to lengthen or shorten a pattern, don't just add it to the bottom. What you do is you take this line here, and to make it longer, you cut the pattern through there. You open it up by how much you want to extend it by, put a piece of pattern paper behind it, and then redraw this line in here so that it's an even line. Because as you see, the bottom of the pattern isn't a straight line. And if you were just to add to that, it would throw the waist seam. What you need to do is extend it or shorten it from that line, then you keep the waistline. Obviously, I've just shown you the blouse, but the same principles apply for the sleeve. Remember, the back of the sleeve always has two notches, the front always has one notch, and also the skirt, because the notches will match up to the seams that are in the bodice. So make sure you always follow all the lines on the pattern.
I just asked James if he could manage to be a bit less tall, and he said no. So I've never felt so much like a dwarf. I'll just sit down here. I'll crouch down here. Hello, James.
Hello.
James Harvey here from Crafty Products with the Gyro carts. James, it was my pleasure to be in the booth next to you at Festival of Quilts a couple of years ago. And first and foremost, I've never seen anybody demo to so many thousands of people over the course of 4 days. And your energy and enthusiasm, incredible.
Yeah.
Tell me about Gyro cut.
So it's a craft tool, a craft knife specifically, and it's got a rotating blade. So it was originally invented by my grandfather.
Okay.
He was a serial inventor, you could say. He invented many, many things. One of his main inventions was he helped invent the ballpoint pen.
No way.
Yeah, so that's a pretty good claim to fame, that one.
Wow. That's top level.
It is, yeah. And so it works in a very similar way because it's all about the motion of your hand rather than having to move to cut and sort of thing. So it's very similar. The blade does the work for you as a ballpoint pen. The ball does the work and moves as you go. So it works a very similar way. And my dad developed it into doing different blades. So you can do fabric, leather, all different sorts of materials as well. We make them all in the UK as well. So it's a UK-made product, yeah. And yeah, it's just gone from there, really.
And I love your tagline that it works like a pen but cuts like a knife.
Yeah.
That's very clever. Will you show us it in
I'll do a very
action,
quick
please?
demo, yeah. So this would just be some normal printer paper, but you can literally just draw like you're drawing with a pen, and you'll see, once you've finished, you just peel that off.
Stop it right now. Look at that. How cool is that? Our director, Joe, who's never seen this product before, just went, no way. It does exactly as the name describes, doesn't it? Works like a pen, cuts like a knife. That is incredible. So smooth.
So smooth. You get really nice clean cuts in any material you're working with. But then we've got different accessories to go with it, like our glues and stuff that make the whole process a lot easier.
Because that's working on regular, like, printer paper.
Yeah,
but you were saying
straight
you
out the
can
pack.
cut fabric, vinyl, leather, PU.
Yeah, you can even do fondant, sugar paste. I do all the cake shows as well. So all different sorts of materials. It's not just the one sort of tool. It's the same tool with different interchangeable blades, and you can just cut everything.
So think about things like fussy cutting motifs in fabric. Think about cutting cool shapes out of felt or leather, bag makers, dressmakers. So many different cool ways you could use this product.
Even something as basic as a circle, as I'm sure most of you will know, a perfect circle can be so tricky to cut.
Right.
You can push it up against any template, plastic, wooden, metal. It will never damage that edge. You get a full rotation
Look
a
at
perfect
that. Look at that. Could you use that up against the edge of something like a sauce or a plate, a dish?
Yeah, because
I
you can
use
cut
that
on
a
the
lot.
outside, so you can just sort of push it around,
Yeah.
even a cup or something. Anything really.
So useful. Right, I'm going to introduce the mega bundle because I could spend the whole hour just watching all the different ways you can use this amazing product. Okay. So we're going to start off with the mega bundle, okay? Now, within your mega bundle, you have got the pen. Is it right to call it a pen?
Yeah,
the
pen, tool.
Okay, and that's fitted with a standard blade. Okay, now within the pack, you've also got the medium blade
and the deep cut blade.
and the deep cut. So, just to give you an idea, the standard cut, the standard blade that's in there, will cut things like paper, thin card, photographs, masking materials, rice paper. The medium cut will cut things like quilt weight cotton, thin felt, thin mylar or acetate. Your templates for cutting out your patchwork pieces from mylar. Thin balsa wood, medium card, icing sheets. And then your deep cut blade is going to cut things like thick fabric, upholstery weight fabric, tapestry, leather, PU, thick card,
denim,
even polymer
denim,
clay,
yeah,
denim.
Yeah.
Super limited on this. You've also got your glues as well, haven't you? Your fabric grip and your sticky mat adhesive, which I know you're going to explain in more detail in a second. But let me do something very special. The total price is $67.99, but we're doing you a very special price. We've sold it at $67.99.
Last show, yeah.
On your last show, on your previous show, we sold it at $67.99. I don't know why, James.
And we had record sales then as well.
Maybe it's just me being here. Maybe I'm like a golden touch. But this is what we're going to do today. Don't be mad if you bought it last time. Just get yourself some more. You're saving $62.99 is your price today. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. That's more than your P&P covered, just in that. Now, I have got very limited amounts. Okay, so more than 25 of you are going to be disappointed. We're way oversubscribed. The numbers are ticking down. I'm almost at single figures now. Okay, wow. Last few opportunities, I know. Well, look, this time you're getting a little saving. It's a great time to buy. If you've never tried the Gyro cut before, we had sold it really well at full price in previous hours. Lots of you had already checked out your baskets before the show. You didn't know you were getting a cheeky saving, but you have. I've got one bundle left. I've got one bundle left. Actually, it's just sold out.
I haven't even shown it properly.
James, that was too... I know, you haven't shown it properly yet. I'm just wondering, James, is there any chance that we can get any more of the mega bundle?
We can put some more in, yeah.
Can we?
Yeah, we definitely can.
Still being able to dispatch it with...
Yeah, it's all ready to go, yeah.
Okay, fine. We'll try and load some more. We'll try and get some more loaded. That's brilliant. Thank you. Can you show us a bit more then?
So I'll talk through our sticky mat adhesive. This is a product my dad invented to go with it, but it's got loads of uses as well. So it's basically a repositionable glue, similar to like spray glue, spray mount, 505, that sort of stuff. So we use it mostly to put on the surface of your mat. So if you've only got one mat at home, you can put it in like a small corner and have it as like a dedicated area.
Okay.
But it's great for your paper, your fabric, any of your thin sheet materials, because it stops anything moving while you're cutting. Completely secure.
Rock solid. Can I just mention, there are new details on screen, a new item number, UTHV93. So if you previously had the mega bundle in your shopping basket, that will have now dropped away. You need to put this new code in. You've just made that saving. We've done the same price crash. $62.99 is the price. You can now check out your baskets. But please be quick, because yes, James has got us some extras, but I haven't got a vast number by any means.
No.
It's the sort of quantity, James, that I saw you selling in about 10 minutes at Festival of Quilts.
Oh, yeah, we do.
So if we apply the same, it took 2 minutes, 30 seconds to pay out the first lot of stock. So if that's anything to go by, you do need to check out your baskets very quickly. Okay.
All right, well, I'll carry on with the glue. So it stops anything moving. When you're, I'll show a cut in a second, but you can peel that off at any point and it leaves no sticky residue at all.
Nothing at all.
Even if you stick your fabric directly down. So it just gives you peace of mind.
With your mat, James, can we remove the sticky or is it there forever?
So that will stay sticky for 2 or 3 months at a time.
Wow.
You can always wash it off with soap and water.
Okay.
And it's great for resticking any machine mats as well. So a lot of those machines have a sticky mat.
Okay.
And they just want you to buy new mats every so often, but you can literally just restick them with this. That's what we sell most of it for. Okay. That's why we do an extra set with a couple of them and stuff, because some people buy a multiple at a time.
And how do you apply it to the mat in the first place?
So the easiest way is just use any normal dry sponge and you just dab it on where you want it. So you can quite easily do a section. When you're not using it, you can just lay like greaseproof paper over the top to stop it getting dusty. If you've got animals in the house, like cats and stuff, stops it getting furry. Exactly. But just to show you, you can imagine if you hadn't stuck this down, it would be moving, ripping, and it just stops that and gives you that peace of mind that you're not going to ruin your work. It's nice and stuck and secure, and you just peel it off when you're done.
Look at that! It's so cool. It's absolutely brilliant. Do you know, I'm sure when I was younger, when I was sitting there at school labouring over cutting with scissors, you know how laborious... Well, it still is laborious, let's be honest. Cutting with scissors is not an easy job. And thinking, why can't it be as easy as just drawing around something? If you could do that... It would be like a miracle.
Well, the amount of people that say to me, this has sort of brought the joy back into crafting because it takes that labour out of cutting out loads of stuff. You can do like a whole sheet of decoupage or even applique in just one go.
Yeah, you really
So it really just takes away the time that it takes to do certain things.
So James, if I was working with something like a gorgeous piece of print fabric with loads of lovely motifs, I've ironed some Bonder web, some fusible web to the back of it, is that my stabiliser? Can I just cut from there?
So you can either use Bonder web or freezer paper. They'll do a similar job to stabilise it, but I've got a sheet of fabric here and I'll show you what our Avaglue is. So this is our Fab Grip. This is because, again, like my dad came up with that glue, he came up with this one as well, because we were using loads of Bonder web, and it's quite time intensive. It can be quite expensive if you're using a lot of it. So this is basically a powder adhesive. You can use it for repairing, you can use it for stabilising. It's got loads and loads of uses. But what I've done here is I lay my cotton down, sprinkle some of this on the back, so just an even layer. It's got like a sprinkle nozzle, so it's like a salt shaker. So it lets out an even layer. This is ordinary printer paper over the top. Then you iron over the top, and that will bond the two layers together. Then you can take that back off, and you've got a nice, stiff, stabilised fabric for cutting. So it stops it stretching while you're cutting. It also stops it fraying as well. So it's got loads and loads of benefits to stabilising your fabric before you're doing any intricate cutting. But I'll show you a very quick.
And you know when you've cut out your motif and peeled the paper away, is the glue peeled off as well, or does that stay on the fabric?
The glue will stay on the paper, and it will leave no residue on the fabric. But if you want to as well, you can use this fabric to fabric. So you just peel that off, or you can leave it on if you want a stiff fabric. Sprinkle a little bit more on, stick it fabric to fabric, and that'll be a permanent washable bond.
Wow.
Yeah.
So it's almost like you can put it, it's like Bonder web that you can put exactly where you want.
Make your own Bonder web,
How clever is that? Will you show me cutting out the fabric?
So this, again, I would use the glue on the mat so you know it's not going to move while you're cutting. For this, I would swap out to the medium blade. So I've been using the standard before for your paper and card. Swap out to the medium. And if you see, I'll just follow around this shape here. And you see, it's all about the movement of your hand rather than actually having to move on the surface like you normally would.
Oh, it's amazing the way that blade just twizzles round. It's so
and so you get to a point like that, and you can just turn that blade. And we've stabilised it and stuck it to the mat to stop it moving while you're doing these sort of motions, and to stop it fraying as well.
Do you see as well the relaxed position of James' hand? You know, if you were doing this with scissors or doing this with a craft knife, your hand would be twisting and contour. Even doing that without doing anything is hurting my wrist.
Exactly, yeah. And I'll just do the reveal here. So that was just one motion I went round, and you've got that perfect cut into your fabric.
So clever. That mega bundle, by the way, is swiftly disappearing as I look. That includes your tool, your regular, your medium, and your deep cut blades. That's going to cut everything that you would want to cut. It's got your sticky matte adhesive. It's got your fabric cut grip glue as well. All included. You're making a saving today. We've never done that saving before. This is a little special extra treat.
Yeah.
Just be aware, how many in baskets, Ben? Okay, virtually all the stock I've got left is in baskets or it's checked out. That's just the mega bundle. I've got other ways to get involved. But again, I would say don't be slow with checking out. Let's start with this. Let's do the starter set next, actually.
Yep.
Okay. So with your starter set, that's this one right here.
In the middle,
is that this one here?
So that's what you'll get with a medium blade.
Medium blade.
Standard, a medium, and a glue.
And
this glue here.
Glue there. Perfect. Right. So this is your starter set. So you're getting your tool. It has the regular blade, and you also get your medium cut. So that's going to cut quilt weight cotton and something like thin acetate.
Great for your felt as well.
Thin felt, yeah. Would that also cut something like template plastic?
Exactly, yeah. So it's everything in here if you don't really do much thicker fabric. So if you don't do any thicker felt, you don't do any leather, you might say, I like to use Bondo web. So you can go with just this sort of basic set.
Yeah.
That will come with the 2 blades, the glue for the mat, because we always advise that. Yeah. And the standard one, if you say, I don't really do much paper, I'm into sewing, quilting, that sort of stuff, it's great for your pattern paper as well, which you all cut as well. So
never even thought about that. Dressmakers cutting out your paper patterns.
And then
There's
you can use
so many ways.
a bit of a fabric on the back of the pattern paper, straight onto your fabric, follow around, and you've got a perfect cut.
That's incredible. You also get, remember, your sticky matte adhesive. So you get your tool, your matte adhesive, your standard and medium blades.
Yeah.
Easy. Is changing the blade easy, James?
Yeah, so they are just a push fit, but especially when changing the medium or the deep blade, because they're quite sharp, you're best to use some pliers. So you just get hold of just the metal part of the blade and pull it out like so. Then you've got whatever blade you want to. It comes in a nice resealable pack, so you just get your other blade, push it in, and it's ready to use. So it's just a push fit.
Very, very simple. Very
simple. Peel that off.
Absolutely mind-blowing. Right, on the starter set, $44.33 is your total value, but it's not your total price. We've sold it at that full price in previous shows, but you're saving today. It's $39.99. That's amazing. That's a $4.40 save. $4.40 saving. Absolutely brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. So many of you going for this. So this is going to do all your paper. In fact, let me just show you the
I'll do a
chart.
quick run through, So they all come with the standard blade fitted. That will do your paper, card, vinyl, photographs. Great for all your masking and pattern paper and that sort of stuff as well. The medium is our most common fabric blade. So that'll do cottons, felts. You can do your mylar, acetate of the thicker ones where you're actually making a solid template. And great for icing sheets, all the thicker vinyls as well if you're making like outdoor signs and stuff where you're using a waterproof vinyl. I would always use the medium blade. And then you swap to the deep blade if it's anything over about 3 mil. So if you're doing something like thicker felt, leather, denim, all those much thicker materials, you can do like cereal cartons, so an actual double layer of box, polymer clay, all those much thicker materials as well.
Very good question, actually, from Mandy. Hi, Stuart and James. Please, can you tell me how firmly you need to press with the tool to cut? Thank you. I bought the mega bundle. This looks amazing.
So it's different pressures on different materials, but the standard blade is actually not a very sharp blade. So that one, all of them rely on the shape of the blade, but the standard is not sharp at all. So I'll even show you here. Obviously, don't try this at home. But it doesn't actually cut your skin if you run it over your hand. So if you did that with a scalpel, you'd have to go to A&E.
So you certainly would. Don't do that.
Yeah. So it doesn't require much pressure because it's all about what we he originally said, my grandfather, was, you know when you're cutting like wrapping paper and you get that one bit where it glides?
Yep.
That he's relying on that edge of a knife. So that's the exact edge that he replicated here into the standard blade.
Okay.
So it's like when it's the easiest bit to cut is what we're using as our standard blade. The medium blade is quite a lot sharper. It would need to be to cut the fabric and stuff anyway. So that probably requires a similar pressure as the standard. And then I'll show you, this is our deep cut blade, is this one. Which is a much longer and sharper blade. And again, because it's so sharp, it doesn't require all that much pressure. But one thing I haven't said as well, all of our blades are made from tungsten carbide. They're not like a cheap scalpel blade that you have to throw away nearly every time you use it, or even a rotary blade. They don't last all that long. If you used all of our blades every single day, you'll get 12 to 18 months out of one blade. So very, very long-lasting blades.
Every day of the week?
Yeah, yeah. So they're like a cutting machine blade where you replace them once a year sort of thing.
Okay.
They're really, really long-lasting blades, yeah.
Amazing.
Yep.
Can I ask, in the future, might there be a possibility of us being able to sell replacement blades?
Yeah, definitely, yeah. We'll be up for that as well.
But I mean, that's just blown my mind, because I mean, I'm always nagging everyone about changing their machine needle every 6 to 8 hours, changing their rotary cutter blade every 3 months.
Yeah.
But that, a year to 18 months of using it every day, like for how much time each day?
Exactly. Well, it's just if you're a regular crafter.
Right, an hour or two every day, 7 days a week, 365 days. That's amazing. That is amazing. Now, as an ex-primary school teacher, it absolutely makes my heart sing that you've produced a kids version, a junior gyro cut, because you love getting kids involved in crafting.
Yeah, that's our blue one here. So this was actually the original gyro cut because my grandfather invented it for children as a safer option than scissors or a scalpel. And it basically only has the standard blade. It's a slightly different size blade because we had to make it a separate tool so that they couldn't put any of the sharper blades in schools and stuff.
Right.
We sell it to loads of schools, craft groups, all that sort of stuff. But I've never really shown it on here, but I brought it on last time and it was unbelievable. People were buying the mega bundle, the junior set. It was a great little set. So what you get in that set is you get the tool with one blade fitted. You also get a Navas blade as well, so a replacement blade.
So another standard blade.
Yes, you get 2 standard blades. You also get a cutting mat and you get the glue. So everything that they would need to get started.
I love that you get the cutting mat too.
And they're really good quality. They're the best ones you can get, double-sided, self-healing as well. So it's pretty much, if you know anyone that's like younger, they're into crafting, you want them to be into it a little bit more as well. It's a great little starter set with everything that they need.
Well, and also as well, James, you know, a lot of kids, well, a lot of adults too, actually, find not being successful very discouraging. And to be cutting out, especially cutting out like a nice circle or a nice star or something like that. Yeah. I mean, most of us struggle.
Exactly.
And if it looks like a dog's dinner, like kids get discouraged.
They do,
But this is going to really encourage them to craft because they're going to be successful from the get-go.
Exactly, yeah. And even, I'll show you some more of the basic stuff you can do.
Please.
So say if you wanted to just cut a straight edge with a ruler, you can use any of your plastic. If I get the right tool, I'll do it with the junior one. So you can get your plastic ruler and just run it along that edge and you get a nice, perfect cut.
So clean.
Or even something like a wiggly edge template like this. Because none of our blades, even the sharpest ones, damage the edge of a plastic template, you can get that really nice, clean, perfect cut.
It's brilliant. Actually, just making those cuts, separating them out, and then mounting them on top of a different coloured card is so cool, isn't it?
So cool. Exactly.
So the junior, that won't allow us to cut even a thin fabric?
It won't do it doesn't come with the sharper blades, and you can't actually put those blades into it. But it's just to get them started. If they'd mostly do paper and card, that will do anything that they want to cut. Really,
oh, and a cheeky price drop there too, $36.99.
Yep.
It comes in the little wallet as well, doesn't it?
Yeah, everything comes in a nice resealable pack like this. So you can open it, get out what blades you want to, put them back in, All of our sets as well come with our blade selector. So you can pretty much, some people will put this up on the wall in their craft room or whatever, so that every time you're about to start cutting something, you can look at it and say, oh, I need our medium blade for this one. Put it in and get going.
And away you go. Perfect. Absolutely brill. Absolutely brill. Now, you can top up your glues, and I think it would be a very smart idea to get these in stock, ready, because you're going to use these a lot. And yes, the stickiness lasts really, really well. However, if you're using your regular rotary cutting mat, you're probably going to use it for cutting and then clean it and then go back to you. So you'll probably be reapplying more regularly than perhaps a paper craft
Or if you've got one of those machines, some of them can have 3 or 4 different mats. So some people really do get through the glue. So
for sure. So 2 of these pots of glue for $18.99, and we're making a saving today. $16.99. James is wincing here. Yes, James. It's Ben's fault. He's producing today. $16.99. We call him the deal fairy. He just makes it up as he goes along, to be honest. $16.99. I love that. I love that. It's brilliant. And you can use this for other kinds of sticky mats, you were saying.
Yeah. You can also use it. We have people using it. So say if you're using your what they call sewing machine, you have a plastic template.
I love that. You come on Sewing Street and say, what's it called? What's that? Sewing machine.
It went out of my head, yeah.
Good.
So you have your machine, and then you have one of those plastic template rulers where you move it around.
Yes.
A lot of people find that they'll move on the fabric.
Yeah.
So if you put a little bit of our glue onto the back of your template, it's like those sticky dots, but you can control how much you want as well and where. And it stops it moving on the fabric. Whenever you peel that off, it leaves no sticky residue.
So things like your pars, quilting rulers, absolutely brilliant.
Yep.
I was wondering earlier on, with this sort of sticky mat, could you put that down and put your fabric on top so your fabric doesn't slip and slide when you're cutting it, just generally?
Yeah, generally, exactly. So let me see. So something like this. This is like a calico. But what it also does is it not only holds it in place, but if you see, it takes all of the horrible wrinkles out of your fabric. So you've got a nice, smooth fabric to work with. Something like this, I would just use our medium blade because this has not really got much stretch in it, so you wouldn't need to stabilise it, and it just cuts.
I can't believe that. Does it work if you're left-handed?
It's exactly the same left or right, yeah. I'll do a quick left-handed demo for you. But I'll show you how to hold it as well. So it's got what we call the pinch point at the top here. Okay. So you just hold it like that, and underneath it's got a slight groove like that. So you just put your third finger there, and it just always keeping this end bit up nice and straight, just so that blade can rotate like that. But I'll show you exactly the same fitment into your left hand, and you just draw, and you get that nice clean cut like so.
Amazing. The way you cut the calico, I need to see you cutting more calico, please. Is the Fab Grip sewing machine friendly? Is it sewing machine safe?
Yeah, it's a very, very thin glue when you're, once it's applied and once you've applied the heat, it doesn't leave much of a layer, so it won't snag on your machine or anything as well. Yeah.
Got you. And it doesn't gum up the needle, there's no stickiness to it.
No.
You sprinkle it on and then you iron it.
Iron over the top, yeah. So another great thing that we've got here today is our iron covers.
Oh, can we just quickly do that, please?
Yeah, go on.
Sorry. Yeah. So we just do this, we'll do that next. So this is 2 pots of the Fab Grip.
Yep.
$17.99. Should be $19.99. It was the last time James was here, but it's $17.99 today because Ben's in charge. Fabulous. I'm blown away. I need to give this a try because I use a lot of Bondweb and things like that. The fact that this can go wherever I want it to go, that is a bit mind-blowing.
Amazing stuff, yeah.
Now, this, I can't believe I've never seen something like this before. I put down baking parchment, I cover with goddess sheets, I do this and the other. Why have I never thought of covering the sole plate of the iron? This is a Teflon iron cover. You iron through it.
Yeah, exactly. And it stops any residue going onto your iron, residue onto your fabric.
James, this is like, why didn't I invent the paper clip? Because when you see it, it's like, are so obvious. Why cover the stuff? Why not cover the iron?
Exactly, yeah.
So clever. Have you got yours yet? Have you got yours yet? Do you want a little saving as well? Sorry, James. Sorry. We sold out of this at $7.99. I don't know why we're doing this, but it's $6.99 today. How does that fit onto an iron?
So that will clip onto any full-size iron. You see it's got a
Be
little
quick on this.
triangle on the top,
Yep.
and then an adjustable spring at the bottom. So you just clip it over like so, and it's
Easy
ready
as
to go.
that.
Yeah. So easy to take off and clean, because the residue of any of your glues or adhesives or anything will stay on this side. They're Teflon as well. They're literally what you make bulletproof jackets out of. So it's a really, really strong, but they're great for ironing stuff like silk, stuff that would normally, you don't want to put too much heat on.
Right, absolutely.
All those sort of things as well.
Well, if you're a dressmaker and you use things like acetate linings, if you use silk or faux silk, if you like using things like organza or taffeta, any of these delicate fabrics.
Yeah, anything delicate, I would always say use definitely a Teflon.
Wow, I've got nowhere near enough of these for everyone that have got them in baskets. Dressmakers, pop this on your iron when you're applying your fusible interfacing to your fabrics. If you're a bag maker, when you're using things like Decoville Light, if you're using Boselinar form, anything with a sticky surface or a surface that you're worried you might melt, get your Teflon cover, pop it on your iron, and know that if you do get any residue on your Teflon iron cover, it will wipe off.
Yeah, just take it off, give it a really easy clip.
Yeah.
Wipe,
Yeah, absolutely incredible. Now, I just need to let you know, in baskets, currently, 82 of you. I've got 40 left. That's all. So there's a 2-to-1 ratio, and it ain't the right way round. Right, let's revisit the mega bundle. Absolutely blown away. Did you know your grandfather?
I did, yeah. I mean, he's not with us anymore, but he invented loads of things. Another great invention of his was a kid's toy called Polydron. Okay. It's like squares and triangles. As soon as you see it, you'll know it. It's in every school. It's been around for about 40 years.
I know the kind of thing.
My uncle has made a lot of money from that, so that's another one of his inventions. So really, really, really clever man.
That's so cool, so cool. We're going to just jump back now to the original mega bundle. James, this is so oversubscribed. How many baskets, Ben? Okay, all right, so about 20 of you are going to miss out here. We've had loads of you miss out today. Really sorry about that. But this is a restock. Okay, but I did mention at the time, we can only get a certain number restocked. We don't have infinite quantities. You get the tool, you get your standard, your medium, and your deep cutting blades. Okay, so cut everything from rice paper through to leather. Okay, even things like thin balsa wood.
Yeah, balsa wood, yeah, up to
model makers.
Yep.
You've also got a pot of your fab grip. You've also got a pot of your sticky mat adhesive. You've got your instructions as well. Can we dive in and do another little demo?
Yeah, of course. So something I haven't shown yet is some leather. This
leather,
is
good.
Some leftover scraps. I got a load off someone at, I think it might have been the Festival of Quilts, actually, one of those shows. So for this, I would always use the deep cut blade, just because you don't want it snagging or anything like that. I would always use the sticky mat still, because you don't want it moving while you're cutting. I know it's a thicker material, won't move as much as something like a cotton, but it just still makes the process easier. You then just draw into it, and you'd think it'd be quite hard to cut, but it just cuts it like butter.
Wild.
Yeah, literally.
Absolutely wild.
And even something like a circle where you're actually following all the way around and coming back on yourself, that will just cut like so.
Wow. Wow. It's very, very impressive. It's very, very impressive indeed. So many applications as well. Think about if you're a bag maker and you do a lot of things with, eyelets, where you need to be able to put rivets through as well. Just being able to make those cuts cleanly, easily.
Yeah,
Think about
if you haven't got the right size punches and all that, so it can be a nightmare. And
they're an expensive tool, and also they will cut out one size of hole.
Exactly, yeah.
And nothing else. So with your gyro cutter, with the heavy blade, with the deep blade, if you want to cut a star out, you can cut a star. If you need a 3.5 centimetre circle, draw it, cut it, done.
Yeah.
Love that.
Exactly.
Absolutely love that. Now, this is the mega bundle. I've only got 20 left. Okay. You're making a saving today. There's 68 of you with it in your basket. You're making a saving today. That was a little bit cheeky, possibly a little bit naughty on our part. But you know what? Just enjoy, take advantage. It's not Christmas, Ben, at all. It isn't Christmas. Well, I suppose until the 6th. I de-Christmased my house the other day, James. I'd had enough.
Yeah.
I'd had enough. I didn't think I'd ever say this, but I wanted to clean.
Yeah, my wife took the decorations down.
Did she? Yeah.
A few days
Although my
ago.
friends had to do it on Boxing Day because they've got 2 kittens and they were absolutely trashing
God.
everything. Anyway, that's by the by. So that is the mega bundle, okay? Remember, just 20 of those bundles left. If you want the mega bundle, you're making that saving. You get all 3 sizes of blade, you get the tool, the sticky mat adhesive, and you also get the Fab Grip adhesive as well for £62.99. Be quick. Now we have a question. Afternoon, both. I purchased the mega bundle. How do you clean the cutting mat afterwards, and will it affect a self-healing cutting mat, and will it leave residue on a needle?
So
it's quite a lot to unpack.
Yeah, easiest way to clean, just soap and water. You can use baby wipes and stuff, but it might not take the full. What some people will do is if they want to leave it on, you can use a baby wipe to get all the little bits of fabric and bits of paper and stuff off. But if you want to really take it back to a clean mat, just soap and water.
Okay, fine.
Yeah.
Like dishwashing.
Exactly. And just what they call one of those sponges.
Sponge.
Yeah, and just scrub it off.
So that will completely clean the mat, and that then doesn't affect the self-healing quality of a mat.
No, if anything, it actually prolongs the life of your mat, because those little grooves that you get, when you've got a sticky surface on it, it sort of keeps it all together, especially if you're always cutting on one bit, which a lot of people will always be cutting a 10-inch size or whatever. It can just make the whole process easier. Yeah,
I like that. There were other parts to the question, weren't there?
Whether it leaves...
Just pop it back in for me, thank you. Yes, does it leave residue on a needle?
No, it won't affect your needle at all.
So this stuff is literally just to hold the background.
So whatever surface you put it on, it will stay on that surface. It won't transfer onto anything else, even something like felt, where it's quite fibrous. That will stay on there, peel it off, and there's no sticky on it at all. So it won't go onto your machine needles, it won't go onto any of those blades or anything.
And probably slightly more pertinent is the Fab Grip, because this is something that you're sprinkling onto your fabric and ironing too. But once you've ironed that, there isn't any stickiness to this, is there?
No. So it sort of crystallises.
Yes.
But as long as you put a nice thin layer on, that's why we did it in a sprinkle nozzle, so you're not just dumping a massive load onto it. You can quite easily apply just a thin layer. It won't cause any issues to any of your machines or anything.
Absolutely brilliant. This, I'm very, very interested to try that. I think that's a brilliant idea. A family of inventors.
Exactly, yeah.
I love that. Of course, in my head, James, I am sort of creating this whole sort of backstory of the shed at the end of the garden with strange coloured smoke coming out of a chimney, lots of bangs occasionally, yes?
Yeah, something like that, yeah.
And your grandfather coming out with his hair all like sort of out here and curly and yes.
Well, I always get asked, what am I going to invent? Because my dad invented and my grandfather, but I always say I'm too busy selling their inventions to go and invent anything.
Exactly.
There is a place for both.
There is a place for both.
Another great material I was going to show.
I don't even have teens left of the mega bundle, by the way. Don't even have teens left. I've just got double figures, but only just. Okay, sorry.
So this is some Decaville. I heard you mention that. I mean, I'm not used to using it very much, but
heavy stuff.
Pretty heavy stuff. And that, I would just use the medium blade. Let's do a full edge.
To put it into context, I always describe Decaville, James, as being like thin leather, and you've used the medium blade for that.
Yeah.
So
I mean,
great,
if it's any thicker, you might want to use that deep blade, but on the medium, you won't get any issues like that at all. Or even something like a circle. You just push it up against that edge, run it along. If you wanted to do just a half a circle, you can stop there. Or if you wanted to do that full edge, you just follow it all the way around and you get that nice clean cut.
Yeah.
So.
It's amazing. I think the interesting thing is watching the position of James's wrist as he's doing it, because it doesn't change. It stays in that lovely relaxed position. The bit that's twisting and turning isn't you, it's that blade,
exactly,
isn't it?
yeah. So if you've got arthritis or any wrist or mobility issues where you're normally doing all this sort of stuff to cut, you can do full motion, and you see that blade will do all of that work for you. So you don't have to move, you don't have to worry about, and it's often when you're cutting lots and lots of different things out, it can be so much strain and effort on your hands and your wrists. Yeah.
Horrible.
But the blade does all that for you, yeah.
Also as well, James, I use scissors very rarely. Okay, so I do not have any kind of strength or built-up resistance or even thickened skin on my fingers. So if I use a pair of scissors, within about 10 minutes, I've got a deep purple groove in my finger, and I actually not blister as such, but well, I suppose it is a blister, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah, you can get
but
that.
But of course, if I'm doing something like an applique quilt, I'm doing nothing but scissor cutting. Dreadful.
Yep.
This
Let's do another
easy.
intricate cut into the fabric here for your applique. So this I've already stabilised. You can use any sort of backing on it, but I've just used normal printer paper using the fab grip. Again, I would just use the medium blade for this because it's not too thick, even with both layers. You can use Bond or web or freezer paper to stabilise it, but obviously the fab grip is way better.
Do you, whenever you're at shows, are you specifically looking for fabric with these things to cut out?
Yeah, yeah, I love it. Yeah, we buy these. I buy all my fabric at shows. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
And actually, can we just put it on something like a piece of white paper just to show just how closely to that edge the gyro cutter has? It's just amazing. Look,
yeah.
Even around the back wheels, can you see?
Yeah.
That's just showing off.
And if you want to, you can leave that backing on. It makes it a bit stiffer to sew around, or even something like this. This is all fabric on the stabilizer still, so it's nice, holds itself up, and my dad's just framed it. It comes out great,
really
yeah,
fun.
so really, really good.
It's great. I love it. Well, you're loving it too. If you want that mega bundle, I do really strongly recommend you check out your baskets quickly. In baskets now, 44 of you, for more than 3 times what we've got left.
Wow.
Okay. Okay, that's the mega bundle. You can also go for a starter bundle if you prefer. Now, the starter bundle has the tool. It has the medium blade and the standard blade and the sticky mat adhesive. So a great starter. This will cut everything from sort of rice paper through to quilt weight cotton, thin felt, medium weight acetate or mylar stencil plastic, thin balsa wood, medium card, that kind of thing. So very, very relevant bundle for quilters here. And James, if I'm using, say, quilt weight cotton, so a thin regular weight cotton with some Bond web ironed on the back, the medium blade is going to be enough.
Fine. Yeah, that'll go through both layers. Yeah, yeah.
Great, perfect. It's just if you're going through sort of like thick felt, like thick wool.
Anything
felt.
over that sort of 3 mil range, you might be able to do it, but it will just snag. So we always say the longer blade is better. We're even actually at the moment developing an even longer blade. Okay. That will be interchangeable with this, but it's in the early stages at the moment. But that would be
3 mil thick is
stuff.
actually quite thick in the great scheme of. You think of how thick fabric is. It's I think like 1 mil.
Yeah, because that will do sort of any leather. Even I forgot to get a new sheet, but I'll just show you. This is some felt that I stabilised on some paper as well. Right. For that, I'll just use the medium blade, but it stops your felt pulling apart. It stops all that fraying on the edge. Yeah. And you get that really nice clean edge.
It's so cleanly cut. Great on curves. What's it like on things like if I want to do, say, like a zigzag?
A zigzag, yeah. So you can do by hand like this, and you can turn that blade and you'll get that nice clean cut. Or if you wanted to use your ruler and you get those really nice perfect points. But you see, even straight edge, you treat it exactly like a pen.
Yeah.
So whatever you could do a straight line with a pen, but it's not going to be perfect. If you do want it perfect, just run it along a straight edge ruler or metal, plastic, wooden, anything.
Absolutely. I think it's brilliant. Even think about using things like cookie cutters as templates.
Exactly, yeah.
To cut around. So if you've got stars, circles, gingerbread people, things like that, use those as templates. You could do a whole quilt using those. But rather than having to sit around, and first of all, remember, step one is drawing around the template, isn't it? Because if you're going to cut it out with scissors, you've got to draw around it first. So you're missing out that step, you're missing out all the pain of trying to cut, and also missing out on the pain of a not very good result. Yeah, particularly things like circles. Nobody scissor cuts a good circle.
Oh, no, exactly,
No. And if you then factor in things like tiredness, weakness, you know, manual dexterity issues. Now, it's my Deputy Joan. She's emailed it. Oh, James, like, what? Think how useful this would be when cutting out an Hawaiian-style quilt. Mine is ordered. Joan, that is a brilliant idea. Have you heard of Hawaiian quilts?
No, I haven't, no.
So Hawaiian quilt, you know like the snowflake cuts we did as kids where you fold paper?
Yeah.
In Hawaii, they have a tradition of folding like a square of paper. Sometimes even it could be a 60-inch massive square of fabric, and then cut out often traditional designs that are then appliqued to a background.
Oh, wow, yeah.
Very intricate.
Sounds
easy
amazing.
Peasy.
Well, I always say I'm no crafter. I'm just sort of demonstrating this, but you can imagine in the hands of people who are, oh wow, look at
something
that.
Like that. That's a Hawaiian quilt.
Yeah.
So you can see it's got that symmetry.
Yeah.
Now this is it in the hands of a crafter.
In the hands of a crafter or anyone who can draw, or because I'm not very good at drawing, so I just trace around the images and stuff. But you could imagine what you can really do with it. It's just endless.
Absolutely incredible. Absolutely incredible. So often, though, it's the thought of cutting out that stops us making a particular project or a particular design. So you think, oh, yeah, I'd love to do it, but I just wouldn't want to have to cut it out, or I couldn't cut it out. Well, now you can. If you can hold and handle a pen, you can hold and handle a gyro cutter.
Exactly. So I'll show you some decoupage as well, because a lot of people...
What images are those, James?
These are my Christmas ones I'm still getting through.
Okay.
Forgive me.
I mean, you've got 2 days, James.
I know.
You've got 2 James.
And you see how you can just stick it down, draw whatever you want, and any direction. You never move in that hand or the wrist. The blade just turns, like writing with a pen.
Yep.
And somewhere about here I started. And then you just peel that off and you've got that nice, perfect cut.
Just incredible. And the amount of detail you've managed to cut out. I mean, I so often say, if I've got fabric, James, where I was saying, oh, you could fussy cut this out, I usually say things like, oh, I mean, you could just cut that detail off and stitch it back on afterwards. But you don't have to with the gyro cutter, do you?
Yeah,
you really
and that leaves no sticky residue on there afterwards, that glue. So it's just ready to use
it is
however you want to.
There isn't a speck. There isn't a speck. And actually, it's really interesting because the tack on the mat is barely there unless you stick your hand out and then you feel the stickiness. But brushing your hand over it, it almost feels just like it's rubberized.
Exactly. It always feels like it's supposed to be there. I always say once you use a sticky mat, you'll never go back. Even sometimes I'll get a mat out of the pack or something, and I'm like, how do people do it? I get it. So it just makes the whole process easier. You just stick it down, cut it out, peel it off.
Yes, actually, I think the sticky mat adhesive is something that I think we could all do with. Even if you're not going for the gyro cutter, the sticky mat adhesive, very useful. You can buy, we've got a twin pack of the sticky mat adhesive. If you're trying nothing else today, give that a go. You're also making a cheeky saving, aren't you?
Yeah.
$16.99. Should have been $18.99. Rather wonderful. Now, let's talk Junior.
Yeah.
So the Junior has been really popular. This is a special tool, actually, isn't it, for children?
Yep, so it comes with one of our standard blades fitted, and then you get another standard replacement blade. They're the only blades that fit into this one, but they're the only ones that a child would need, really. You're not really wanting them using the sharper blades. We say about 6+, but obviously my kids have been using them since they were quite young. But it's all about...
well, you'll have them demonstrating at shows, surely,
Oh,
James.
yeah, I've had my daughter with me a few times at shows, yeah, she loves it. So you get the tool with 2 blades, one already fitted, and then a replacement blade for when that wears out. But you should get a good year before you need to change it.
Out of one blade?
Out of one blade, yeah.
And you've got 2 blades, remember?
2 in that set.
So 2 years' worth of crafting.
Yeah, and then you get the glue, and they get their own dedicated mat as well. And because they're double-sided, you can make one side sticky, leave the other side not sticky, whatever you want to. And you've got everything you need.
Yeah, that's fab. For $36.99. I think that's brilliant. And also avoids the sort of frustration and the, you know, and it is so off-putting for adults and children alike. You know, being successful quickly, easily, really spurs kids on.
Exactly, yeah, definitely.
Love that, love that. And also as well, something that you can leave children to be fairly independent with.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Great for your grandkids and stuff when you have them over, where they're normally doing like colouring and stuff. They can colour something in, cut it out afterwards. It's just a great little add-on, trying to get them into the crafting sort of side of things.
Absolutely, absolutely. Right, we're going to finish with the mega bundle. I have got really, really low and limited single figures now. Wow. Single figures. Now, just to put it into context, we've got 42 in baskets, and I've got 8 bundles left. If we do sell out of those, James, is there any chance of getting any more today or not?
Yes, we can do something.
We can do some more today.
I'll have to get my staff to... Get onto it, but we've got enough because we make them in the UK. It's not like a lot of things where there's such a long lead time. I can get stuff
that's
made
a really lovely thing as well. The fact that it's made in Britain.
It is, yeah. That's
I really like
one of the main things we wanted. We like making all of our products in the UK, so it's really, really good. Yeah.
That's true. Oh, you make everything in the UK?
Yeah, everything that we sell, yeah, even our templates and other different accessories. Both the glues are all bottled in our warehouse.
Brilliant.
And we're in Hertfordshire, so yeah.
Fantastic. Yeah. That's really, really cool.
Yeah.
Let's talk about that mega bundle then. So in your bundle, you're getting your all-important tool, your gyro cutter tool. I love the shape of it. It reminds me of, is it a chop or something it's called? You know that batikas use for lining with wax.
Yeah,
You've seen those. It sort of reminds
me
like
a calligraphy pen sort of thing.
Yeah, but they have like a little bowl for wax in.
And we did that all on purpose because with a normal knife or a normal pen, your hand actually shadows what you're cutting, but because it's slightly offset like this, you can perfectly see what you're cutting. So it's not shadowed by your hand or anything. There's a lot that's got into it.
Yeah, it is amazing that, I mean, I'm just looking at the kind of detail that you could actually cut out with this blade. It's absolutely incredible. It's amazing. So you get your tool, you get 3 different blades for it. The standard, which is cutting things like your regular thin paper, thin card, photographs, that kind of thing. Then you've got your medium blade. That's the one that us quilters are going to use mostly for cutting out quilt weight cotton and similar weight fabrics, thin felt, fabric stuck to bonder web. That's all going to cut with your medium. Also medium card, thicker, perhaps template plastic. Yeah. And then you also get the deep cut blade included as well. This is going to cut your absolute thickest fabric. So thick, felt, thick, leather, real leather, PU, tapestry fabrics, things like thicker denims. Absolutely incredible product. Absolutely incredible product. And then you're also getting your pot of sticky matte adhesive. One pot's going to last you a good while.
It lasts a while, yeah, exactly.
And then you're also getting your fab grip, which is your, if you like, bonder web in a bottle.
Exactly, yeah. And all of the sets will come with this leaflet as well, where you get to know what blade to use. You can also, different stuff about the glue. So if your set turns up and you think, what was that glue or what was that? Or how do I use that? everything is explained in here. You get full instructions with everything as well. So.
Yeah, fabulous. Last 5 mega bundles left, though.
Wow.
If you want to get the mega bundle, be quick. We are trying to get some more on the website. We haven't actually had a green light at the moment for doing that. So at the moment, we've just got 5. It's whether we can get it on before Hobby Maker take over the studio. You've been on Hobby Maker.
I'm on Hobby Maker at 3 o'clock today.
Are
yeah.
you? If you can't get enough of James, 3 o'clock this afternoon. There, I've bigged you up as much as I can.
Yeah.
But I would say get everything you need in this show. Last 5 mega bundles left. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant.
Amazing.
I'm so pleased that we've got you on the channel, James.
I know.
I've seen you at shows, and it's just a brilliant, brilliant set of products.
I am so busy with shows and all sorts of stuff. I try to come here as much as possible, but it's just, it's tricky to try and run such a small business and stuff as well.
Absolutely brilliant,
Just
brilliant.
doing my bit.
If you missed the start of the show, in a nutshell,